Baby darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Change your destiny.
Oh my god, I'm not even ready. I feel like something's going on though. I don't wanna miss important stuff. What's up, Bread Bro? What's up, Woody Red? What's up, Charlie Martini? Thank you for the for becoming a member. Thank you for joining the Weasel Gang. We saw the Weasel Gang like in full force today in MR chat, and this is going to be a very MR themed episode, but we got some things to take a look at before we even get to the whole, like, they're doing the Hassan thing to Emma, and I'm not sure why. Turn down the music because nobody likes it when I leave the music on while I'm trying to, like, what about chat? What about when we do the, do people like the elevator music? No, they don't like the elevator music. Nobody likes the elevator music except for me. I just feel like this is such a mood right here. Right? Do you ever feel like this? But yeah, there's shit going down. I feel like maybe even right now. I think Twitter is the best place to, when something's like breaking news right here. So if you don't know, there's been kind of an Occupy style protest, right? And by Occupy, I mean, you know, tents and people staying there. In the Columbia University campus, these protests have spread to other campuses. And you got like a lot of people fear-mongering about this. You've got people finding either isolated incidents of anti-Semitism at the protests, or you know, situations where situations where it might even be like a provocateur trying to make the protest look like it's got a anti-Semitic flavor to it. But a lot of the people at these protests are themselves Jewish. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. University struggle as pro-Palestinian demonstrations grow. Dozens were arrested Monday at NYU and Yale. But you know what? This is totally inappropriate music. Look, this music might have... Do I have a weird laugh, chat? Like, do I have a... So like, you know who has a weird laugh that I've just noticed? Tucker Carlson. That guy has got like one of the weirdest laughs I have ever heard. And I'm worried that because of the sound of my microphone, which we're trying to crowdsource a slightly better one, I don't know how much it'll help. I don't know how much I need to change my noise gate. But like when I laugh, sometimes it kind of cuts off, and I don't know. It makes it sound wheezy. And I don't have a wheezy laugh. So anybody that was like maybe excited about my wheezy laugh, I'm sorry, it's not a real, it's a trick of the light. It's a trick of the sound system. But yeah, I need to figure out exactly what is going on because I feel like there's been some developments. I was intending on watching, some coverage, some people like talking to actually Hassan, interviewed some people, some protesters, who had a pretty good explanation about what their movement was about, what their goals are. They definitely, if they're trying to say that the goals are unclear, which they did with Occupy, they are lying, right? Because this is a very organized movement. But I just want to check and see if there's something going on, like at the moment, which Twitter is supposed to be really good. Okay, so all I'm getting here is that crackdown on protests have begun. There's already insane talk of bringing out the National Guard. Why? Because the Rafah offensive is about to start when Americans realize that they just paid 17 billion to start. Yeah, so if you don't know, do you remember how the right wingers were trying to hold like aid for Ukraine and for Israel contingent on you know, draconian measures that they wanted to implement at the border. You just noticed Tucker's hysterical laugh? I mean, kind of. I knew about Shapiro's hysterical laugh, but yeah, Chud Logic's thumbnail reminds me of tabloid magazine covers that you see. The thumbnail? Oh, his thumbnails. Yeah, well, that's where he gets that, right? He's from Turf Island. I don't know if you know this, right? He's from the UK. That is like the I don't know, the epicenter of tabloid news. Like in the US, tabloids are they're boomer culture, but for some reason, I guess maybe not so much in the, well, I don't know. Chud could be a little bit of a boomer. I don't know how old he is. I think he's like 50 or something. Is that right? I'm just guessing. Okay, so
I know it's painful to say this. I know there's a fraud history in the United States with U.S. colleges, but it's time to bring in the National Guard because the NYPD is in over their head. Obviously, the President Shafiq and the administration are unwilling to do anything about this. I know it's painful to
unwilling to do anything about the expression of free speech on a college campus, which the right wing, I don't know, just what, 6 years ago, was crying that there's no free speech on college campuses, by which they meant there was no, they wouldn't allow, some colleges would not allow provocateurs to come in and start fights and bring in brown shirt thugs to beat up minorities on their campus, right? That was the free speech crisis of like 2016 to 2018. The state of Israel is meddling, this is Max Blumenthal here, meddling directly in U.S. politics, promoting a call for the U.S. National Guard to attack and repress student protest at Columbia U, demonizing those American students as terrorists. Biden has taken the side of the Israeli state. Well, Biden's trying to ride the fence like he always does. He's just not he's kind of hitting himself in the testicular area. National Guard Captain Timothy Nix testifies the U.S. government allowed the January 6 riots to happen. Oh my God. There's another, there's what else is trending under the hashtag National Guard. Yeah, it feels people are also talking about this incident at Kent State. If you don't know, Kent State is not Kentucky State. It's a school in Ohio, made famous by the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young song, 10 Soldiers and Nixon Coming. No, what's it actually called? There's a name for this song. But like the refrain is like 4 dead in Ohio. And yeah, so it was an anti-war protest at Kent State. They brought in the National Guard. I think under the orders of either the governor and or maybe President Richard Nixon. 1970, Nixon would have been president, and it ended up in the deaths of 4 anti-war protesters. At this point, a lot of people are pointing out that 3 of those protesters were Jewish. And so this call for to bring the National Guard out there to fight against this specter of anti-Semitism. Jonathan Greenblatt, president of the ADL, isn't this the guy that complained about Elon Musk, and then like what he ended up sweeping for Elon Musk? Like, it was something like Elon had to let him know that he supported Israel. Like, he was like, the site is anti-Semitic. Elon Musk is supporting anti-Semitic tweets, which is true. But then as soon as Elon was like, oh yeah, fucking Israel, though, then he was like, no, actually, never mind. This guy's not anti-Semitic at all. He's the greatest guy in the world. Yeah, this Jonathan Greenblatt. Massive fucking hypocrite here. We need NYP back on this campus or bring in the National Guard. So yeah, they have, there's been a lot happening. That's Kent State. That's what happened in the 70s. More scenes from Kent State. This is who's calling for the institution of the National Guard on campus. Tom Cotton, the guy that advocated vigilante violence against the protesters on the bridge, he is now calling this a pogrom. Like, if you don't know what that word means, we're talking about ethnic cleansing. Like, that's what a pogrom essentially is. Ethnic cleansing programs that were done against Jewish people in Europe and in Russia and in a lot of places. But this is Tom Cotton calling the protest against ethnic cleansing a pogrom. That's it's more than just a little bit ironic. Is this the NYPD? No, what's going on here? We won't see the National Guard called in to repress campus protests for Palestine. It is not because there isn't a will to overwhelm dissent with an army, but because police forces have become so large and militarized since the 60s and 70s that there is no need. Yeah, there we go. That's a good point. That's a good point to make. Like, I mean, honestly, like, what the fuck is this? These are militarized police, right? Like, this should scare you. The fact that this exists in a supposedly free country should scare you. The fact that they're drilling military tactics, the fact that things like Cop City, that they're trying to build a Cop City down in Atlanta to train the cops with military tactics should scare you. Dave Rubin, of all the people. And I can't do the Dave Rubin voice. Unfortunately, I don't have a David Rubin accent. I only have a Demon Mama accent, and it doesn't call for Demon Mama. Demon Mama has not been relevant in a long-ass time, so I can't do the David Rubin. Imagine if mask-wearing Trump supporters were taking over campuses, chanting for genocide, building tent cities, and threatening other students. Joe Biden would have called in Corn Pop or the National Guard. Alas, these are queer jihadists. So they're cheered on by the machine. What the fuck, Dave? You are the machine. Fucking NPC. This is Shai Davide. I hope I'm pronouncing Shai Davide, I think is how you pronounce his name. Throwing his little tantrum, showcasing exactly what we are dealing with, entitled Stomping Small-Minded Racist. This is a teacher, someone to look up to, and here he is calling the National Guard on his own students. Imagine if this was an Arab man pulling such hateful theatrics.
Did you stomp the ground?
He's stomping.
We are not okay.
Did you stomp the ground?
Governor, Kathy Hochul, you have the National Guard. You have terrorists in a university.
This is a Columbia professor. One of the universities that was thought to be one of the most prestigious has this guy who is harassing students, who has put students' lives in danger. Him and his bandit of thieves calling for the National Guard to be unleashed on students protesting a genocide. And here he is childishly stomping his foot to the ground, calling them terrorists. He's been barred from university campus because obviously the university wants to save some semblance of face of, but this is what you're dealing with here. انت بتدبدب رجلك على الارض يعني.
Right now, we are not okay.
Did you stomp the ground?
Governor, Kathy Hochul, you have the National Guard. You have terrorists.
So, like I said, I've been hearing rumblings of the only. Oh God, see, this is like. So here's the deal. I've been hearing rumblings that something is going down. I don't know if the NYPD is back on campus. Does anybody have an update for me? Or a place I can go for an update? Because, yeah, National Guard is trending. We could just try Columbia. We're going to get, like, you know, some stuff about the country as well, the district. Okay, breaking. Columbia University announces classes will be virtual for the rest of the year. This comes after Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots, pulled funding from the university. Yeah, one of the... I mean, this is how American college campuses work now. The departments are starved for funding. The departments often have to raise their own funds, right? And so, you know... But then other departments that are useful to billionaires get funded, but you know it's kind of like it's a definite conflict of interest in a lot of these cases. So Robert Kraft, owner of the Patriots, pulled funding from the university. Anti-democracy Zionists are showing their true colors, trying to control institutions where they have a position of power and influence. It's time to dismantle Zionism. So here's Now I hope that music's not going to get me clapped. Robert Kraft, no, with a K, Natalie. The guy who was caught in a sex ring at a massage parlor? I mean, maybe, but it's definitely Kraft with a K. Okay, let's mute this. I don't know, chat. I don't know what's like, Dear Columbia student, thank you for paying $70K a year in tuition. This is now an online school due to students speaking too much. Columbia University denied the approval for a student webinar called Resistance 101. When students held it anyway, the university reported the event to the FBI. Last week, we submitted a Freedom of Information Act to find out what Columbia told the FBI and how the FBI responded. Columbia University achieving the daring dream of a no student, no faculty, all administration university. I mean, that is kind of what they're coming to, right? That's what American colleges are coming to. Jewish Columbia students who were arrested and suspended for peacefully protesting in support of Palestinian freedom will hold a press conference on the steps of the president's house. They give the address for the president's house, Tuesday, April 23rd, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Anyway, I always get mixed up which is daylight and which is daylight is the winter time, and then standard is the summertime, I think. Wait, or is it the other way around? 28 unions representing tens of thousands of workers are demanding the immediate reinstatement of all students and student workers disciplined for pro-Palestine protests. At the end of the repression of protest on Columbia's campus, an injury to one is an injury to all. I mean, this is what unions should be doing. Italian students are protesting too. I don't think the people understand the ramifications of the yeah, you can't stop this. You can't stop this. Colombia's Solidarity Camp for Gaza has sparked nationwide student anti-war movement. The student protests erupting on college campuses across the U.S. have propelled the demand for the institution to divest, and that's what they're asking for. That's their goal. They're really clear about what they want. They don't want their tuition going to support ethnic cleansing. UC Berkeley, what do we have here? This is
such as the one set up at New York. Despite arrests, police repression, threats from school administrators, a coordinated media smear campaign, and statements of condemnation from the lowest levels of the political sphere to Joe Biden himself, student solidarity encampments for Gaza are now spreading rapidly to
Joe Biden, where the fuck are you? You should be joining the students. Instead, you're calling them anti-Semitic. You're calling Jewish students anti-Semitic for caring about Palestinians. Natalie says, oh, maybe it's Kraft, but the owner of the Patriots. Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. You got the right guy, Natalie. Did for sure get caught going to a massage parlor, and that was part of a sex trafficking ring.
What began as a solidarity encampment at Columbia University has spread as far as MIT and Yale, UNC Chapel Hill in North Carolina, University of New Mexico, University of Michigan, University of Maryland, UC Berkeley in California, among others. The police have moved swiftly to sweep some encampments, such as the one set up at New York University. Protests.
Okay, so that's NYU, where they called in the cops.
Have continued. The movement for Palestine has entered a new phase as students throughout the U.S. are demanding that their schools divest from corporations that have business arrangements with Israel as it continues its genocide in Gaza. Despite
the word on the street as far as what's going on in Rafah and what's going on with the U.S. and Israel, right? Because there had been a lot of pressure, finally, at long last, from the U.S. to not go into Rafah, to end what they're doing down there. And supposedly there was some negotiations that went on behind the scenes in which the U.S. said, we'll allow you to go into Rafah. We won't acknowledge it, but we'll allow it. Just don't strike back at Iran. That the U.S. essentially got Israel to agree not to attack Iran in exchange for the right to attack in Rafah. So this man is a vile provocateur, and he should have been removed from Colombia a long time ago. This is Shai Davidai again. To all the journalists, I promise I will try to get back to every and each one of you. In the meantime, I want you to consider this. To my best knowledge, the last time that a professor was denied access to their own university for being Jewish was Nazi Germany. That's definitely not. Okay, anyway, students at the University of Pittsburgh, this is Pitt, right? Join Columbia University. I'm trying to get it right because it's confusing. Right? Kent State, not in Kentucky, actually in Ohio. Pitt University, though, I think is the University of Pittsburgh. If I got this right. Barnard College in their pro-Palestinian encampment aimed at getting the university to divest from the Israeli war machine in Gaza. There's more shy. After police arrested all students encamped here, thousands of students at the University of Minnesota gathered here to protest the university investment in weapons manufacturers arming Israel. This is University of Minnesota. Oh, Najla Saeed, the daughter of the late Edward Saeed, has arrived at Columbia's Solidarity Encampment in support of the student movement. There's Mehdi Hassan tweeting out, quoting somebody, "I am a Jewish student at Columbia. Don't believe what you're being told about campus anti-Semitism. Important, powerful, and detail-filled piece from a student." Oh, it's on Zateo. Is this like a it's like an article, I'm guessing? Here, let's open this up for later. So it looks like, what is this, like a hit piece from the Atlantic? Here, let me check with chat to see if we've got headline, "A fervor that borders on the oppressive." Content: no one wanted to talk to a reporter. A random lady said something dumb. A random guy made a comparison the author didn't like and sent an insensitive tweet 7 months ago. The closest thing to fervor in the article is this: the protesters locking arms and chanting when pro-Israel students showed up. Even if you think this is over the top, even the people pushed out say that they were never scared. The reporter can't. We got another fucking false panic here. Here, let me check back with chat. Ghislaine's Maxwell's dad was King Tabloid, wasn't he? Chud is 55, yeah. That sounds about right. He's a grandfather, right? I believe. Natalie is correcting us. Probably shouldn't what's that? Did the new hair? Did the new hair? Oh, dig the new hair. Oh, chat's being really sweet, and I don't even have a butterfly in. I personally think it's entirely illegitimate to not give people like Sargon Akkad platforms in university. It's always the Free Speech Society that books those kind of speakers. Yeah, now I've got a video reacting to Cost of Doing Business by Innuendo Studios that kind of goes over this stuff in detail, talks about the exact phenomenon that I'm talking about in terms of the invasion of college campuses by right-wing provocateurs under the guise of free speech, with the intent to, you know, start controversy and gather attention, get coverage for their alt-right movements. A lot of this was pre-Charlottesville, although not entirely. Yeah, it's easier to do for Biden to hurt his balls while he's riding the fence. Biden is a self-identified Zionist. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he said essentially if Israel didn't exist, then the US would have to invent it because it's so damn useful for the military, for the, US military. There were Fox News hosts comparing these anti-genocide protesters to Charlottesville. That's funny. 4 dead in Ohio. Yeah, I mean, I'd play it for you, but like the easiest way to get clapped is dad rock. I've learned, like, I don't know, like for some reason dad rock just gets dad rock, classic rock. It gets this would be like granddad rock though, wouldn't it? Like Crosby, Stills. I don't know, Uncle Rock. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young is good music though. I'm not trying to the photograph of that day are infamous. Oh, it's called thank you, Schmegley. Schmegley. It's called Ohio. I'm like, I don't know what it's called. It's called like 4 Dead in Ohio. It's called like Tin Soldiers and Nixon. Something. Yeah, it's called Ohio. It's simply called Ohio. More than ironic, it's more ironic. Gestapo type beat. Trump supporters won't be caught unalived wearing a mask. Yeah. Unless it's a Trump mask. Counter protesters at Columbia are literally the ones calling for a genocide, right? Yeah, we'll have to look into this Robert Kraft guy and his sex ring. Doesn't it sound like a sex decoder ring or some kind of like, what is a sex ring? Like, I don't know, a ring that gets you sex or a ring that just says sex on it? I don't even know. I don't even know. Yeah, don't do it, but here's 30 billion. Right-wing chuds. So Mitty's talking about the Mitty Doctors here is talking about the subject of the stream, which we will be getting into. I do want to make sure that we take a look at what's going on in Columbia at the university. But yeah, we're gonna take a look at some more chuds, and there's like no shortage of these people, right? In fact, I believe that Emma and Matt and Bradley responded to another grifter, the Anti-Justice Wiener, I think is his name. Anti-Justice Wiener. Joe Biden needs to call Netanyahu and say, "Listen, you fat." Who did he say that to? Or didn't he say like, "Listen, fats" or something? They've been crying free speech since 1946. You had a sex ring at one time? Social justice Wiener Schnitzel. Biden needs to call the Israeli opposition. Yeah, he just said look fat. Did he just say look fat? I can't remember. Listen, fat. I mean, Jack. Wait, but who did he say it to? He said it. There was somebody. Anyway. I've mentioned 1968 before, right? In terms of a political climate that, like they say that history doesn't repeat itself, but it sometimes rhymes. And the year that this atmosphere seems to be rhyming with is 1968. In terms of having a Democratic candidate who was, assumed to like a incumbent, right? Who was kind of assumed to be the person who would run, who then becomes embroiled in a foreign policy debacle that undermines his support to such a degree that he ends up dropping out. Now, Biden hasn't dropped out yet. In terms of the right wing utilizing the protest movement as an excuse to get quote unquote tough on crime. Yeah, there's a lot about what's going on right now that is rhyming with 1968. Oh, look at this. Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez, who helped lead the 1968 student protest. 1968 was a big year for protest, not just in the United States, but in places like France as well, right? It's, an international student movement. Says the school has been much more severe in response to today's protests in Gaza. We occupied buildings. We did not allow classes to go forward in 1968.
This is Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez, then a Columbia student, speaking during the strike.
Now we want to go into the dorms with all of you, with some of you who may not agree with a lot of what we've been saying here, who have questions, who support us, who want to know more. Let's go to the dorms. Let's talk quietly in small groups. We'll be there, and everyone in Livingston Lobby, Inferno Lobby, and Carmen Lobby. We'll be there, and we'll talk about the issues involved, and we'll talk about where this country is going, and where this university is going, and what it's doing in this society, and what we would like it to do, and how we would like to exchange with you our ideas over it. Come join us now.
That was Juan Gonzalez, courtesy of the Pacifica Radio Archives. And Juan is here now, courtesy of Democracy Now!, co-host of Democracy Now! Juan, talk about that moment. We're talking about 56 years ago. Talk about then and what you see as the echoes of today.
Well, Amy, I think the important thing to understand is that the Columbia strike unfolded over several weeks. The first week was the week of the occupation, but because of the brutality of the attacks by the police, as you said, more than 150 people were hospitalized the night of April 30th. It led to a massive strike of the entire university. Over 10,000 students shut the university down for the rest of the semester. And I think what is really unusual about this process is that here the university moved in very quickly, and also these students were not disrupting classes. We occupied buildings. We did not allow classes to go forward in 1968, but classes were going forward. The students were camped out peacefully on the lawn. So the disproportionate nature of the response of the university, the quickness with which it responded without even consulting or listening to the faculty is really astounding. And the other aspect of it is that when we were suspended, and there were many of us suspended, before we were suspended, we were allowed to appear before a tribunal to plead our cause. There was at least the rudiments of due process. Here, there is no due process.
I want to point out something else about that's sort of ironic about this situation. Now, I'm just going on generations here and statistics and an intuition that I'm pretty sure is right. Some of this faculty that's cracking down on these students were at those protests, were those protesters. Like, this is the further just rod of a generation that I used to respect. Anyway.
University is already within 24 hours saying that the students are suspended, even though there is yet no legal proof.
Sorry, chat, not all boomers.
Any of these students knowingly participated in illegal actions. So I think that what really strikes me about this response is the total flouting of any kind of democratic process by the current administration compared to what happened in 1968. And of course, I think the other aspect of it is we were fighting at the time against the racism of the university toward Harlem and against the Vietnam War. These students are protesting a genocide that is occurring before the eyes of the entire world, and that is being funded by U.S. arms. And if anyone has the right to rebel and to stand up against injustice, these students do. And I personally only wish that more students would follow their examples across the country and continue to disrupt disrupt the process that is occurring right now to at least allow the people of Palestine to understand that the American people are not united behind this genocide.
And Juan, do you have messages for the college presidents from your experience 56 years ago with the mass arrests of 700 students, which only provoked more protests?
Well, I have to say that President Shafiq, who I understand is a baroness, she was knighted during her time in England, that the baroness has very little time left as president of Columbia University. I don't see how she survives.
Her name is the Baroness?
In office, given the enormous resistance to her.
Isn't that like a villain character in, oh my god, what is that shit? The army dudes.
Of not only the students, but the faculty. And I
The little army dudes.
The universities across America have to realize that the young people of this country do not support the constant wars that are imperial wars that our government is either participating in or funding, and that something has to change.
Trying to see what else Democracy Now! Has. Here we go.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
As Israel's assault on Gaza enters its 200th day, Palestinian solidarity protests and encampments are spreading on college campuses across the United States, inspired by the Gaza Solidarity encampment at Columbia University. Here in New York, police raided a student encampment at New York University Monday night. Police arrested more than 150 people, including students and 20 faculty members. Earlier on Monday, police at Yale University arrested 60 protesters, including 47 students who'd set up an encampment to demand the school divest from weapons manufacturers. At Columbia, the student encampment has entered its 7th day. On Monday night, about 100 Columbia student protesters and faculty took part in a Gaza Liberation Seder to mark the start of the Jewish holiday of Passover, or Pesach. On Monday, hundreds of Columbia professors held a mass walkout. This is Columbia history professor Christopher Brown.
Thursday, April 18, 2024, will be remembered as a shameful day in Columbia's history. The president's decision to send riot police to pick up peaceful protesters on our campus was unprecedented, unjustified, disproportionate, divisive, and dangerous.
Student encampments are now in place at numerous other schools, including University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, University of California, Berkeley, University of Maryland, MIT, and Emerson College in Boston. We're joined now by 2 professors. Joseph Slaughter is Associate Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Columbia University. He's the Executive Director of the Institute for the Study of Human Rights, which put out a public statement condemning the repression of student protests at Columbia and the calling in of the New York police, who made over 100 arrests. Also with us, New York University professor Helga Tuil-Suri.
So before anybody asks, yes, I am aware of the drama between President Sunday and Malcolm and Stardust. I feel like this is more important, though. I'll try to get to that. I'll try to cover that, but not right now.
She's a leading Palestinian-American scholar of media, culture, and communication, co-editor of the book Gaza as Metaphor. Okay, we're going to begin with New York University, with Professor Tuil-Suri. You have been at the encampment since it began at NYU Monday morning at 4, and you just came from jail support where, over 140 people, including 20 of your peers, NYU professors, were arrested. Can you explain what's going on at NYU?
Yeah, sure. So the students decided to start an encampment yesterday, early in the morning, in support of Gaza, in support of Palestine, also kind of in support, obviously, of other students and Columbia and otherwise. And very early on, already from the very beginning of the first tent being set up, the NYU security guards came and NYPD came. But quickly, kind of a sort of de-escalation, if you want, kind of took place between faculty members and security guards, and NYPD left, and it was peaceful all day long. There was a lot of sort of negotiation back and forth between the faculty and the security guards on behalf of the students. And at some point in the afternoon, kind of, things like police
Thank you for the gifted to punished arms dealer, so alive.
Presence was kind of escalating, and the negotiations kind of stopped. And at some point, the NYU security guards were like, "All right, well, we're just." They made it pretty clear that NYPD presence was just sort of imminent at that point, and kind of started coming up with
Baroness is like a G.I. Joe character.
All kinds of reasons as to why they were going to show up and so on, kind of kept pushing the bar in different directions. And then the NYPD came, faculty kind of had made a sort of front line kind of buffer zone at the very beginning. They were arrested very quickly. And then
I feel like G.I. Joe is one of those movies that I saw, like, it was like on TV, and like I ended up watching like 20 minutes of it and I could not figure out what was going on. But I remember the Baroness. The Baroness was cool. She kind of looks like Bayonetta.
A police force kind of forced in their way into this sort of plaza where the students were where the students had their tents set up, and extremely violently kind of took down all the tents, were throwing chairs around, and then arrested all of the students that were there, and then also had a third wave of arrests of other people that were kind of still in that area as well. So yeah, 20 faculty members ended up in prison. Were arrested, and I think the number of total arrests was around 140, 145.
And Professor Tuil-Suri, was that at any time were the students in any way disrupting the classes in the university or the business of the university?
I mean, not really. I mean, in the sense that, they got there pretty early in the morning, and very quickly NYU security guards decided to kind of
Twitch, you might have already gotten your, I think I missed your ad break.
That area. So if anybody
Sorry
was
about that.
it was actually NYU security and not the students, because they were the ones who kind of set up all the barriers and would forbid students whether they were coming for the encampment or just trying to get to class, would not actually let them access that way. So they had to kind of go all the way around and so on. And so there was very little movement in terms of letting people in or out of the encampment, and we had to sort of negotiate like for bathroom breaks and stuff like that. And the disruption, I mean, we're told that, the disruption was part of the protest, right, and the chanting and the singing. But, it's New York City. It's really loud. There was construction right across the street. So it's really hard for me to understand that was a sort of disruption. So really the disruption, I think, was much more on the part of the security guards who really sort of blocked off that entire area.
Oh, okay.
And to your knowledge,
so they were trying to stop a weaponized nanobot attack. It effed up the Eiffel Tower.
Did the administration or the president have any discussions with the NYU faculty before calling in the police?
So I myself and a number of my colleagues, in terms of like NYU faculty, sort of went back and forth numerous times with a couple of the deans and and the head of NYU security, and so kind of negotiated sort of back and forth about, can we let the kids out to the bathroom? Can we come in? Can we go out? Can we bring more people in? Can we bring more people out? But not directly with the president of the university, but just
It's basically the whole movie there.
And a couple of times with the NYPD, certainly early in the morning. And, one of the things we've seen we've seen the response of the president of the university saying that, oh, there was a breach in the barrier. And I can tell you, I was there all day. That breach in the barrier is really not a breach in that sense. There were a couple of students who sort of went in. I think the concern was as to whether or not we could control whether the people that were going on to the plaza were NYU students. And so we offered numerous times, like, well, we're happy to go around and kind of ask all the students for their ID cards. And at some point, the security guard said, okay, fine, we'll do this. And then suddenly they said no, and they sort of came up with all sorts of reasons as to why we weren't kind of following rules, and ultimately, claimed that we were trespassing on our own campus, right? It's a presumably private part of the university, and it was NYU students and NYU faculty that are then charged with trespassing and then violently kind of thrown out from that space.
I want to bring Professor Joseph Slaughter into this conversation. You're at Columbia. You're Associate Professor of English and Comparative Literature there, and you're the Executive Director of the Institute for the Study of Human Rights at Columbia University. It was your president, President Minushri Shafiq, who called out the New York Police Department. This was a day after she testified before Congress. Can you talk about your response to the encampment and then the arrest of over 100 students?
Thank you, Amy. I certainly can. So the response that we had at the Institute for the Study of Human Rights was that we immediately recognized the infringement of student rights to protest peacefully and freedoms of speech on campus, and the dramatic threat. It raised the bringing in the police, the university president calling in the police, raised immediately, of course, the specter of 68, which I'm glad you'll be talking about. You'll be talking about a minute later. There are a number of things I would like to say about the bringing in of the police. We have actually, in the wake of 1968, a very strong set of university statutes that include things like protections for speech and protest on campus. They effectively are the Constitution of Columbia University. They are the product of the good product of 1968, establishing systems of shared governance between faculty, students, and the administration. And there are emergency powers that the president has to protect faculty, students, the Columbia community in the case of imminent threats to people and property on campus that are spelled out loosely in the university statutes. The president, however, has an absolute obligation, it's spelled out very clearly, to consult with the executive committee of the University Senate, which includes students and faculty, before bringing any external police forces onto campus. In this case, she approached on the very first day of the Columbia encampment, which was a peaceful nonviolent protest, not disturbing, in my opinion, the Columbia environment, the Columbia campus, and certainly posing no threat to persons or property. She approached the executive committee of the University Senate, asking for their permission to invite the NYPD in to to squelch the protest. The executive committee.
So here's my takeaway so far. All right. This is a movement that has been percolating ever since October 7th and has been suppressed over and over and over again. This movement is not going anywhere. You can't stamp it out. And the more that they try to, the bigger it's going to get. Now, there is going to be, much like there was in 1968, a reaction to this from the right wing. That reaction is going to be to attempt to change the subject. The subject, they don't like is what's going on in Gaza. The subject that they do like is college students bad, right? Basically, they're going to try to change the subject. Don't let them. Don't let them. If you get confronted on this, if you end up arguing with anybody on this on Twitter or wherever, Don't let them change the subject. This is about Gaza. All roads lead back to Gaza. Don't let them distract. Don't let them make this about anything else. The leaders of this movement are you know, going out of their ways. You're going to see in a interview that we got coming up in a second, to center Gaza in this whole thing. It's not about them. It is about it's about, you know, people in Gaza.
Faculty and the students on the executive committee voted unanimously to reject her request to bring in the university, to bring in New York police. She did it anyway, thus violating not only the statutes, in my opinion, certainly the long traditions of shared governance, the long traditions of protest and protections of speech on campus, as well as the compact between students, faculty.
Thank you, LG9K.
Faculty and the administration to act unilaterally, essentially throwing out the rule book and throwing out the Constitution, the statutes of the university.
And Professor Slaughter, this whole issue.
And again, apologies if I go a little light on you know, the top of the hour ad break and the I do appreciate the support and everything, but I'm going to be kind of a little distracted here. For
within 24 hours, students receiving notices of suspensions. What kind of a due process occurred here?
But the support is very much needed, and it is very much appreciated.
That's a great question, and I think it's something that's extremely important for people to understand. In the letter that President Shafiq sent to the NYPD, the chief of police, asking them for their intervention, she claimed that the students were being suspended for violations of university policies, and that therefore they were trespassing on Columbia property. The students, the 108 students who were arrested, were charged with trespassing. However, in fact, the vast majority of those students, there were a number of exceptions from Barnard apparently, but the vast majority of those students were in fact not suspended until 24 hours after the arrests. The suspension notices that the students received now cite the arrests themselves as part of the cause for suspension. In other words, the logic was circular. They called in the New York Police Department on the premise that the students were trespassing when they hadn't yet been suspended, and they are now suspended on the premise that they had violated New York trespassing laws, and therefore therefore needed to be suspended and were guilty. In my opinion, the NYPD were called in under false pretenses by the president of the university.
I wanted to get your response to the New York police chief, John Chell, said that President Shafiq identified the demonstration as a clear and present danger, but that officers found the students to be peaceful and cooperative.
I think this is also something that's absolutely important for people to know. In fact, John Chell, the chief of patrol, said that this disavowed the language of clear and present danger. The president had used the language, in the exact language taken from the university statutes of clear and present danger to the substantial functioning of the university. She did not, however, say that the students posed a clear and present danger to persons and property, which are the two primary criteria for bringing in police onto campus to protect the Columbia community. She, in other words, at the moment in which she was making a speech for which she could be held legally responsible, that is, writing to the police department to call in the police department, she refused to use to say that the students were a clear and present danger to Columbia faculty and persons and property. In other words, while she was sending messaging out, while the university administration was sending messaging out through all of its channels, by email and public announcements, saying that these students posed a danger, that's not the language they used to talk to invite the police in. The chief of patrol said, in fact, that the students posed no danger, disavowed the language of clear and present danger, saying that's President Shafiq's words, not his, and that the students were protesting peacefully, saying what they wanted to say peacefully, and in no way resisted arrest.
What happened yesterday? Talk about you have the student encampment on the South Lawn, and then you have the professors going into Low Library for a meeting.
So the university is being run as a sort of adhocracy at this point. The senior administration making up policies and procedures and prohibitions on the fly, changing them in the middle of the night. One of those prohibitions was that no protests could take place on the steps of Low Library. I assume you will be showing images later about protests in 1968 of the Low Library. The faculty, in response, a broad coalition of faculty, in response to the student arrests and to the bringing of police onto campus, chose yesterday to walk out at 2 p.m. in full regalia for many of us, to stand on the steps of Low Library in front of the
Now, what we saw earlier on Twitter, that I think those were the Boston police. So that wasn't that wasn't Columbia. That wasn't
statue of Alma Mater, a herald.
That wasn't the NYPD.
Tradition of protest on campus, to defend our students, to defend the rights of students, to denounce the police actions and the president's sanctioning of the police actions, to call for the immediate repeal of the suspension of our students, their restoration of all of their.
What do we have so far? Like 100 students, I think, have been suspended. And in this case, in this situation, right, we're not just talking about like, you're suspended, you get a letter in the mail that says like, we're withdrawing you from classes, you got like a month to get out, right, which is usually what happens, if you get suspended, right? You're talking about them turning off students' ID cards by which they get into their homes. You're talking about students who were not able to get their possessions, who were locked out of their rooms, who were locked out of, like essentially, and just like, with no place to go. And part of what the encampment was doing was trying to provide a place for these students who can't get into their dorms, into their rooms to stay.
The expungement of their records, and to submit an appeal for a vote of censure in the University Senate of Manoush Shafiq and the senior administration.
And Professor Slaughter, not only at Columbia, but at universities across the country, we are repeatedly hearing that these protests in support of the Palestinians who are being attacked in Gaza, that this is making life unsafe. These protests are making life unsafe for Jewish students on these campuses. What's your response to that?
So I have multiple responses. The messaging out of Columbia has consistently emphasized.
You know what makes a campus unsafe? Inviting cops with guns onto the campus, right? We've seen this go down before.
The dangers of these protests.
Kent State is just one example.
In particular to Jewish and Israeli and pro-Israeli students. In fact, the messaging has been one of fear towards those students explicitly. The messaging at the same time has been one of fear to students, to pro-Palestinian students, to anti-Zionist Jewish students, to other students who want to think about and talk about and discuss the questions of Palestine, the questions of Israel, which is the duty of a university to think about these hard problems. The message to those students is also fear, but a fear by omission. The university not ever acknowledging any of the fears, the Islamophobic actions that are taking place on campus.
At some point, students are going to need to take their campuses back by any peaceful means necessary. Like, this corporate takeover of education has gone on long enough. Knowledge belongs to every human being. It is our birthright. And it has been held away from us. We have been just shackled to, incredible amounts of like debt, just to get a glimpse at knowledge that belongs to all of us, right? This is the commons. This is the commons, and it has been enclosed, and we need to take it back.
attacks that have taken place on campus. And so in some ways, the university itself, it seems to me, in its public messaging since October, has ginned up fear both among Jewish students and pro-Palestinian students. The campus, in fact, the kind of impromptu and improvised policies that the administration has unilaterally imposed without consultation from the University Senate, without the traditions of shared governance, have in fact, in my opinion, chilled speech, not just of pro-Palestinian protesters, but also of pro-Israeli protesters, and has absolutely chilled speech in classrooms and in other kind of forums on campus to be able to even talk about the problems that lie at the bottom of all of this. That is Palestinian rights to self-determination, Israeli rights to security.
And Professor,
Joshua Pine in Shorts chat, I'm wondering how you see with your head up your ass. What is the view like from there?
what do you see
Can you give yourself a colonoscopy?
happening in the coming days at NYU?
Oh, it's hard to say, but maybe quickly, if I could just add one thing. I mean, you know, a lot of the students and the faculty.
I can't hear you because you're muffled from having your head up your ass.
At NYU, who were part of the encampment and in general are part of sort of like SJP and FJP and so on, are actually Jewish, right? So that's number one. The other thing that I think is you know, I mean, I don't know how much news has sort of come out since yesterday about what happened, but when the NYPD finally came in and sort of broke the encampment apart, it was in the middle of Muslim Maghrib prayers, like the evening prayers, right? So I think that kind of speaks a little bit to what you're saying, right? In terms of like the way that it's not really about sort of one group or the other, but also how different groups are kind of treated. In terms of what happens at NYU from this point on, I mean, I can tell you the students feel very sort of spirited in the sense of like they want to kind of continue. You know, for them, it's about, okay, fine, you took us down, but we're going to continue. We have the right to protest. We have the right to academic speech. We have the right to free speech.
Yeah, this is the thing. At this point, there is no stopping the energy that's behind these protests. You can displace these protests. You can stomp out the fires in certain places, but that's just going to make them erupt elsewhere. The administration will listen. They will listen now, or they will listen later.
And we have the right to kind of stand up for you know, for our pro-Palestinian voices, basically. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I can't sort of say how the university is going to respond, but you know, I think the students are going to sort of have to figure out like how are they going to be able to protest. So unlike Columbia, you know, NYU is this kind of you know, somewhat urban kind of campus, right? So there is no lawn, if you want, to kind of go and protest on. And so I think that's part of what we saw yesterday is this you know, this plaza where the encampment took place is private property, but you know, the moment you step off of the steps it becomes a New York City property, right? So there's a very sort of blurry line as to where does the NYPD kind of sort of stop its sort of jurisdiction, if you want to call it that, versus where does campus security stop. So I think that's a little bit different in terms of NYU, and I think that's a sort of challenge, if you want, that is faced by the students. But I think the students kind of are very resolved in the sense of like, we're going to keep going with this.
Professor Tawil-Suri, the New York Times sub-headline was dozens were arrested on Monday at NYU and Yale, but officials there and at campuses across the U.S. are running out of options to corral protests, they said. What are the options that
vertical people? Do you want the link to the horizontal string?
Officials have at these universities besides arrests and suspensions?
That's a great question. I mean, maybe first to kind of have a discussion, right? Like kind of, you know, be sort of very open about, like, all right, well, let's sort of sit down and talk about these things. Let's host a number of different events. Let's host a number of different speakers. Let's allow for these kind of speakers and events to happen. I think what we see is also a sort of shutdown of certain kinds of things, right? Let's allow for, right, whether it's classes or teach-ins or all of that. And in terms of the protesters, I mean, yesterday there was a sort of, you know, I think part of what happened certainly at NYU is that there was a kind of compression, if you will, right? So people in support were coming.
Here we go.
To sort of demonstrate and speak with the students and so on, but couldn't kind of access, right? So they bleed into the streets, and the students can't get out, and so it's sort of a bit of a sort of pressure cooker in the sense that you of course you're creating this kind of barricade that becomes very difficult to manage, but it's also becoming a way that the barrier itself is actually creating part of the problem, right? So I think if you kind of have a way to kind of figure out how to sort of allow people to move around, to not necessarily prevent them from moving, I think a lot of problems would kind of not exist to begin with.
Same question, Professor Slaughter.
Thank you. One of the things that President Shafiq said in response to a question at Congress last week that I found most disturbing, that hasn't been commented on at all, is that what she's learned over this last 6 months is that our rules weren't made for this moment, and this justifies in some ways the administration throwing out the rule book and coming up with impromptu policies on how to police speech. In fact, the rules were made exactly for.
At this point, the universities are acting like corporations. They are managing PR. None of them want to be known as the university where, some Andy Ngo-esque clip was taken that makes it look like there was anti-Semitic activity going on. And we've gone over this, right? There's, isolated events. There are provocateurs in there doing this stuff, and they're Andy Ngo types too, trying to clip something out of context, right? But they're just managing PR, right? They're like, not on our campus. We don't want our you know what I mean? We don't want our funders pulling out their money. We don't want to be the campus with the bad press, right? But at this point, like, their efforts are going to blow up in their face. It's not going to work. This movement has been, like I said, percolating since October 7th, and there has been no outlet. And at this point, you can't stifle it anymore.
This moment, they were made for 1968. They were made from 1968, and to prevent a repeat of 1968. We have an extremely robust rules for the protections of speech and protest on campus. We have an extremely robust system for protecting due process rights for students when they have violated or are accused of having violated those protections. If this administration had chosen to lean into the statutes of the university and the rules that have kept our community together for 50 years, we would be in a much better place with faculty and students on board.
Well, I'm glad you went back in history, because that's where we're going right now. Professor Slaughter of Columbia University and Professor Helga Tawil-Suri of New York University.
So I think the next clip is the Juan Gonzalez clip that we already saw. Yeah, Juan Gonzalez was in those protests in 68. I want to take a peek and just see what the Hill is doing with this. You know the Hill? This is, there's the Rising, that's Brianna and Robbie. But this might be just, so if you don't know, right, because like it's hard to tell from the stuff that you see on YouTube, the Hill is a right-wing publication. They try to appear as a centrist publication. They have a lot of programs that, like having Brianna and Robbie or Crystal and Sagar previously as hosts for The Rising is a way for them to be like, well, we're just kind of centrist. We're very objective, right? They're not. It's slanted right wing. It's got, they got their thumb on the scale in everything that they do. And, you saw some people like, oh God, what was her name? Jessica Burbank, former, God, what was she with? But anyway, she used to be a lefty, and she's adapted to her new employment over at The Rising. Isn't really much different than what Amber, oh my God, what's her name? Amber Duke is her co-host. The Rising.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a spicy show for you today.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna get spicy.
Tuesday morning, I believe it is. Hello, Brianna.
Hello, Robbie.
Let's get right.
And look, no hate to Brianna. I don't think, I think, in a lot of cases she's being used, but I think she's doing her best.
Do it. Feelings about the war in Gaza playing out across the nation today, the second eve of Passover. And as with so many social movements before, from the Vietnam War to apartheid in South Africa, students are leading the way with their voices after police arrested over 100 pro-Palestine protesters at Columbia University. Now, these protests have spread to campuses across the country.
We don't need a microphone.
At New York University, professors came out in solidarity with students, and police were ordered to zip tie and arrest professors as they protected some students, some of whom were engaged in prayer. The faculty released a statement via the American Association of University Professors, which argued that, quote, there was no intimidation or anti-Semitism expressed from the
Be right back.
until police moved in. Then intimidation was extremely violent. They went on to emphasize that the point of the protest was to, quote, express support for the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank, to publicize NYU's complicity in the genocide of the Palestinian people, NYU's investment in weapons manufacturing that facilitates genocide, and NYU's legitimation of the Israeli state policy of settler colonialism with its site in Tel Aviv.
The cops completely ambushed us. It was 6:40 a.m. Most people were still asleep when the cops decided to come in from multiple directions.
So at this point, the New Haven Police Department is letting them do their thing, as long as it remains nonviolent and peaceful.
At Yale, police placed protesters' wrists in zip ties earlier yesterday and made students get on to buses to receive summonses for trespassing. Other students from other universities, from Harvard and University of Michigan to Berkeley, had encampments pop up as well. It's been less than a week after the arrest at Ground Zero, Columbia University, and there are no signs that the protests will abate, nor will the furies around the arrest. Student protesters are demanding that the universities divest financial support to Israel and its arms suppliers. Voices supporting Israel and against Hamas are, of course, present in these protests.
At Columbia University, where the protest began last week, Jewish students and professors say they're experiencing anti-Semitism and they are fearful for their lives. Ex-assistant professor Shai Davidai had this to say on X earlier today at Columbia University.
Is that how you pronounce his name, Shai Davidai?
She refused to let me onto campus. Why? Because they cannot protect my safety as a Jewish professor. This is 1938. The protests have sparked calls from all corners in Congress. Republican Senators Tom Cotton and Josh Hawley called on President Biden to send the National Guard to crush pro-Palestinian demonstrators. And Tom Cotton of Arkansas sent out this message on X. The nascent pogroms at Columbia have to stop today before our Jewish brethren sit for Passover, Seder tonight. If Eric Adams won't send the NYPD and Kathy Hochul won't send the National Guard, Joe Biden has a duty to take charge and break up these mobs. Journalist Bari Weiss joined the fray with this tweet. She wrote, for a second, imagine that black students at Columbia...
Wait, do I literally mispronounce every person's name? Like, Bari Weiss? I thought it was Barry Weiss. Okay, Shai Davidai, Barry Weiss. I think I got it.
Were taunted with chants of go back to Africa. Or imagine that a gay student at Yale was surrounded by homophobic protesters and hit in
Look, seriously, if there's somebody on campus, like, saying anti-Semitic stuff, get them the fuck out of there. In fact, I'm guessing that the protesters will probably get them the fuck out of there for you, right? Nobody's there for that. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to be associated with that. Nobody's supporting that shit. This is about Palestine, not some fucking mouth-breathing chud, like, trying to slip in and you know, turn it into anti-Semitism, right? I mean, these are, like, many of the protest movements are largely Jewish led.
The flagpole. Now, one of Columbia's biggest donors, Robert Kraft, has indicated that he may hold off on further donations. And of course, former President Donald Trump has also...
And how sad is it that American universities are like this, right? Things only work if you got a billionaire that's willing to just, like, let the money roll in. And so then they get, you know... I mean, the Koch brothers did this too.
Voicing his opinion about the protests in New York. Let's watch.
What's going on at the college level and the colleges, Columbia, NYU, and others, is a disgrace, and it's really on Biden. He has the wrong signal. He's got the wrong tone. He's got the wrong words. He doesn't know who he's backing. and it's a mess.
Meanwhile, calls for Colombia President Manu Shafiq to step down is occurring on all.
You know what's a mess? You know what's a mess? Donald Trump's diaper. That's what's a mess. This guy can't fucking stop farting for 2 seconds.
Sides. There's also a lot to unpack here, so let's get started.
There's a lot to unpack here, yes, like Donald Trump's dirty diapers.
All right, so
everyone paying attention to campus protests again.
And I think the
pants shitter in chief.
The main takeaway should be that there are, I think at last count, 4 front page stories or very prominent stories on the New York Times website about these campus protests. 0 stories so far about the 2 mass graves that have been discovered outside of hospitals in the Gaza Strip.
There we go. Turn it back to Gaza. Turn it back to Gaza, because they want to make this about the students, and it's actually not. I mean, these students are, in a lot of cases, heroes, right? For putting themselves in harm's way like this, for risking expulsion, for risking, violence by the police, for risking all kinds of stuff. But they would tell you themselves, and we're going to see them be interviewed later on, that this is about Gaza, right? And I love that Brianna's turning it back to Gaza.
And so there is a cynical read of all of this that says people who want to defend Israel's practices would rather fight this battle on college campus, talking about what 18-year-olds are saying as they protest for the rights and interests of Palestinians. But all of these Jewish Voices for Peace, SJP, all of these pro-Palestine groups have been very consistent in saying we want to direct the attention and direct the focus of these protests, not to being about free speech, but about the substantive rights that we're fighting for and the people in Palestine who are dying because their human rights are abridged so horribly.
Well, I don't know that they're succeeding in that. I don't know if they're calling attention to what's going on in Gaza so much as they're calling attention to their own antics, to their own actions. I mean, that's what's being talked about because that's what people are interested in, right? I mean, what are you saying? The student protests, the total shutdown of Columbia, now going to remote classes for the rest of the year that's not a news story. That's not.
Yeah, I'm saying that we as journalists can't abridge our responsibilities by saying, well, the students forced us to talk about the students. We have an obligation to talk about why the students are protesting. And they're making very specific demands. That's why I thought it was so important for us to include in the early read.
It's Shai Davidi.
The conversation about how students are pushing for divestment from other universities from directly investing in and funding weapons manufacturers that are directly involved in Israel. Notably, this is reporting from Prim Tucker, who we've had on the show, reporter at The Intercept. Columbia undergrads voted 75% to 13% in favor of divesting from companies and institutions.
Thank you for the resubscribe, Zara.
Implicated in Israel's violence in Palestine. Cornell undergrads voted 2-to-1 to a 2-to-1 ratio for a ceasefire and divestment from weapons companies, including Lockheed Martin and Boeing. This is the real story. It's about the money. When you hear reporting about Robert Kraft, who is the billionaire owner of the Patriots, saying, "Oh, I don't know that I can give money to Columbia anymore," that's why you're seeing such uniformity.
Isn't that what you want?
That's what you're seeing, so much uniformity in Columbia from their administration. It doesn't matter if there is a brown or Arab woman who is the head of the institution. At the end of the day, all of these institutions are making decisions in the.
How much of this year is left anyway? I don't know. I mean, it could go, as long as into early June.
What they perceive to be the financial.
Most semesters would be over by early June.
Best interest in the institution, insofar as that means donors, making donors happy. And so these donors have enormously more influence than the hundreds of kids that are camping out in tents on their lawn, and yet so little of the focus.
I'm not sure why it's not showing, but thank you for the joining. Thank you for becoming a member, Kush Clark Kent.
Is why one billionaire should have the more influence over the direction of an institution like this than the students that comprise its student body.
Well, they also get, according to Open the Books, $45 billion worth of federal grants and preferential tax treatment on their endowments for Columbia, Northwestern, the Ivy Leagues, etc.
And do you think that should be invested in weapons manufacturers that facilitated genocide?
I think they should just not get it at all.
All right. Well, that's a different kind of conversation. And
Well, he's a libertarian, right? He would like all college campuses to be controlled by billionaires, 100%. The only way you get to, he would like all of the knowledge that is the birthright of every human being to be cordoned off and distributed to only those who can afford it, only those who are willing to get with the program and do what the billionaires want.
What the conversation that students are talking about here is. There are really real world effects that are going on as a consequence of these enormous Ivy League
Yeah, it looks like we got some weasels in shorts chat.
who have endowments, some of which are bigger than most countries in the world. Literally multi-billion-dollar endowments when you're talking about universities like Harvard. And they have a direct relationship to the weapons manufacturers that are facilitating the bombing campaign.
Mongoloid says,
Gaza. Bombing campaign.
Mongoloid says, I thought lefties liked speech being shut down. That's because you have your head up your ass. That's what the world looks like from inside your colon, right? It's kind of backwards, kind of weird, all right? But, you know, that's...
Which our own government.
We believe in you, Mongoloid. Pull your head out of your ass and join reality. Would love to see you.
Remember when Rafah was a red line? You know, remember when bombing Iran was a red line? These universities are directly implicated in this. And the students and the professors who have come out in their defense, forming a human shield, holding hands around students in prayer to protect them from the police force at NYU. It's a really stunning display of solidarity among all of the groups who are not financially implicated by these kinds of kind of corporatized arrangements.
And they're forming human chains to prevent Jewish students from moving among their midst.
That's not true. They
absolutely did that.
Robbie,
amongst their midst, right? Many of these students are Jewish. What are you talking about, Robbie?
At NYU, I'm describing a specific incident in which university
I'm describing
professors,
a specific incident.
University professors came out and created a
oh shit! Thank you for
prayer, a Passover prayer, as they were being attacked by the NYPD, handcuffed.
Okay, that's
what happened in the United States of America. And I thought that we cared about free speech sitting here on this program. I thought we cared about your rights to protest and articulate.
Here we go. Just so you know, in the shorts chat, right? You know, have at it. Disagree with me. Do whatever you want to do. But if you get racist, if you get weird, if your name is like a slur, you will be banned.
I care about
and college students are being called now for the National Guard to be sent in. Do you know who was killed at Kent State by the National Guard? 3 of the 4 of those students were Jewish students. So who here is really standing up for and protecting the rights and interests of Jewish students as you call for them to be rounded up by the police?
I'm not calling for them to be rounded up by the police.
Well,
I don't think the police should be involved.
Do you agree that you criticize this behavior because the administration...
And look, I'm not telling anybody what to do, but just so you know, if your name is a slur on YouTube, you could get reported, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's not a good idea, is what I'm saying, right?
The administration of NYU called those police in. Yeah. And the professors wrote that statement to say, this was not a violent protest. This was not an anti-Semitic protest. This was students protesting actual violence in Palestine.
I don't know that it's not violent or not anti-Semitic, but I don't think the police should be called in to deal with it. I think this is an academic matter. If students don't show up to their classes or to their exams,
it was at
then it
night.
can be dealt with that way.
What are you talking
they're
about?
planning at Columbia, they're planning to occupy the campus until what? Until the right to return is regranted to Palestinians displaced from Gaza?
The students are not the ones that called for remote work.
Morbius, thank you for the gift membership to Kali Ah.
The administration is doing that, and some people think
as
a cudgel to try to make it seem as though the students are actually disrupting the functioning of the university in a way that they, frankly, are not.
They clearly are, though. There's going to be no in-person classes, compromising the educational processes at the university, and then they're going to complain later that they can't get jobs and we have to pay for their student loans.
Well, it seems
wonderful.
It seems like this is really backfiring. The Columbia. Columbia's choice to be so draconian and authoritarian with their protest immediately has...
What they don't understand is that this rising up represents an energy that will not be stopped, that will not be suppressed. And the more you try to do it, the further it's going to spread, and the faster it's going to spread.
Sparked now at least half a dozen other campuses across the country to set up similar kinds of encampments. And there was much more a police presence in the New York instance because unlike Columbia, which is on private property, NYU is a university that's obviously embedded in the streets of New York. And so the university president there was able to call the police on these protesters, which is, I think, why it was so important for so many of the adult faculty members to come out and show such strong solidarity with them and for the safety of their students.
Conservatives are still calling for Shafik to resign and the heads of these other universities resign.
You know, the funny thing is, Robbie, that you're not even representing the viewpoints of conservatives. Now, granted, some of them are doing it for the wrong reasons, but even within like conservative spaces, you know, support for what's going on in Gaza is not universal.
Whatever they're doing, they're not appeasing, they're not making,
like, I am sus with conservatives, you know, that are because you do really have to watch out, like, right, that, like I said, there are anti-Semitic people that are being opportunistic and trying to, you know, join in the bandwagon now that people are starting to wake up to what's happening in Gaza. So you always got to be on guard for that. But there are some people that just don't want to see, you know, massive slaughters, and their politics fucking sucks, and their analysis of economics fucking sucks, but they at least have some level of humanity left to tell Robbie where to go shove it.
pro-Israel people happy with their actions. They think not nearly enough action is being, so it's just one of those cases where they can't please anyone.
I mean, right now, that is one of the lines along, if you don't know, we've been kind of covering the right-wing civil war, and Israel-Palestine is one of the lines along which this is breaking down. But yeah, it's messy. It's messy, and it's hard to, you know, separate out the the people that are actually responding with human emotions to a tragedy that's going on from the people that are just, you know, opportunistically using this as a vehicle for anti-Semitism. But
I think that's right. I think that if university professors were ethical, first and foremost, but also if they were smart, they would realize that people like Elise Stefanik are not good faith actors. There's nothing you can say to please them. And trying to, you know, undermine the credibility of a really powerful argument being made by your students and undermine their rights to assemble and to do exactly the kind of thing that you're supposed to do at college, which is to learn in class and apply the lessons that you're learning in the very classes that you're taking. Classes, the hypocrisy of the university to—
Oh, Jinzel, did you say you want to see some Hassan?
Allow people to major in things like the valedictorian at Berkeley who wasn't allowed to give her speech, to major in you know, the history of colonialism, and to major in, take classes that are about applying these kind of movement lessons, and then punishing students for doing exactly
Did somebody call for some Hassan? Some Hassanabi?
Conservatives would say that's, you know,
well, what
being
conservatives,
what you sow there, having those classes in this.
Let's go back to talking about what conservatives are saying. Conservatives are saying we should send in the National Guard to round up students. They are endorsing these police attacks. Bari Weiss statement that you read a little while ago seems—
Is it Bari? Have I been mispronouncing her name this whole time? Is it Bari Weiss?
Seem dramatically in conflict with previous stances that she's had on free speech. Of course, this isn't inconsistent with her actual behavior of hypocrisy, trying to shut down protests and get professors canceled when she, in fact, was a student herself.
Not so good is going on at the protest, because both Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar have taken to Twitter to say that all the bad stuff you're seeing is not the students, but is outside activists among their midst, which—
No shit. You don't say. Oh my gosh. Agent provocateurs at a protest about Gaza? Oh my, I'm so surprised.
For all I know is true. I don't reject that at all. I've spent time at protest movements. I've covered activism on college campuses. And yes, I often feel like there's just this group of permanent activist people who show up and make tents.
That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about right-wingers.
Tents and cause trouble. But that's beside that. Clearly, there is not so great stuff going on if they're taking to Twitter to now condemn the protests and say, well, that's not really the students, that's the other stuff going on.
I think what's really—
Like I said, there's a certain level of gatekeeping that needs to go on in these movements to make sure that anti-Semites aren't able to slip in.
Important and wonderful is how easily people who are fighting for the rights of Palestinians in good faith are able and willing and excited to condemn any hatefulness or anti-Semitism.
Despite the fact that they're risking being conflated with those anti-Semites. They're risking being doxxed and permanently unable to get a job.
Wouldn't you? The people who you're linked arms and arms with at this protest are overrepresented by Jewish students. Why wouldn't I or any person at these protests?
Okay, I got a request from Hassan.
That's evidence of how inclusive and loving and inspirational, frankly, these protests are. The frontline story should be that there was a interfaith Shabbat dinner in prayer session. That's the event. That's one of the events that these professors were protecting at NYU. And outside actually, people in Columbia, it was much easier to see because it's a private institution. People who didn't have access to the university, including Shai Davidai, the professor you mentioned, who's under investigation for doxing and attacking students. That's why his key card isn't working anymore.
Oh, so he should be arrested and hauled away.
He wasn't arrested and hauled away. What are you talking about?
Doesn't he have a free speech right to be on the campus as well, and to protest and to engage in?
His card was deactivated because he was harassing students and he's under investigation.
Okay, he's harassing students, but the protesters there who they're trying to deal with, they're not harassing anyone.
Yeah, he's a faculty member who has an obligation not to dox and harass students.
You found someone involved in these protests who is worthy of discipline. I'm amazed by it. All right. I think we're going to be talking about this.
Robbie, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, you got a request for Hassan from Twitch chat. I don't always agree with everything that Hassan says, but he has been doing some good work on this. So yeah, he's got an interview with some students at Columbia. Let's see what they have to say.
Perfect. Hello. What are your names and what are you guys doing today for all of those who are watching on our stream?
My name is Sweda.
My name is Ayam.
We're student organizers here at Columbia University. We're currently sitting in our tent, break from the programming of the day, but there's a lot going on outside. We have a large community.
Shakespeare says the cops arrested Jewish students during a Passover Seder across the street from the Jewish Theological Seminary.
Support. Students are coming in and out of the encampment, participating in our programming around Palestine and around the genocide in Gaza.
So you guys are a part of CUAD, Columbia University Apartheid Divest, right? Am I saying?
Oh, okay. So I was confused when they said quad, because sometimes you call so at the center of a lot of campuses is like a grassy area. Sometimes it's called the quad. Sometimes it's like quadrangular in its shape, so it gets called the quad. This is CUAD. So when they're saying quad here, they're not talking about, the sort of like grassy center of campus or anything like that. They're talking about the org.
So would you mind briefly telling everyone, we already went through the website, but would you mind briefly telling everybody watching at home what the stated goals are for CUAD?
Switch this
also,
over
this
here.
is Lolo. I don't know if you guys know him.
Hello.
Hi.
He's an alumni who is defending Israel.
That's not true. That's not true.
I'm kidding.
We hate to hear that. We hope that's not true.
It's not true. It's not true.
Don't fuck with students at they're sitting there in a tent, right? They have no idea if you're kidding or not.
I'm sorry. Lolo is a Columbia Law alumni as well, and no, he is of course anti-Zionist.
We actually have a lot of law students participating with us as well across.
People are saying, yeah, that's what I was calling Barry Weiss. I thought that her name was Barry Weiss. I heard Robbie say Bari.
Campus community. It's not just undergrads. It's a combination of graduate students, undergraduate students, law school students. So yeah, we have a couple of your colleagues here probably with us right now. With regard to quad,
no, I'm not sure what they mean by quad. A couple of your colleagues, fellow streamers. I guess would be the literal interpretation of that. It could also be maybe Hasanabi heads.
Demands. Quad is a movement that organization, a coalition organization that has been active for.
In Hebrew, it's Bari. In a more Anglo way, it can be pronounced like Barry or Barry.
6 months now since the onset of the genocide. It has 5 demands that are stated on the website, but we are focusing on a number of those demands as part of this encampment. The first one being complete financial divestment from companies that are complicit in the fast ongoing genocide in Gaza, as well as the slow displacement of people within and throughout occupied Palestine. We're also demanding amnesty for our students. I'm sure you've seen that following the first encampment.
That's an important demand, right? That you gotta make sure that the other people that have been targeted already are taken care of, and their status is restored, and that they don't get away with suppressing free speech like this, because this is literally what it is. The right has been screaming about the suppression of free speech on college campus, by which they mean the suppression of brown shirt thugs being able to come onto campus and start trouble and pick fights and attack and dox students on campus, right? But in terms of real freedom of speech, right, what college campuses are supposed to stand for, they have thrown that by the wayside so quickly.
We had close to 100 students be unfairly suspended post their arrest. We're demanding universal amnesty for those students, as well as amnesty for our students who've been disciplined as part of the 6 months of protests that have been ongoing on this campus since October, as well as amnesty for our professors who don't have academic freedom within their classrooms and are being disciplined by the university for the content of their speech, for speaking about settler colonialism, for speaking about the ramifications on public health of the genocide. That's where we're at right now.
Would you
like to pitch in? Sorry.
Do you have anything to add?
I think she did an excellent job.
Were there were also legal observers who were arrested as the protest is actually.
His colleague being Columbia law people?
Correct.
Yes, 2.
So what's the atmosphere like?
So we're talking about LOL. This is LOL overruled? LOL overruled?
Now, today.
Today, we would say, what would you say?
I would say the atmosphere is beautiful. I would say that there's joy everywhere and exuberance. There is light shooting out of people's eyes. It is immaculate, the way that we've kept this camp, and the way that we have kept morale up in this movement. I've never seen the people more confident. I have never seen more people out here.
Oh, yeah. Now I get the joke. Yeah, earlier Hassan was joking around that this guy's like that LOL overruled was like a Zionist alum, but no, he's not. He is a law alum from Columbia.
I've never seen Columbia University more scared.
So I have a question for you guys. How many students do you know the exact number of students that have been suspended or have gotten any kind of punishment whatsoever for their unconditional support for Palestinian lives? Recognizing that Palestinians are human beings, for example. Things that are obviously considered unacceptable by the Columbia University administration.
Well, there's a number of students, I think close to 100 or maybe even over, that were disciplined in various ways, like not suspension, but maybe like academic probation or being called into like university hearings and things of that nature prior to the encampment. And then there were over 100 students who were arrested as part of the encampment, and I was one of the students who was arrested as well, and he could speak more on that. And over 80 of those students, some at Barnard College, some at Columbia College, some grad students, but all within the framework of Columbia University, have been suspended since the first encampment.
Oh shit. FG just figured something out that I should have figured out. I was saying to myself, so we're talking about LOL overruled, aka Lolo or Lalo. This is somebody that's on a podcast with Olay. This is somebody that, fellow, I guess fellow lawyer. Is that how that works? She's got Olay Olerin was a co-host of the Leftist Mafia. There was some things that happened there that she should have never had to put up with, and so she left Leftist Mafia, but she started her own podcast, I guess with, this is the other half of that podcast, LOL Overruled.
As of last night,
Olurinati is her YouTube name.
We are again being threatened with disciplinary action by the university for maintaining this space. And if I would like to say more.
So we've also heard reports that Columbia University threw out the belongings of a lot of the students that were instantly suspended. And also on top of that, we've heard reports that some of the students did not have access to their dorm rooms after being suspended, having their cards made inactive, leaving them out in the dark, literally in the middle
So
of.
if you don't know, like in a lot of universities, your student ID card also functions as your key. Like, I mean, I'm sure people know what I'm talking about, right? A lot of people have like ID cards for their work, or ID cards for their school, and and the problem with that, like the problem with the like keyless entry, right? Whether it's your apartment, whether it's your dorm, or whether it is your university, is that it's super easy to revoke that with just a few keystrokes.
New York City, with not really anywhere else to go, which is greatly endangering the lives of the students when Columbia University is tasked with, they have a responsibility.
All of that immediately following arrest. No break in between. And I want IM to say more on that.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Columbia has evicted many of our peers, many of our comrades. They've left them without food nor shelter. And we at the People's Encampment have been providing those things to those students. A shame Columbia University's inexcusable behavior in this regard, putting the safety of its students at direct risk.
Has Columbia University in the past been more open-minded towards, let's say, right-wing content creators coming onto the campus, making the campus a less safe
So Hassan's asking the question, sort of what I was mentioning earlier, as far as the permissiveness of a lot of college campuses for letting right-wing provocateurs come on to campus. Like, I mean, from anywhere from like Steven Crowder doing his little prove me wrong. Wait, what's it called? Is it prove me wrong? Change my mind. Yeah. It's a little change my mind thing. Harassing students on their way to class, to like Milo Yiannopoulos threatening to dox students.
Base.
Like Milo freaking Yiannopoulos. That's free speech. Letting Milo Yiannopoulos, the creep of the fucking universe, come onto campus, right? But
the likes of I don't know. I don't know if there's any recent situations involving like a Ben Shapiro type or a Matt Walsh, like transphobic content creators, reactionary right wing charlatans that
and if you're a member of the White Leaf Network, that's how you cut your teeth. That's how you get attention, right? Is to go to attend one of these Matt Walsh campus invasions and try to talk over Matt Walsh to show that you're a tough debate, bro.
Oftentimes require police presence and security.
Frankly, no,
That's how you got Vosh's attention.
I haven't seen them. I may be wrong, but I haven't seen people of that.
All right.
We have been creating so much joy and so much beauty at this encampment, and we've been speaking with so many people who are here in solidarity and who are here in support, that it totally drowns out any of that negativity that is.
And again, we want to bring the conversation back to demands, and we believe that as much pressure
This is huge.
that we can garner from mainstream media, from alternative media, regarding the demands of the.
So like I said, the right-wingers want to talk about students. They want to talk about, these sort of one-off incidents, right? In some case, due to provocateurs, in some case due to infiltration of the movement by anti-Semites, but that is not the point of the protest. The point of the protest is Gaza. So I'm really glad that these two are bringing everything back to Gaza.
Quad organization is incredibly important. Again, like I said, financial divestment, universal amnesty, academic freedom, and disclosure of finances, where our direct and indirect investments lie.
And as the faculty said earlier, to keep the NYPD out of this campus and away from brutalizing students, as happened on Thursday.
And why is divestment such an important priority for you?
Well, it's a matter of the fact that we're students here, we're putting in our tuition money, and whether we want it or not, whether I'm morally against it or not, my money for an education is being used to refuse the right of life to other people. As a student, I'm against this. I, in good conscience, would not use my own personal money in this way, but my right to direct where the money is going is being taken away from me. And this is not unprecedented in Columbia University. Everybody knows Columbia is a protest school. People make jokes about this all the time. In 1968, again, we had people, we had our previous generation of students occupying buildings, demanding divestment from apartheid South Africa.
I gotta give them some props for like as much shit as they're getting from boomers from you know like I said, some of these admin people, right? Some of these people that are making these decisions to bring the cops onto campus are literally people who might have been part of the 68 protests, right? A lot has happened since. That was like a world past, and you know that generation has been through a lot, right? But it's not quite correct to say the boomers fucking suck, right? There are counterexamples, but by and large, for a generation that was so aware and put up so much resistance and so much protest to the violence of their own time, to see them endorsing the violence of our time is gross, right? And I gotta have some respect for them for not for not like kind of clapping back, because it's got to be tempting.
University divested from Russia. This university has no holdings in Russia, but because U.S. geopolitical interests are on the side of Israel in the ongoing genocide, the university is reluctant to act in a principled manner, reluctant to act in a moral manner, and is committed to ignoring the overwhelming support Quad has on this campus. We've passed divestment referendums and resolutions in a number of our undergraduate and graduate schools, the latest one being at Columbia College. So that's the undergraduate school. We got the results of that this morning. We know that on this campus, there is mass support for refusing complicity, material complicity in violence throughout occupied Palestine. And the university continues to deny this.
Do you feel like the militant actions that Columbia University has engaged in against those speaking out against Israel's genocide is actually blowing back in their faces, and the support has only increased now with increased media presence on campus?
I mean, it's not even just increased media presence on campus, because we had a press moratorium the first few days of the encampment. What does that mean? Press were not allowed here.
Mm-hmm.
The only ones who got in were people who came in like before gates were closed, or who negotiated a way in through the journalism school or something like that. The university most definitely doesn't want press here. It's incredibly bad for their reputation. They've already suffered so much reputational damage. The optics are horrible. They haven't had NYPD on this campus for over 50 years.
The fact that there were hundreds of students encircling our encampment as the NYPD came down to brutally arrest each of us was of astronomical import in terms of rallying the student body to our side.
And we also believe that we have hope that our demands are going to be met. We've been in the negotiations process with the university since Friday, and we believe that we hold leverage within those negotiations. That being said, no matter what the outcome is, we firmly believe that this encampment has sparked something across the nation. I want to recognize the fact that Vanderbilt, as well as one other school that I don't remember, I think not sure which one it was, but Vanderbilt specifically did an encampment before we did, and they're not getting nearly as much media attention, despite the fact that 4 of their students were unfairly expelled. And if anybody's watching, I would ask them to pay as much attention to Vanderbilt as they are to Columbia. But going back to negotiations, even if we do not get what we want, and I'm fairly certain and cautiously optimistic that we are getting what we want. Even if that doesn't happen, we know that we've sparked a movement across this nation. Yale, their students were recently arrested this morning. The New School, NYU, what other schools I am?
Princeton.
I
think many of the schools in Boston.
This is the new thing that's happening, the occupations, and we think they're fruitful. All of that being said, something else that's really, really important is to not divert attention away from Gaza. This is getting a lot of attention, and it's important because we need to make sure that we cut off the flow of money from here to corporations that are facilitating genocide. But it's also important that we don't detract attention away from Gaza. They're still discovering mutilated bodies in Gaza right now, and we don't want to be,
Yeah, this is, oh my God.
This is in support of Gaza. in solidarity with Gaza, and so Gaza has to be central in everything.
So yeah, they're finding more and more evidence of war crimes that went on in Gaza.
What do you have to say to Joe Biden, who recently gave an impromptu response to directly what you guys are doing in Colombia, where his reaction was, I condemn the anti-Semitic protests, Biden told the reporters a couple hours ago. I also condemn those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians. A little bit of both sides.
See what I'm saying? He's riding that fence so hard, he's gonna have to have his nuts examined.
People very well understand what's going on with the Palestinians. If they had not understood over the past 75 years, they've most definitely understood in the past 6 months. We have had so much, like I am said, press and journalists within this encampment area over the past few days, and they've seen what a peaceful movement this is against our.
Oh yeah, it's probably a good time to bring in this tweet. So yeah, let's
On Saturday, Palestinian civil defense crews have uncovered a mass grave with 180 people, including women, men, and children, that Israel had basically killed those people. That's what they're saying. Are you aware of the report, and do you have any comment on it?
I've seen those reports, and we are inquiring about it with the government of Israel.
Will the U.S. press the Israelis to find out more about this?
That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay. One more.
So yeah, MR talked about this this morning too, and you know, there's incidents where like they're supposed to cut off funding to units that engage in war crimes, but for some reason the rules don't apply when it comes to Israel.
Complicity in genocide. We have community guidelines that everybody is being briefed on as they enter within the space, and that includes the fact that this is a welcoming space for everybody, no matter what their ethnic, racial, or religious background is.
I mean, this shit happened in Occupy too, right? So with Occupy, it was finding incidents of, and you know, look, we live in a culture that is correctly described as a rape culture. And, you know, even with people on the left, even with people who are aware of what's going on, even with people who do things like, you know, occupations, like that is still a dynamic that goes on. But these incidents were being used to paint the entire protest as unserious and horrible, and like there's a famous, let me see if I can find it. There is a famous clip of Andrew Breitbart, a conservative troll who you know, tried to essentially distract from the meaning of the protest by going up and confronting some occupiers and saying over and over again, stop raping the people, stop like as if the fucking whole movement is out there just to do. Anyway,
we felt
it's the same kind of thing. You know, you had you know, the eviction of the encampments. You have a lot of parallels between what's going on here and the tactics used against Occupy.
Religious ceremonies for people of Jewish backgrounds, of Muslim backgrounds. JVP held their Sabbath program here. Muslims
Jewish Voice for Peace
have been holding their congregational prayers here. For every student who's here in solidarity, this is a peaceful space. Quad had already on its own socials released a statement regarding actors who are unaffiliated with Colombia in this space. And again, like we said, we don't want to be diverting attention from what our demands are. Our demands are clear, and the nature of this movement has been clear for the past roughly 1 week in which it has been going on.
You're all students, so you're also have to be in class. You have to be being students. So what's
We're
that?
not really being
So what's that like for the students that are there, or you know,
Well,
prior just that
if
reality?
if you come to this camp, you can see that students are on their laptops, like on the lawn, trying to get what work they can get done. The library is quite close to us. The people who still have tap access, swipe access, and haven't been suspended are still using the libraries, as is their right. Other students who may be busy are simply not doing work at all, and I guess that's what's going to have to happen. We're calling supportive faculty to conduct their classes on the lawn. We've had a number of faculty.
And since this interview went down, Columbia has announced that their classes will now be over Zoom.
Sit on the tarps and give their lessons to their class, like members of their class, as well as other students on the lawn who are willing to listen. And we're fostering an educational space here. We may not be students in the typical sense of the word right now, like completing our assignments or going to class, but we've had so many educators in this space. Community educators, labor organizers, people committed to divestment and liberation, people standing in solidarity with students here who've come and spoken on the lawn, gave us encouragement and shared their insight.
And I will add that this is an education far better than the imperial faux social justice education offered in these liberal institutions. This is a real and radical education for those of us who care about the actual emancipation of the human race.
That's actually an interesting point.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals.
You made. I wanna ask you guys both about what led you to take such brave action against your own universities. Like, what was it? Was there a pivotal? Was there a pivotal moment for you?
Back on the framing, not brave. It's not brave at all.
No.
It's been 6 months. We students at Columbia have been protesting just like students across the nation, just like Palestinians themselves in Palestine. Students have been protesting for quite some time and haven't received any response or acknowledgement of their demands. It's not brave of us to be in solidarity with Gaza. It's the baseline.
I agree.
Yes, it's something that we aspire to. And genuinely, as students...
Yeah, like I was saying, it's basic human decency.
On this camp, we do not want to be framed as like brave students doing something. We're humbled.
They're, I think, also aware of the fact that we're only winning when the attention is focused on Gaza. The movement is not about. I mean, like the movement is all of us, but it's not about us. Like, right, the people that are under the constant threat of deadly force and disruption and displacement and everything else are the people in Gaza, and we got to keep our hearts there.
Recognition that Palestinians and Gazans particularly, like Gazan journalists who have been like referring to this encampment, we're humbled by their recognition. We are inspired by them. This is not bravery. This is the least we should be doing. You have to do whatever is within your power. You have to take some sort of calculated risks for justice.
Amen.
What was but beyond that, what was I'm interested personally, like what was your experience, like what led you towards Palestinian emancipation? What was a moment of recognition for both of you, whether it was from early on? Because I'm Turkish, I'm Muslim.
I'm Turkish,
I
bro.
grew up. Oh, nice.
Hi.
Türkçe konuşuyor musun sen?
Konuşuyorum tabii.
Okay. That's awesome. I thought you were from England, so I'm sorry for assuming that. You have a little bit of an accent. But regardless, as someone who's Turkish, obviously, like this is an issue that I have always had an opinion on for as long as I know myself. But I'm always interested in finding out about how other people have come to this recognition, specifically Americans. Americans are different, various different backgrounds. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be great.
Actually, I come from, I would say, completely different backgrounds, like racially, religiously, like places of origin, whatever. So I think it's interesting to hear his answer as well. Personally speaking, I've always been doing social justice work, like throughout high school. I think that every single human being, by virtue of being on this earth, has to stake a claim in the cause for justice and has to pick a side one way or another. I view that to be part of the mandate of humanity. And Palestine in many ways is the litmus test, as people have been saying. It's most definitely not the only injustice. It isn't, but it is a wake-up call in a way that is unprecedented perhaps in this moment. I would just say the fact that I've been interested in justice related work for quite some time. I grew up as an immigrant. My mom's side of the family is Kurdish. I'm very well aware of discrimination and inequality. I would say, very basically speaking.
I come from a Kentucky working class family. My father studied American history in college, and I was raised on the powerful stories of the American Revolution. I've always had a deep dedication to freedom. And unfortunately, at the beginning of my life, I was presented with a view of history that is deeply ahistorical, a view of history that is deeply whitewashing and imperialist, which reinforces the power structures that be. And over the years of independent study, over the years of that dedication to freedom, that is how I come to support the Palestinian people.
Yeah, I feel like anybody being educated in the U.S. is going to get some ahistorical imperialist like brainworms shoved down their throat. All the more so in the South.
And that is why I'm here, for the liberation of not only the Palestinians, but of every free human being on planet Earth, in love and solidarity and in respect.
Okay. That's, you guys are both, I know you won't appreciate this, but you are, everyone on this college campus is protesting against Palestine.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Yo, welcome in.
Protesting against Israel's genocide upon the Palestinian population is very inspirational, and I see a lot of other college campuses also following suit. Like you guys also mentioned some of the ones that were there even before Columbia University set up encampments. It seems like Yale, MIT, Berkeley, and many others are now following suit. And I do hope that this will be successful overall. Do you mind showing around a little bit, like outside, just so we can get a quick glance of what's going on out there, what the vibes are like?
The vibes are impeccable.
Do you think that's a Hasanabi head?
I'm very, listen, it probably doesn't mean much, but I am very proud of you guys. You guys are doing,
I mean, obviously it's not just a meme in Hassan's chat.
Phenomenal job.
We take the compliment and give it to the people of Palestine.
Yeah.
Let me, I haven't been on Discord in forever. How do you switch around your camera? I don't use Discord. Hold up.
No, it's good. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. There it is. You did it.
So these are our tents. We have a lot. I'm just gonna move, stepping on people's stuff, but okay.
Wow.
This is our programming.
They're back. Jesting Israel committed summary executions. Please keep them. Please center Gaza. We're here for a purpose and for a reason. We need to make sure that in all of our conversations, we are centering Gaza, because although what we're doing here is incredible, and I am so, so grateful to be in community with each of you, we need to remember what we're here for. Please stay tuned. We have a lot of programming coming up.
Also,
this is our programming board of what we have for the dates, rest day.
Okay.
And then at night we do assembly, so just updates on if any decision making needs to happen, there is anything important that has come up with the university. That's when we do our assemblies. There is a first aid tent over here. And then I want to show you to our cornucopia.
Okay.
We have sleeping supplies laid out here. This is where we have our food, and we have a wonderful volunteer students who are categorizing all the donations that come, and then handing them out to people who want. We have plenty of things, I would say. And then I guess this is like a larger view. This is where the faculty, that over there at Low Library, is where the faculty had their walkout earlier today. And what else do we want to show them?
Let's show them the front. So the front gate, we have our...
So for those of you who are just joining us, we're looking around at the Columbia University protests that are going on right now. We've got an interview courtesy of Hasanabi with some students that are part of Quad, which is the organization, one of the organizations that is responsible for this protest, and they're just kind of showing us what's going on in this camp. You've heard this described by maybe the President of the United States as an anti-Semitic protest. Nothing could be further from the truth. Everybody is welcome there, and there is a large contingent of Jewish voices for peace making themselves heard at this protest, right?
Proud and beautiful.
So we're doing our best to kind of go around the disinformation, the bad Hasbara that's come out about these protests, which are only going to spread, and they're spreading to other campuses. And as much as there's an attempt to shut them down, as much as there's an attempt to evict people or kick them out of school, revoke their cards that give them the ability to even go into their dorm rooms, right? There's a lot of support and there's a lot of solidarity, and it's about time.
Jewish Voice for Peace students who have volunteered to help with security, keep the community safe from anti-Semitic attacks by the Zionists against our anti-Zionists and against Islamophobic attacks. We're now walking.
I wanted to speak on that a little bit as well. There are always going to be agitators and agent provocateurs in protests like this that infiltrate to make it seem like the overall protest is not about Palestine, but
so both in the sense of people trying to make the protest look bad, people that are against the goals of this protest, people who are against stopping the violence in Gaza, and in terms of people who are on board for the wrong reasons, right? Because some anti-Semites are trying to use this movement as a vehicle for their hatred, and they are being gatekept and they are being pushed out, right? This movement is doing its own gatekeeping, right? Rather than being like a source for anti-Semitism. It is a largely Jewish-led peace movement here, and they've got no tolerance for that shit.
A whole litany of different
I think
issues.
These media narratives, these ways of manufacturing the consent of the American people are not to be taken seriously. They're very clearly the operation of the media and surveillance state. Here are our guidelines.
We give a briefing to people as they come in about what
BC, what did the New York Times say?
guidelines are for being in this space. And then we have entrance and exit on both sides.
Yeah,
sick.
What do you say to what do you say to people that are trying to bastardize this? Because apparently there was like some kind of like anti-Semitic sign that snuck through or something, and then everyone was pointing to it to be like, this entire protest is actually anti-Semitic. Like people hyperventilating about this sort of shit when the obvious protests are about Israel's actions in Gaza and divesting and making sure that the Columbia University divests from the genocide that Israel is conducting in Gaza.
Like I said, I personally don't want to give any more attention to media that would seek to distract from the genocide and seek to distract from what the students' demands are from their university. That being said, we have our community guidelines. This is a safe space for everybody, so long as they are committed to the demands that we have of the university, and we maintain our focus on those demands. That's it.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much, guys. Is there anything else you want to say before we get back to our coverage?
Yeah, on our demands.
You can flip the
stay
camera back,
tuned.
by the way, if you don't
Sorry.
mind.
Actually, my mom is calling me at the same time. Parents have been really worried. Wait, how do I turn?
I'm sure they're very proud of you guys.
I hope so. I hope that my Trump endorsing father
Oh my God.
will see the wisdom and will see the beauty in what we're creating and will come along with us.
This is the kid from Kentucky speaking. Yeah.
My parents are scared. But, yep. Okay. Thank you guys so much for. Hope you have a good live stream.
All right,
power to
thank
the
you.
people.
All right.
That was sick.
So there we go. Yeah, this is Hassan had this interview. Like I said, I don't always agree with everything that Hassan has to say. However, on this particular issue, I think he's been doing amazing work, and another great interview that I wanted to share with you. Thank you, FTW, for the gifted membership, giving the gift of weasels. Always a nice gift. Remember, chat, I'm going to try to keep my calls to action or support to a minimum during the stream, just because of what's going on and wanting to keep the focus on that. Like she was saying, right? Anytime the focus is not on Gaza, like she didn't even want to take up, Hassan's question about some misinformation, some propaganda that had been being spread about the protest, because she's just like trying to focus it on Gaza. And that's so yeah, we are trying to stay focused here, but again, as always, this stream exists through your support, and your support is massively appreciated. There are a number of ways to support me, and y'all have found them already today. You can also look in the description for more ways to support me, and I am much appreciative of that, especially with my own financial struggles at the moment. Let's see. So the main focus of today's stream, right? I wanted to start off with this. I feel like it's important to focus on this. Yeah, let me we got one more clip that I want to watch. This one from the Majority Report itself before we get into the conflict between Emma Vigeland and, I don't know, like every weird right wing or woke centrist or whatever the hell, like she's got, like, she's come under fire, and it's kind of come up all of a sudden. And I know that the Majority Report, there's like a limit to the amount of response that they want to do to stuff like this. They definitely don't want to like give away free clout to little clout goblins like anti-Justice Wiener or Shad Logic, who we're gonna get into his critique of the Majority Report today. I don't know if even calling it a critique is seems like a exaggeration, but I did want to show you what the Majority Report had to say. I think this is today, about the protests that we are covering right now. So here we go.
Of pro-Palestine, anti-genocide protests on Columbia's campus, as well as the spreading of those protests to universities like Yale, MIT, NYU, Tufts, the New School, in the form of basically encampments on various parts of the campus where the student
I gotta get some water,
basically
so
refused to leave and camped out in solidarity.
I will be right back.
With Gaza, demanding that their universities divest from either weapons manufacturers or literally their relationships with the government of Israel, echoing the protests that were done in order to pressure the government of this country to divest from South Africa decades before. And the protesters have been immensely clear that they have taken tactics or borrowed tactics from both those protests against apartheid South Africa and then also protests in 1968 against the Vietnam War. And the crackdown on these demonstrators and these students is incredibly reminiscent of that latter example. This is the most robust crackdown of anti-war protests, I think, since Vietnam. And the conversation is going to be about the protests, the nature of the protests, the alleged anti-Semitic incidents at some of these protests. And you see footage online. It's difficult to discern whether these are provocateurs or not, to be honest with you. And I don't doubt that there have been anti-Semitic incidents in these protests, absolutely. But that is the only focus of the media, literally it. The nature of what they're talking about.
And they are marginal.
Yes. The nature, and by the way, many Jewish students are included in these protests, and they are screaming from the top of their lungs that this is not an anti-Semitic
and they're being called
demonstration,
terrorists.
And they're being called terrorists.
By John Fetterman in Israel.
Yeah, literally the government of Israel is calling, and has tweeted out, a statement calling students at Columbia University, students at one of the elite universities of the country, that is the reason that they're able to do anything, that this project even exists. The arrogance of Israel is absolutely astounding, but also warranted. Because, as I mentioned, the package for billions of dollars in aid, military aid to Israel, passed the House after months of delay. And there were, I have this written down here, I guess, 37 Democrats who voted against it and 21 Republicans who voted no. So that's incredibly overwhelming. And I want to honor what these student protests actually say, which is that honestly, we shouldn't even be the focus. It should be what we're hearing. It should be that reports are coming out of hundreds of bodies being found in mass graves in Khan Yunis and in other areas of Gaza, backing up what we've been saying on this program for months now, which is that the death toll that's just hovering around 33, 34,000 is a wild undercount because they've killed all the record keepers. So there's no way to know until somebody can get in there and verify, and then it will be too late. And that's what Israel is counting on. They want to kill as many as they can in this time period. And this is how the Biden administration responded. This was their statement about these protests. Yeah, we'll get to that part later, but this was their statement. Nothing really about what they're actually protesting for. While every American has the right to peaceful protest, calls for violence and physical intimidation targeting Jewish students and the Jewish community are blatantly anti-Semitic, unconscionable, and dangerous. They have absolutely no place on any college campus or anywhere in the United States of America. And echoing the rhetoric of terrorist organizations, especially in the wake of the worst massacre committed against the Jewish people since the Holocaust, is despicable. We condemn these statements in the strongest terms. This is the White House Deputy Press Secretary putting out that particular statement. Once again, it makes it seem as though these protests are anti-Semitic in nature, against Jewish people broadly. It furthers, in my opinion, a culture of violence towards Jewish people by continuing to conflate Zionism with Judaism, because as this is not going away. If there are people who are making that link in their mind that Israel just represents Jewish people, I mean, what kind of thought process does that lead to for at least some? It's dangerous what they're doing. I mean, for Jewish people domestically in the United States, let alone, of course, what they're furthering in Gaza.
I mean, Zionism as a project and cannot be trusted as any sort of moral arbiters on anti-Semitism because they're using it towards for a settler colonial project right now. Like that's where we're at.
And if the Biden administration is really concerned about the safety on campuses, he could look at a little bit at some of the footage coming out of Gaza where every single university has been destroyed, basically, where the major university in Gaza months ago was just demolished, leveled to cheers from the IDF. This is a really cynical, I think, weaponization of one of the longest or the most enduring hateful ideologies, anti-Semitism, to further this, again, racist colonial project. And that's where we're at right now.
That's actively right now. I mean, this is from the AP this week. And the first Israeli strike in Rafah killed a man, his wife, and their 3-year-old child, according to nearby Kuwaiti hospital, which received the bodies. It sounds worse than what's happened at Columbia. The woman was pregnant, and the doctor saved the baby, the hospital said. The second strike killed 17 children and 2 women from an extended family. The thing with anti-Semitism at Columbia is already against the rules. If anybody does anti-Semitism, they should face consequences for it. Also, outside of the walls of Columbia, if somebody goes on an anti-Semitic rant that's directed at person, can be hate speech. These one sign here or there, first of all, you should not take it as as representative of Palestinian protests in general. You could often honestly wonder if it is a agent provocateur trying to make those protesters look bad, because the idea that these people are motivated by hate is one of the most disgusting smears I've had to we've all had to endure from people like Jake Tapper and Josh Marshall of Talking Points Memo. I am sick of this sort of smear going on against kids that are just standing up for what the world needs right now.
Yeah, and we know that, by the way, pro-Israel organizations have made efforts to hire provocateurs in the past. Walid Shahid put this out there. This was from a few months ago, but it was the Shirion Collective put out a tweet asking for volunteers to wear keffiyehs and walk into demonstrations masked. Okay, this is again, from a few months ago, but the point is that they advertised these tactics.
Of course, and we've seen them do like plant stuff on signs and do stuff like that. Like it's because they need to take away eyes from the fact that again, 17 kids just bombed, just dead in one go.
Yep.
And we're talking about a sign. A stupid sign
ahead of a ground invasion.
That's not even indicative of what's actually going on. Because what the Zionists that are complaining about these protests are really afraid about is that their kids might see like, actually those kids are right, and my bigot dad or whoever it is actually supporting a genocide now. And what the hell does that mean for my life?
Dingo Dango says, Hasbaras all over the internet are trying to push the line that the Columbia protests is Unite the Right 2.0, which is insane because I don't even remember any Zionist outrage about Charlottesville at the time that it happened.
It's a despicable smear by people who are trying to point the way away from a active genocide that's happening right now. And all those people, you should point the finger. You should not be defensive. You should point the finger right back and go on the offensive against them.
It's becoming easier to go on the offensive against Zionists because as this genocide continues, their position becomes day by day more and more untenable in terms of just normie people. I can speak to it anecdotally. Democrats who just watch MSNBC, they're starting to get uncomfortable. And, a family member the other day, I put it in the terms of racial segregation to her, Israel and Palestine. And for the first time, she was like, well, why don't they say that on mainstream media? Well, I wish they would.
Yeah.
Because honestly, that was part of what we praised about Ta-Nehisi Coates coming out fairly early on to describe what he saw in the West Bank. This is a great entry point for normie Democrats or liberals to view this in the correct framework. But with all that said, part of the reason that Zionists are getting increasingly desperate is because they are losing the narrative just because of the facts on the ground, which should not escape people. That's what the focus should be. But this professor at Columbia.
Oh yeah, so we're finally here.
Getting a lot of attention for calling his own students terrorists, which I think creates a pretty unsafe environment for them.
Yeah.
Also echoed by the state of Israel, tweeting out calling Columbia University students terrorists. But this was him walking around all hysterical on campus the other day. Again, professor at this university, observing the protests.
I know it's painful to say this. I know there's a fraud history in the United States with U.S. colleges, but it's time to bring in the National Guard because the NYPD is in over their head. Obviously, the President Shafiq and the administration are unwilling to do anything about this. I know it's.
And then after that, by the way, cops were called. The NYPD was called to remove students from campus and arrest them. Dozens have been suspended at this point from Columbia. Over 100 were arrested for protesting on their campus using the tactics of apartheid, South Africa apartheid protesters from decades before, and even before that, 1968, protests against the Vietnam War, which there are many eerie kind of connections, honestly, to this historical moment as well. And then here he went on.
I'm glad I'm not the only one seeing those connections.
I-24, which is an Israeli channel, to I guess continue this narrative, saying,
like I said, history doesn't exactly repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
Yes, the National Guard should be called in on my own students that I'm supposed to be teaching and enriching their lives. That's.
I mean, honestly, let's be real. That's not a teacher. That's a cop. All right.
What professors are supposed to do.
That's a fucking thug right there. You want to get your students hurt? You want to get put your student's life in danger?
No, they're both
not much of a teacher,
and they should be basically removed from campus. He continued talking about this on Sunday.
This is an important topic. This is not just about Columbia. This is every U.S. college. They have said that they are going to bring down Columbia first, and then as a domino effect, we'll have all other universities. But I want to make clear one thing before I talk about my own actions. What we're seeing now at Columbia and I don't use this word lightly, we're not seeing ideological war. We're not seeing support for terrorism. We are seeing terrorism. Last night, we had at Columbia a protester, one of the protesters in the student mob, holding a sign.
This is such a weird thing to say when there's 17 kids freshly unalived. You're gonna call a sign terrorism when there's terrorism going on in Gaza, and there's been terrorism going on in Gaza. There's been ethnic displacement. There's been ethnic cleansing.
The El Qassam Brigade, the Hamas military.
You're going to talk about people holding up a sign at Columbia University when there are universities in Gaza that have been leveled, that have been destroyed, right? But no, like, let's talk about your sign, dude.
Kill Jewish students with a arrow pointing at the Jewish students that were standing there, right? We are seeing Hamas on campus, and this makes President Minu Shafiq a Hamas supporter. Every minute,
dude, is Hamas in the room with us right now?
But she does not let in the NYPD because she's not letting them in. That's why you see the NYPD outside and the terrorists inside. We've had the leader of the domestic terrorist organization within our lifetime. They had a wedding for her yesterday inside. She snuck in. You see the video you're showing right now?
What can the US do? Try follow their policy, right? There's rules in place about not funding units that engage in war crimes. This is something that the US military reviews when there's a question. And it seems to have a different set of rules when it comes to Israel. That's what the US can do.
There is a suspended student, the one with the bullhorn. That's a
And what are these students trying to do? They're trying to get their school to divest, right? They, by the virtue of their paying tuition, are contributing to what is happening in Gaza, and they no longer wish to do that. They no longer wish to support that.
Suspended. They've been suspended for 2.5 weeks. They're a radical organizer that brought in a PFLP terrorist to campus. They're supposed to be.
All right, this is just nonsense. But this is the guy. This is the guy that took a video of some Muslim students praying and called that terrorism. Just to give people a sense of what this really.
The front page of the Atlantic for April was trying to sell this anti-Semitism is pro-Palestine, is in the pro-Palestine protest stuff. Yeah, I think that we saw that on Twitter. I think we might have. I opened up a couple articles for later.
This is
hate.
Hate.
Hysterical hate.
Hysterical hatred, cloaking itself in combating bigotry. I mean, this should be treated with the same disparagement that people, when people invoke anti-white.
Like, the only terrorist I've seen in all this footage is actually the professor, is actually Shy.
Racism. And when they talk about, I mean, of course, and I want to reiterate this a million times, I'm speaking about the specific instances and these hysterical cries.
Or at least somebody who is advocating for terrorism.
This guy, like this professor. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest modes of hatred in our world. And
look at Shy's Twitter bio. I'll take a look at it.
I think means attacking this bad faith framing of anti-war, anti-genocide protesters and conflating it with that hatred. So this guy's a total lunatic, and a lot of people were like, why does he still have a job? If this is him and how he, if this is his reaction to his own student body. And we may have a bit of an update on that.
So he basically, after a demonstration that he was a part of, he tried.
Oh my God. I always hate this. I always hate it when I see a horrible person on Twitter and it's like below their bio it says followed by, and it's like people that I follow. I also don't exactly want to put those people on blast, because you know it's easy to follow somebody that you don't realize is a fucking monster. I'm gonna unfollow them actually is what I'm gonna do, so that they will not show up here because I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not trying to use my stream to put them on blast. But wait, Shakespeare, what are you saying? His bio on Twitter? All right, unfollow. Unfollowing a couple of Moody's. Let's refresh. There we go. Not followed by anyone you're following. That's what I like to see. But wait, what am I looking for in his bio? The front cover of The Atlantic. Jackson State happened 11 days after Kent State. He's very openly Zionist. Yeah, I mean, like, that's part of his bio here. Here, we'll look at it really quickly. Again, don't harass anybody, even horrible people. Oh yeah, I think I saw this already. The to-all journalist thing.
It's not just about Columbia. This is every U.S. college. They have said that they are going to bring down Columbia first, and then as a domino effect, we'll have all other universities. But I want to make clear one thing before I talk about my own actions. What we're seeing now at Columbia, and I don't use this word lightly, we're not seeing ideological war. We're not seeing support for terrorism. We are seeing terrorism. Last night, we had at Columbia a protester. One of the protesters, we've had the leader of the domestic terrorist organization within our lifetime. They had a wedding for her yesterday inside. She snuck in. You see the video you're showing right now? There is a suspended student, the one with the bullhorn. That's a suspended. They've been suspended.
Isn't he suspended? For like harassing students?
For 2.5 weeks. They're a radical organizer that brought.
No, I mean that's what the encampment is for, right? To like students were unfairly suspended for protesting.
In a
some of them just having their student IDs like electronically canceled so that they can't even get back into their dorm rooms, and yeah, the protests have opened up a space for them to stay, right? Some of them literally did not have any place to go.
FLP terrorists to campus. They're supposed to be suspended from campus. President Minouche Shafik supports Hamas. President Minouche Shafik supports Islamic Jihad, because every minute that she doesn't let the NYPD clear out these terrorists from campus, she's a terrorist supporter, and I stand by my words.
Okay, so yeah, there's radical organizer on the right has been suspended from campus 2.5 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, like, he's kind of... And isn't this the guy that doxed people? Okay, anyway, I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, but this is I think the closest thing to a terrorist we've seen so far is this guy.
To swipe his ID to get back into an area of campus, and then the chief operating officer of Columbia met him at the entrance and basically was sort of like watching him be denied access.
Spoiler alert, I wanted to enjoy this fresh. Here we go. Way I can spot him. Hard to discern who's the guy we're referring to here. Oh, whoa, it's the guy with the massive flag draped over him. Is that him? Oh, there's a few people. Never mind. Oh, that's not him. Sorry. There he is. He had people following him. Gotcha.
Like, doesn't like hanging a flag over your shoulder Superman style? Doesn't that kind of feel a lot like doesn't it feel a lot like it's like a Trumpy move, right? This is who puts a fucking American flag as a cape on their back, right? That's Trump supporters. Like I can't imagine seeing anybody wearing a US flag like that who's not like a you blend the jingoistic nationalism with the disrespect for the actual, supposed rules of how you're supposed to treat a flag, and you got a Trump supporter.
My car has been deactivated.
We're not asking them if Hamas the terror organization, and they couldn't say that it is a terrorist organization.
So yeah, I just want to make a point about that hysterical genocide spokesperson there can shut up. Terror attacks on Columbia campus. Now, there was an attack on pro-Palestine protesters with skunk spray. What was revealed later as skunk spray, but how...
I forgot about this, yeah.
You know what it is at the moment you're asphyxiating and choking on a terrible scent. Chemical attack, you might call it, by a former IDF student who now insists that they're being discriminated against because they're former IDF. That is my understanding of the development of that case. That is way more of an attack than anything like some sort of sign. Are you kidding me? Like, please.
It's just amazing to hear. It was a little hard to hear amidst the din of the street noise, but basically him being like, wait, are you not letting media in? Then he tries his own ID card. He's like, wait, you're not letting me in? And then he goes...
Oh yeah, good point, Anarcho Arachnid. Some people follow to be aware of their shittery. That is true. I didn't want to show you the names, so maybe I'll refollow those people later.
Immediately, because this guy
maybe I'll let him know
he wants to become like a cancel culture cause celeb after this.
Oh my
he turns
gosh.
around and goes, everybody, I'm being denied
Everybody
access. It's like, hey everyone, look at me.
He will be doing not just I-24. He's gonna be on
Fox tomorrow.
Fox, Daily Wire. There will be a whole profile of his courage on the Free Press, Barry Weiss.
Right, Free Press, University of Austin faculty.
Who has not, I mean, it's so... What's incredible is that these free speech warriors have just shown their ass, but they don't even respect the audience enough that they were speaking to about how free speech on college campuses was being suppressed and all these conservative voices are being suppressed. They don't even respect their own arguments enough to actually even address what's happening right now, which is the biggest crackdown on campus free speech in decades. It was such an obviously cynical ploy that they don't even feel the need to address it right now, which is astounding to me. But it should be instructive to people who ever fell for those arguments before.
It should be the guide going forward for any news.
What am I eating for dinner? I mean, I don't want to call it this, but like the closest thing is like the closest dish to compare to what I'm eating it's kind of like khichdi. Right, it's like red lentils and rice with a bunch of spices and ginger and stuff. It's kind of like khichdi.
room, but of course it won't be.
And also, it's also very, very apt that it's
But it's just rice and beans
on the campus that Barry Weiss, went the campus of the university that Barry Weiss attended when she gained her first, bit of notoriety by, reports in the student newspaper that she was actively trying to get some of her professors who were pro-Palestine fired from their jobs.
All right, so that's what's going on. And I'm trying to think. I just want to make sure that there's no, because I feel like something was kind of going down when we started. I can't tell. I can't tell, chat. Has anything is there any breaking news on this before we pivot over to our other story involving the Majority Report and a certain Twitch politics streamer? I guess you would say former Twitch politics streamer has become part of the YouTube commentary community at this point, and has kind of fixated on like a number of people, right? See, Olimey, Aiko Rules, and now Emma Vigeland. And I'm seeing like a pattern emerge that you don't just get like one video on it's like always women or trans people, right? There's a certain obsessive nature to this content creator, and in the interest of full transparency, I did know him way back when. Somebody in chat said that he used to be a lefty. Yeah, as far as I know, that was his politics, but he found a lucrative content lane that involved him grifting. So don't tell his community, but the dude is actually a closeted SJW. Wait, my issue with blueberry pie? That is like a phrase that I've never seen before. I didn't know people could have an issue. Is that never see it for sale, and there are like rarely enough blueberries. Oh my god, that's actually true. Yeah, blueberries are kind of expensive. I see what you're saying. You almost have to pick your own to make a blueberry pie. But like I know that some people combine it with apples. Wearing a flag as a cape is a trait closely linked to sociopathy. You can trust me, I'm a real fake doctor. Oh my god, thank you for warning me, Zara. I'm just like, I don't know. It feels weird to do the top of the hour ad break, because I have to segue from something into it, and like what I'm segueing from is like what's going on in Gaza right now. Second time watching TMR today. Sorry about that. I know a lot of you are TMR viewers. Now I'm trying to think. I guess we're gonna see a little bit more TMR, but it's gonna be one of those reacception deals. So whenever we're dealing with Mr. Logic, it tends to be a reacception kind of situation. And like, wait, he was streaming earlier. Grow your own. That's a good idea if you have space to do that. I also have the Dr. K stuff. Yeah, speaking of doctors and suspect medical advice. I haven't really weighed into that yet. 64 Peter, my main idea that I want to touch on right now with you is the idea to not give up on something just because you can't solve a situation entirely right away, right? And to support other people that are trying to do something, whether or not you think it'll have the result that you want, right? It's kind of like a situation. A lot of times, fighting against a historical tide of violence and brutality is a Sisyphean task. Do we have any Sisyphean tasks in chat though? I feel like we have somebody in chat that knows all about this, right? The FBI director says agency is sharing intelligence to prevent violence. You just strike that violence and replace it with free speech. FBI director says agency is sharing intelligence to prevent free speech on college campuses over Israel's invasion of Gaza. I'm sorry, I gotta edit some of that. There's a few things wrong in that statement, but. But yeah, look, so like speaking about Emma and MR, right? Emma Vigeland, Majority Report. Like a lot, I owe, I guess, a lot of my political coming of age to this news outlet, to Sam Cedar and people like Michael Brooks and Matt Bender. I have a lot of now I don't think that because of that they can do no wrong. And, if I disagree with them, I'll say it, right? I mean, like, there's very few people out there that you're going to agree with every single thing about. So, I'm not coming at this from, like, as a fan, but I am coming at this as somebody that has experienced this kind of attack, right? Where everybody in like a commentary space, or in my case, like Twitch politics, like gangs up on you because they don't want anyone to hear what you're saying. And they try to change the subject and they try to paint you in a bad way. And they try to put out this image of you that's untrue. I've had this happen to me, right? This is the reason that Chud calls me a cockroach, which I just found out is actually a begrudging respect, right? That's actually not a bad thing. You'd think that he was trying to dehumanize me. You'd think that maybe even YouTube might want to know about that. No, chat. Nobody. No need for any of that, because cockroach is actually a good thing to Chud Logic. I guess he must be an Asmongold fan. I don't know, but no. What he means is that he has participated in, like, a dog pile against me and it didn't work. And he's kind of amazed anytime that happens. He's like, oh, she's still alive. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Still alive and kicking. And I think that he realizes that there's nothing that he can do to me at this point. I think that he realizes that the more he talks about me, the more he's actually going to help me out rather than hurt me. And that's why he keeps it to a minimum. I mean, he has talked about me fairly recently, but not that recently. How did cockroaches ever get that name? Survivors, or? But so essentially what I'm saying is that, like, I've seen this script before.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I've seen this play out before. There's a reason that I'm not afraid in
up here, but now there
2 for Tuesday. Thank you, communist invading radicals. That is 2 for Tuesday. Now, if you do 3, then I'm going to be like, wait a minute, why aren't you waiting for Thursday? Because it's 3 for Thursday. And 5 for Friday. We're going to try to do 5 follows in a row, 5 subs in a row on Friday. No, just kidding. You don't have to. I just like it when the 2 for Tuesday thing happens. Thank you, Brianna Davis and Colleen for ganging up on me and following me 2 at a time. That's pretty cool. But yeah, like, I'm ganged up in a good way, right? We're talking about people ganging up on somebody in a bad way, and it seems like Emma Vigeland is the latest target. You've also seen this happen with You've also seen this happen with Hassan. The reason that the pseudonym Hamasanabi, is that what Destiny's community was calling him for a while? Why are oh, right. Why are they called cockroaches when they are indeed roaches, but they don't seem to resemble a cock? I mean, maybe chuds, but I mean, they might resemble chuds, chat. I wasn't saying that they resemble chuds. I wouldn't know anything about that, chat. Why would you think I would? Why would you think I would have any expertise on whose junk looks like a cockroach or whatever, right? That's not in my folders. These are important questions, yeah. But again, like, I gotta jump in here because I've been through this before, and there's nothing that these people can do to me. Anything that they do to me just makes me stronger, and I think they know that. I think the last time we had to deal with Chud Logic was when he was going after Olimey, right? And you know, he actually did show up in chat. I don't expect him to do that again because he's I think it's his like Friday. It's Friday for Chud, and he's been streaming for quite some time and gaming. I don't expect him to come in here and try to debate me. Well, he wasn't really wanting to debate me though. Like, right, he had every opportunity to talk to me on stream, but he did not want the smoke. He did not want the smoke. So that's why I feel like it falls on me to clap back at him, because the majority report should not cover him. They don't need to give him free clout, right? That would just be a boon for, as much as him coming after me would be a boon for me. MR coming after Chud or responding to Chud in any way, like, they're not aware of him. He's like a little fly, but unfortunately there's like a lot of flies right now, right? There's actual like anti-justice wiener. There's Destiny. We went over like Destiny's problem with Emma Vigeland. Why is your dingus named after? Yeah, why name somebody's dingus after a roach, right? Unless it looks like one. But I don't think there's many guys out there with that problem. At least I hope not. If you can grow your own bloobs, do you call them bloobs? Gus is right. But yeah, like, what's going on? What's happening? I think it's this. When somebody like Hassan or Emma is effective at bringing people who might have had a bad opinion of the left over to the left, I think that tends to get them targeted, right? The reason that they're talking shit about Emma, the reason they're talking shit about Hassan is because they are afraid of them, right? Also, you know, this like misguided attempt to slay the dragons of BreadTube. It's really strange to hear people like Chud Logic using the term BreadTube, right? This is a dead medium. BreadTube does not exist. BreadTube has not existed for a long time. But if they want to fuck around, they might just bring it back. Because it's not that hard to dunk on chuds. I don't find it very hard to dunk on chuds. And, I don't know. Even Joe Rogan is shocked at Tucker's stupidity. Oh, you're talking about the Tucker, Tucker came out as a New Earth creationist. Clearly, evolution was just a failed theory by a disreputable disreputable Charles Darwin. But yeah, in this case, what we've got here is Chud responding to Emma having a activist named Aaron Reed on to talk about the Cass report. And Chud actually thinks that because of Aaron Reed being trans, that somehow that should disqualify. Like, if you're trans and you're not Blair White, you're not allowed to talk about the Cass report, right? Are we effing? We should not be. Oh my god, no. Not entirely. Wait. No, wait, I think we'll come back. I think we're gonna be alright. Okay, so yeah, like the bitrate is not what it should be, but we're still alive. Let me just look at my streams and see, what is it skipping? That's the shorts. The shorts is skipping, OBS is hogging memory again. We're good? Are we good? We're good on the YouTube not short side. Is everybody good? Can we continue? Yeah, because I don't want to think that like Twitch politics is like DDoSing me because they're afraid that I'm gonna make a mess of their beloved Chud Logic. Really, you shouldn't be worried at all, okay, Twitch politics. Chud is a leftoid. He's actually a leftoid. He's actually a trade unionist that and he's just lying about all this stuff. He's an SJW, he's woke, he's very very supportive of trans people. In fact, so much that he doth protest. He doth protest, he doth deny a little bit much. There's a lot of trans people out there that probably have something to say about Chud Logic. But he's been having a lot to say about trans people lately. And about Emma and about the Majority Report and about everything else. So, when the NSA starts to go after you on stream, it's clearing up, it's a bit better now. Yeah, it looks like we are now at 5,000. Yes, there we are. We were back again. I don't know what happened, chat. Again, I have roommates, so, you know, and they need to use the internet too, so, you know, it might just be as simple as that, like, you know, somebody had a upload intensive task to do on the internet and they just got done with it. So, yeah. Part of me thinks that Tim and Chud Logic are too scared to admit that they find Emma attractive, so they are trying. I mean, look, that's a weird theory normally, but with Chud it might actually make sense. I swear to God, he's probably like one of those people that like pulls the hair of those he has a crush on. I don't know. Wait, they're trying to neg her into breaking up with her boyfriend and joining them? Oh, with Anna. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But yeah, let me change, see, I feel like one of our stream titles needs to be updated. No, two. Two of my stream titles need to be updated. I usually don't do the, you know, changing of the stream titles, like, within the stream, but it seems to kind of make sense for today. Anyway, I feel like I'm doing too much of an intro. We should just get into it. We should just get into this. into this lovely rabbit hole of filth that is Shadiversity. I mean, the quartering. I mean, Chud Logic. I mean, I don't care who. I don't know. These are all theories. These are all theories. These are all game theories, right? They could be true. But one thing is for sure, right? And one thing that I've noticed about him in general, about Chud, is that he's actually visibly uncomfortable with the community that he's cultivated. Like, right? It's just it's palpable. It's palpable when he sees his community start to post 41%, which is a joke about trans people unaliving themselves. That he has like a Sneeko moment. And just like Sneeko, he's a poorly programmed NPC, right? He's like Sneeko without the Riz, maybe, right? Look, I mean, there's a reason why people in general don't talk about these things. But if one person starts, then it's gonna be an absolute like torrent pouring down. Oh my god, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted membership to Derek Weinberger. Derek Weinberger, you just got weaseled. You just got weaseled. Let's jump into this. Let's see what we got here. Oh my god, I almost clicked on my own thumbnail. That would be silly. And then chat, if you're good, we'll check on some stakes free drama. Because I believe there is some. I believe there is some stakes free drama to be had.
The demographics back then.
Oh my god, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just typed in chat. There's like a whole history. I didn't know this. I'm counting 1, 2. Like I see 2 old videos. Wait, why can't I find this? Oh, there it is. There it is. Huh? No, that's the majority report. There we go. Okay, so yeah, there's 2 videos from like from months ago, right? This is not his first foray. This is not his first bite of the apple, so to speak.
Exercise.
All right, so here's what and I haven't really covered the cast report, So I guess this is a good time to do that. But what's funny is that I thought that I was gonna, in doing so, I was gonna be like pushing back on him. There's not a lot to push back on. There's nothing of substance here. There's just like a like a shout out to Jesse Singal, and there's a you know, a lot of just yapping, right? A lot of substanceless yapping. Like a lot of like you know, an attempt to poison the well while accusing others of poison the well. I don't know. It's just like a cavalcade of bad faith. Get ready.
Isn't it so crazy?
Because I feel like I've been edging you for long enough.
That it's like I couldn't think of anyone better to discuss than a complete ideologue.
A complete? You mean asking a trans person about trans issues? Chud loves it when people do an English accent.
Is operating purely off motivated reasoning. Yeah. We know what we're getting at.
Yeah, there's no motivated reason with Chud Logic. Oh my god, it's not like he's got an axe to grind. It's not like he's got several axes to grind.
A big old dose of trans ideology. Let's go. Yeah, set the scene, aka poison the well with a bunch of bull. This is medical.
Chud, you know that if this was a fucking, you know, trans medicalist that she was talking to, you'd be guzzling buckets of their cum.
Misinformation, by the way. This is complete and utter horse.
You'd be jizzling buckets.
Bro, that's just not true. That is a lie. That is a straight up lie. It is not true that the Cash report ignored trans voices. They consulted with trans people and spoke to trans people about it. Honestly, I must say,
I feel like DK's falling off.
I'm surprised to still see this take in the wild. I thought that people had gotten their, you know, their marching orders on this stuff. I thought they got the patch notes, but it seems like that's not the case. No one under 18 is getting trans surgeries.
Okay, so now here's the thing. What is a trans surgery, right? When we say trans surgery, you're thinking of something like GRS, which would be, you know, like a surgery, colloquially known as bottom surgery, right? Surgery involving, you know, the pelvic area, let's just say, right? But technically, you know, it could also mean top surgery. And as far as top surgery goes, what are we talking about? We're talking about a procedure called breast augmentation, or something along the lines of a mastectomy. And these are surgeries that cis people under the age of 18 get as well. So I'm sorry, Chud. Yeah, I do have the updated patch notes. Apparently, you are the poorly programmed NPC in this scenario.
Yeah.
You are the Sneeko.
Yeah,
I am the Gokunaru. Get ready. Get ready.
Yeah, they've not got the latest patch notes, unfortunately, so they're operating off a few years old information. Try and find an example. It's definitely not routine. No one under 18 is getting trans surgery. To it's definitely not routine. So no need to worry about that. The medical consensus is that puberty blockers are safe.
Did he literally find a commenter? Is that what he's pushing back at? He's got a commenter in his video. Oh God. Okay. See, no, this is the issue, right? This is the issue. This is a video that he did on Xena and Poppy. And that is definitely something that needed to be covered, right? These were white leafers who'd been given a platform, not just by Vosh, but a lot of people in Vosh's orbit, right? White lives a big community, and they all, you know, kind of help each other out. They all act as like a validation gang, and they were part of that gang. And you know, they had vastly more influence than they would have had were they not associated with those people. So you have like sort of a situation with like a predator amongst us, right? Amongst the, you know, the trans community, amongst, you know, the ecosystem of lefty content creators. I mean, I'll say that, use that term loosely when we're talking about White Leaf, right? And yeah, a warning needs to be given out lest people, you know, further platform them or further, you know, for people that are in their community, and don't realize that the community is where Poppy was sort of drawing victims from. That this needs to get out there. Unfortunately, with bad faith actors like Chud Logic, it becomes not so much a way to warn people about a dangerous content creator who has, not only victimized people, not only, doing, what I would consider to be abuse to other people, but also reversing victim and accusing them of SA based on the fact that they dumped her. And so, that needs to get covered. That needs to be talked about. But for Chud, it's just another vector to attack trans people, unfortunately.
That's unfortunately now it's very strongly contested by the CAS report. They are also used to treat breast cancer in minor patients. Puberty blockers are used to give time to figure out if the child is actually trans. If I recall correctly, HRT starts at 16.
Okay, so really quickly, right? Puberty is a process that, that in some cases has some irreversible effects. So if what you want to say is that like kids don't have the ability to make these decisions, they're not old enough, they're not mature enough, then it kind of makes sense, right, to put them on something like for something like puberty blockers to be available in the case that that's what the doctor prescribes. Because remember this is a situation, this is standard of care, this is a situation between a doctor and a patient and the parents of that patient. And the standard of care is that, puberty blockers, which are also used in a number of other cases, including precocious puberty, can be an effective tool for giving somebody the time to decide what they want to do in terms of transition. And transition isn't always the same thing. It isn't always medicalized. It's something that, we have to fight against not just transphobes, but for trans medicalists in terms of, the ability of our consideration of trans people as valid, regardless of what course of like social and or medical transition they choose. But this is a treatment which effectively blocks the onset of puberty, and after which the decision can be made if the patient wants to get on hormones or something else. But if you don't have this in your toolkit, that's what we're arguing about, right? That's what the stakes of the CAS report are about. Whether or not doctors, understanding that the medical establishment has set its standard of care. In other words, people that are more knowledgeable about endocrinology, which is what we're talking about here. Neither myself nor Chud Logic are anywhere near qualified to be making those kind of decisions. But there is a standard of care that's been implemented that in some cases, would utilize something like puberty blockers, in order to not allow the irreversible changes that come with puberty to go on.
Puberty blockers can only be used for a few years before they start to become less safe. So they need to either start HRT or start their biological puberty.
But that is part of Chud's community, I guess. He does get pushback at times. Like he did start off as a lefty content creator. And I don't know if these are like holdovers from that time or if these are just like, trans people that, wander into his content because he does talk about trans stuff a lot. A hell of a lot. Or a cis guy, an inordinate amount, and an inappropriate amount. Again, this is not somebody who has any expertise at the, in terms of medicine, right? This is not a medical professional. This is a guy with an axe to grind against trans people. And mainly because the people that accused him of, he did rizz up a 17-year-old in his Discord. Now, his excuse that he gives is that he wasn't aware that she was 17 years old. And looking over the screenshots of it, I can't say for sure that he was. I gotta, you know, I don't have proof that he was. Some people kind of jumped the gun and called him a groomer and all this kind of stuff and assumed that he did. But yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, some people aren't very perceptive. Some people maybe, you know, when they ask if a person is of age and they're told they don't get the answer no immediately, some people will take that, you know, and not recognize that somebody's reticence to answer a question like that might actually mean that they're not, and that even if the eventual answer that they get to is that they, you know, eventually the person says that they are, which is obviously the answer that Chud is looking for, that might not be something to take to the bank. You still might want to, like, you know, reserve judgment, you know, but anyway, like I said, there's no proof that he's not just completely imperceptive. There is proof that he used his you know, his Discord as some kind of a Tinder site, and you know, that he rizzed up a 17-year-old by not taking to what to a lot of people would seem like obvious signs that they were not of age. But yeah, no, he's you know, because of some of the people that made these accusations against him that I would say went over their skis a little bit in those accusations were trans. He's got this axe to grind with all trans people. So that's where we're coming from, right? And what he hates is the fact that Aaron Reed's going to give a little background on the author of the Cash report. Well, Chud, I hope you don't mind me giving a little bit of a background on you and like understanding exactly where your issues with trans people come from, right?
See. Yep. They've not read the patch notes, have they? Kind of insane that you still get takes like this in the wild. Unless it's a joke to make a point, maybe. Also, some fucking W-Path doctor said that puberty blockers can, if taken at a certain age, can actually prevent, in as time goes on, orgasm.
Chud, do you even know what you're talking about?
Stuff in natal.
Oh, you gotta. I heard that there was like a W-Path doctor that said that like I don't know, theoretically could be an issue with orgasms. Look, here's the deal: any sort of medical treatment is going to have potential side effects, right? Some of which are, you know, are undesirable. That's why standard of fucking care exists. That's why standard of care exists. That's why that's part of the decision. That's part of what's weighed in the decision of whether or not to prescribe this. You act like they're handing out puberty blockers like candy, when in actuality, these are medical professionals who have a lot more understanding of endocrinology than you or I, that have a lot more understanding of human development than you or I, and that they've conferenced on this stuff. They've talked about this stuff, you know, extensively. And the prevailing wisdom is that yes, sometimes puberty blockers can be an effective treatment. Sometimes the risks are worth prescribing it.
I think. And that's a W-Path doctor that even fucking said that, you know? Like, yeah, I mean, okay, I said I'm not going to get into it.
But anyway, I'm not trying to slime Chud as a groomer or anything like that. Like I said, you know, the person did eventually claim to be of age, right? So, you know, like his claim is like, how was I to know? And I mean, like I knew from looking at the screenshots, but you know, I can't prove that he didn't know. I'm not trying to, you know, characterize him in any sort of way. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what might be behind his strange obsession with trans people. Is that a trans person hurt him at some point? And obviously she hurt him really badly, and he's still in pain from that.
I'm just going to quickly watch this, okay?
To welcome back to the program Aaron Reed, journalist covering LGBTQ+ legislation and news, and proprietor of the Aaron in the Morning Substack.
Don't these guys argue for lowering age of consent out the other side of their mouth? To be fair to Chud, and you know, NCC is fair, right? Can we get some NCC is fair in chat? from Weasel Nation. Can we get NCC is fair? NCC is fair. To be fair to Chud, I've never heard him argue for anything like lowering age of consent. During the Vosh drama, during the recent issue, you know, with Vosh and the, you know, the short stack goblins, he had a good take. Like, right, he was critical of Vosh. He did not like excuse Vosh's you know, creepy interest in you know, artistic renderings of underage people, right, for his gratification, right? He actually did call that correctly. So never let it be said that I'm not fair. I'm very fair.
Erin, thanks so much for coming back on the show.
Thank you so much for having me on again.
It's good to see you, and I couldn't think of anybody better to...
Unlike some people, I don't let events in the past bias my coverage.
To explain what the heck is happening over there in England, because there has this widely discussed report, the subject of...
Isn't it so crazy that it's like, I couldn't think of anyone better to discuss than a complete ideologue that is...
A complete ideologue? Chud, she knows more about the subject than you do.
Operating purely off motivated reasoning.
Who's operating off of motivated reasoning, though? Who's operating off of an old-ass hate boner against one trans person that has now turned into a universal hatred of all trans people and an embracing of the fucking transphobia that he's grifting off of right now?
And has got every reason to completely refute the findings of the report, regardless of what the truth is. Like, dude, it's like bringing on a... Dude, what is it like?
It's like bringing on a trans person to talk about trans issues. I think those are the words that you're searching for.
It's like bringing on a proponent of tobacco smoking to explain why the late...
Well, that's an interesting thing, right? Because tobacco smoking, the research is in about, right? Is transitioning something that you really want to compare to smoking tobacco? He is so far off track.
This report that says smoking cigarettes is bad is actually wrong, is what it's like. That is what it's like, yes. You know, a few decades ago. Oh, we've got a report here, a new health survey that
it's not.
Says that smoking's actually bad for you. Well, you know, we have got. Yeah,
what is he afraid of getting secondhand trans?
Representative here from Marlborough to explain to us why that's actually wrong. Can you tell us what's so wrong about this, please? Is that not what it's like? Is that not what it's fucking like?
Some headlines because the
No, Chud, that's not what it's like. But I understand that you were very, very hurt.
Harry Potter author, Turf in Chief.
Literally coming on smoking a cigarette. Well, this is a load of fucking liberal nonsense, let me tell you, okay? Smoking is absolutely fantastic for you, as you can see here. A nice, smooth Marlboro. That's what you need to get the day started. But now it's, oh, that's reactionary nonsense, actually. Transitioning is good no matter what.
J.K. Rowling.
No. No, I wouldn't recommend transitioning to somebody that didn't feel like transitioning. And guess what? That's a good thing because it's not being recommended.
Rowling said she would never forgive Harry Potter stars Daniel Radcliffe and Emma Watson for supporting...
Like, I don't think he understands how many hoops trans people have to jump through to get treated, even as an adult. Look at Philosophy Tube's video, right? Philosophy Tube did a video a year or so ago, maybe a little bit more than a year ago, called, literally the name of it was like, I emailed my doctor, what is it, like 76 times or something like that? Like, that's not atypical. That is not atypical. Chud's acting like they are taking people that say nothing about being trans at all, and they are like, are you sure maybe you might be trans? Would you like some puberty blockers? Would you like some puberty blockers? Come on, take the puberty blockers. Take them. Take them.
Trans people, now that this study has come out, and a lot of anti-trans people are speaking about this as if it's this kind of smoking gun about trans-affirming care for minors. But this, based on your piece this morning in your Substack, Aaron, in the morning, which I'd encourage everybody to read, that's incredibly misleading because of reasons we'll discuss. But I guess let's start at the beginning. What is this Cass review, this Cass report? Who is Dr. Hillary Cass, and what's happening as it relates to this study?
Okay, so let's set the scene. It is 2020, and the anti-trans hysteria was sort of on the rise in England.
Okay, yeah.
God, you're so emotional, Chud.
We know what we're getting here. A big old dose of fucking trans ideology. Let's go. Yeah, set the scene, aka poison the well with a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Again, what have you just done? What have you just done? Based on Aaron Reed, a person that I'm not going to get into this right now because it's not pertinent, but I haven't always agreed with Aaron Reed. Right? The Keffel situation in particular comes to mind. Now, this isn't, pertinent. This isn't what we're talking about here. But I don't have, any reason to, play defense for Aaron Reed. However, as far as, being an expert on, on trans issues, I think I don't have a problem with it. But he's already poisoned the well. How could you ever bring on
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
a trans person to talk about trans issues? Well, if we want to find out if racism is really real, we can't possibly bring on a black person. Let's bring on the head of the KKK to tell you that actually the real racism is against white people, right? Let's not bring on a Jewish person to talk about anti-Semitism. Let's bring on Nick Fuentes to talk about how many cookies Cookie Monster can cook in how many ovens while doing Holocaust denial dog whistles, right? That's the logic. That's the Chud logic that he's going by, right? Motivated reasoning. I mean, it's more than that. Motivated reasoning, implies that you're getting something out of this. All he's getting out of this is some sort of a, catharsis about some trans person who said something bad about him on twitter.com years and years ago. Chud, Kalia's not in the room with us now. Can you please fucking get over this?
We got to see people like J.K. Rowling come out against transgender people, and we got the very first indications of that. Meanwhile, TERFism says trans exclusionary radical feminism, a form of radical feminism that excludes...
That's the kind of radical feminist you are, Chud, by the way. Did you know that you're a radical feminist?
Transgender people, which has a very...
Bro, I told you this guy was an SJW. I didn't tell you what kind. He's a radical feminist, actually.
This is absolutely insane. This is, crazy. The way that the well poisoning is out of control, dude. What the fuck? You had to talk about the findings of a medical report, and the first thing you do is just start fucking talking. Bro, and there's no attempt to stop it. There's no attempt to go, well, hang on a minute, let's talk about the report. It's just allowing this to happen to perpetuate the fucking correct ideology out.
I feel like I don't even need to say anything.
Oh, dude, what is going on?
I feel like he's marinating in his own sauces at this point. In more ways than one, Chad. In more ways than one, potentially.
If you want good coverage of this, Jesse Singal is the one to go to. He just released a little segment of his full podcast talking about it.
Okay, now that's interesting, right? Because he mentions Jesse Singal. If you've watched the Majority Report, you know that Jesse Singal is still trying to chase clout off of them. But I looked far and wide for what he was talking about. Chud, if you would like to send me the link for whatever the fuck you're talking about, I'd be most interested.
It is very...
Because I looked for this, right? Banned or Blocked and Reported, I believe is the name of Jesse Singal's podcast. The latest upload of theirs, I think, is from like a year ago. They did a video on Keffels.
I strongly recommend going and listening to it,
But
okay?
how do I make money off depressed people?
Chud, with a jawline like that and a gap tooth like this. What the actual fuck? You
Did you hear what his chat are saying? Making comments about Aaron Reed's appearance. Do you like that, Sneeko? Do you like the kids coming up to you and saying, fuck women, fuck trans people? Do you like that? Do you like that? Is that good?
guys fought for this.
Is that what you wanted?
Fucking hell.
Thank you for the 333. Appreciate it.
Is that what you wanted, to go on stream, say the R slur, and be a hero to like the next generation of 4chan? Is that what you, is that like, are you proud of this? This is your fucking life, dude. This is your trade. Trade unionist.
Is growing there.
Professional transphobe, Chud Logic.
And we start to see waitlist.
The idea that the cast review and all of this fucking, the idea that this is linked to the culture war about trans issues.
Oh my god, yeah, that's really far out. That's really far out. We'll look and see exactly how linked it is.
Patently fucking absurd and is repudiated, is that the right word, by the report itself.
Yeah, that's right. Cass doesn't want you to think, Cass doesn't want you to think about how biased she is.
Because they go to
the report, the allegations of police brutality were repudiated by the police, who did their own investigation and found themselves to not have a problem with police brutality. They all acted in accordance with
links in the report to say the conversation is very toxic. We're not looking to weigh in on the kind of social conversation around trans issues, right? The whole point of the report is to look and assess at what's going on.
Thank you, Natalie. It's actually 133 times. This is Abigail Thorne, right? Somebody, like a pretty well-known bread tuber. Somebody, like, I don't want to make assumptions on her financial situation, right? But it's definitely better than mine. Definitely. She's definitely needing, subs and donations and super chats and all those other different ways that you can support me, a lot less than I do, right? But yeah, she had to email her doctor 133 times, right? They're not handing out HRT like candy, even to people who are of age.
On medically with this shit for people that are under 18 and see what the fuck is going on. Okay? Yeah, I'll link the Jesse Single thing, yeah. It's a podcast.
Wait.
I think you can watch
Is he going to give it out? Link it, Chud. Because he didn't put it in the below part. He didn't put it in the doobly. He didn't put it in the description.
Get much higher
Blocked and
for
reported,
trans
yeah.
people in the country. We start to see teens and adults even have 5-year wait lists to obtain care.
Yeah, so like speaking of people who are kind of obsessed with trans people.
Under this politicized environment with the Minister of Equality, with we saw the Prime Minister at the time as well.
Wait, he said he'd link it. I'm not seeing it in the chat. Where does he link it?
Saying that we should just stop giving trans youth care. We should stop this. We don't want this. And so NHS England tapped Dr. Hilary Cass to do a review. And this review was selecting a certain number of experts, quote unquote, that were not actually experts on trans care. And in fact,
so yeah, people in the chat misgendering her, and
this is medical misinformation, by the way.
Wait, just a second. Did we even talk about medicine? You know what medical misinformation would be like? It'd be like I don't know, some anti-vaxxer telling you that all you need to deal with the COVID is like horse paste or something like that, right? That's what medical misinformation is, right? If people say that, like, I don't know, I don't want to give any examples, right? Because it's literally one of the terms of service of YouTube, and YouTube has been known to punish those who are debunking misinformation just as much as they punish those who are spreading misinformation. But yeah, it's essentially, giving somebody something that they might take and like hurt themselves.
This is complete and utter horseshit.
Wait, let me just, like, what was medical misinformation? Because I don't think it was even medical.
A certain number of experts, quote unquote, that were not actually experts on trans care. And in fact,
so she is doubting the expertise of these so-called experts tapped in the Cass study. Chud is calling that medical misinformation, and ironically himself doing misinformation, because it's literally her saying, like, I don't like your experts. That's a difference of opinion.
This is
medical misinformation would be if somebody said, if you blow up a balloon animal 3 times a day, it's the same as HRT. That would be medical misinformation, and you shouldn't follow that because it's not true. There's no reason to believe that, and you know that's you know.
This is medical misinformation, by the way. This is complete and utter horseshit.
You can call it horseshit all you want, but it's not medical misinformation. There's no medical claim being made here, Chud. Come on. You're just so fucking triggered that you don't even know what you're saying. He does this entire reaction based on reflex.
Working overtime to pay back that shout out in the description of the Keffels episode. Oh yeah, that's true. I did get referenced, but I don't think I got spoke about. I think I just got referenced or something.
So yeah, Jesse Singal in his video on Keffels, I guess, used some of Chud Logic's reportage on the subject.
I'm not trying to pay overtime. I like Jesse Singal's stuff.
Buckets have come.
Dude, this is insane. I was at least expecting... Okay, I guess I wasn't expecting anything. But the fact they can just come on and just pump out their fucking ideologically poisoned takes is wild.
Pump out? Wait, are we talking about ideological takes or something else? What are we talking about pumping out? Chud, do you have, like, the Jordan Peterson, like, Chinese Communist Party milking machine in your mind? Is that what are we talking about?
Dude.
Fact. It excluded anybody who had any sort of expertise in dealing with trans people, specifically, and it was designed to do so. And over the course of 4 years, we started to get study leaks.
What the fuck are they talking about? This isn't true. This isn't what happened at all. They're just making it up. They're making shit up about what's happened.
Okay, so it should be pretty easy for you to debunk then. Let's see how Chud debunks this. So far we've got it's not true. Okay, that's a start. So show me.
A review was commissioned. I think because someone sued the NHS. I think a detransitioner sued the NHS.
Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, because we know, like, the legions of detransitioners out there. Let's take a look. Is this the one? No. All right. So there's Cass. Hillary Cass. After 4 years, the Cass review of Gender Identity Services for Children and Young People was finally released last week. Almost immediately, now notice it's for children and young people, and you'll see what we're talking about in a second, right? Almost immediate, this isn't, spoiler, this isn't just about trans kids, okay? Almost immediately, numerous people with ties to anti-trans campaigning, so you're talking about ideologues, you're talking about poisoning the well, and who do we choose? Well, no, I'm sorry, we're not even getting into the experts yet. We're talking about the people reacting to it. People with ties to anti-trans campaigning began their victory laps. The review, which generally goes against the positions of trans groups and advocates, called for further restrictions on and delays to access to treatment for trans adults and youth. Right? So yeah, nope, we're not just talking about trans kids here. That's not all that's at stake. It's important to understand why the conservatives felt it necessary to commission Dr. Hillary Cass. Anti-trans groups claim that 5,000 children a year are being rushed through gender identity development services. Against their better judgment, that children being sacrificed at the altar of gender ideology. Sorry, I think there's supposed to be an R in there. That children are being sacrificed at the altar of gender ideology, that their bodies are rotting from puberty blockers, that 1,000 bodies are rotting. Bodies don't rot from puberty blockers. What the fuck? That 1,000 families are lining up to sue GIDS for medical negligence towards their children, and that detransitioning rates are skyrocketing. But what did the review actually find? None of that. Of the 3,499 GIDS, gender identified gender identity development services. Okay, so patients of gender identity development services, CAS audited, only 27% had been referred to endocrinology. So wait, getting rushed through I think the phrase they always use is like assembly line, right? You're thinking of like George Jetson, except with HRT. Like George Jetson gets up in the morning and his bed flips up and it puts him on a belt, a conveyor belt, and it brushes his teeth and showers him, and like everything is just like automatically done. Like he can be half asleep and he is gotten ready by automation, right? That's the feeling that they give you as far as how transition, how puberty blockers and the like are administered. Have been referred, so 27%. So less than 1/3, right around a quarter of patients of GIDS are even referred to endocrinology, the NHS department that prescribes puberty blockers. So this is a little different than what we're hearing from Chud. And hormone therapy. After an average of 6.7 appointments, so not exactly handing anything out like candy, even for the 27% that are actually referred to endocrinology. So after an average of 6.7 appointments, 27% are referred to endocrinology. Of these, only 54% had received a prescription. So of the 27%, we're starting out with 3,500. Definitely lower than the numbers that Joe Rogan would cite at you. And probably lower than what Chud would guess as well. So we're talking about 54% of 27%. Let me do some math here, chat. Let's just keep track of the numbers that we're talking about. Calculator. Okay. 3,499 times 0.27. So 945 at most patients referred to endocrinology. Now, of this group, we take 0.54. What? Oh God, I fucked up somewhere. 3,499 times 0.27 equals times, oh, I think I did divide it instead of times 0.54. 510. Now we're down to 510 patients here that received a prescription for puberty blockers. Fewer than 10 of the 3,499 had detransitioned. So let's see what that is. 3,499. Yeah, it's like 10 divided by this number. 10 divided by 3,499. That is almost like a quarter of a percentage. That is 0.29%, right? Okay. That's so when we're talking about detransitioners, right? And we're talking about this as a real concern, that there's all these detransitioners out there. There's all these people being given an inappropriate diagnosis, being prescribed medication, right? We're talking about a fraction of a percent. And what we're being argued into accepting is that the 99.71% of these individuals should be denied any sort of treatment based on this number. Now, I might actually remind you also that when we're talking about detransitioners, we're talking about a group of people who more often than not retransition later at some point. Most detransitioners don't detransition because they find that transition was wrong for them. They detransition because the harassment that they receive for being trans is too much, because the environment that they live in is not supportive. So even with that fraction of a percent, right, you got to cut that by another number to get the actual, what we would call a detransitioner, what we would call somebody who, went through the system, pursued treatment, and then found that they were unhappy with the treatment. In the end, the anti-trans victory lap barely made it a few feet before being overtaken by hundreds of academics, experts, and service users, exposing the review as a sham. Over 100 academics signed an open letter by the Feminist Gender Equality Network, condemning the review as dangerous and potentially harmful to trans children. But don't worry, those are all ideologues, right? Those academics, those people that study this field, they're all biased. None of them can be trusted. They're all right. They've got motivated reasoning, don't they? Due to its unsound methodology, unacceptable bias, and problematic and supported conclusions. Unacceptable bias and problematic and supported conclusions. Not sure what that last part means. Anyway, Therapist Against Conversion Therapy and Transphobia, TACTT, slammed the review as having an eliminationist agenda dressed up in language of reasonableness, urging clinicians to treat the review findings with extreme caution. Underpinning this report, wrote trans rights group Transactual, is the idea. So underpinning this report is the idea that being trans is an undesirable outcome rather than a natural facet of human diversity. And again, the patients at GIDS are, it's only 3,500, 27% referred to endocrinology, 54% given a prescription. What did we end up? Yeah, it was like less than 1,000. As far as this audit, which it says it started 4 years ago. We are missing like the information of like how long was the audit, but that's 1 year. If that's 2 years, if that's 4 years, that's still a very low number. Okay, so we got the few positive responses to the CAST review from reputable organizations read as if written at gunpoint, or at best, hopelessly naive. Even those involved in the review have expressed dismay at how it was conducted. Kat Burton, the chair of the Gender Identity Research and Education Society, one of the organizations consulted by the CAST review team, took to Twitter to say, after 3 discussions, it was obvious that the review had been written before we started. Hillary Cass totally discounted evidence from trans people from the basis of knowledge or lived experience. So yeah, were trans people discussed? Yeah, but then they were discounted. Motivated reasoning. We can't trust these trans people to offer the only people with insight into what the lived experience of somebody undergoing, you know, these therapies might be is it just discounted. Sorry. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so this is Kat Burton, retired British Airways captain, diversity champion, aviation and diversity consultant. I shouldn't read this. Like, see if Chud had actually looked into this, like, you know, there's some stuff that diversity, aviation and diversity. Is that why all the planes are crashing? Because there's trans people flying the planes. I don't want a trans. I need a cis man to fly my plane. I only feel comfortable with a white cis heterosexual man at the wheel of Anyway. In my role as chair of GIRES, the leading UK charity promoting research and education on trans and gender diversity issues, I was invited to consult with the CAS review. After 3 discussions, it was obvious that the review had been written before we started. She totally discounted evidence from trans people from the basis of knowledge or lived experience. Useless. And obviously, transphobic comments incoming. That's what happens. Because there's so many people like Chud who have motivated reasoning, who need this CAS report to be something other than the nothing burger that it actually is, right? In fact, CAS discounted all kinds of evidence. CAS collected 50 studies about puberty blockers and excluded half of as low quality. Oh, now look at this. This is really interesting. Half were considered low quality, while only marking one as high quality. Many were rejected due to not having sufficient control groups. What's a control group, you ask? What's a control group in this situation? Anybody know? Anybody want to tell me what a control group would be? Anybody want to posit an idea of what we mean by a control? What would a control group be? Can anybody describe a control group before I tell you what we're talking about here? Victims, that is one. Yep, I think that applies. There'd be people that are lied to. It'd be people that are coming in for treatment who were given something that looks like treatment, but wasn't. It's a placebo, right? Given, you know, bunk hormones, essentially, or bunk puberty blockers, right? A control group would be people who I would say are medically mistreated. People who probably have a legal case to pursue against the administrators of said study, because said study is against medical ethics. That's what a control group would be, right? That's what we're talking about here. And look, I'm barely qualified to, you know, I'll let you know when I don't know what something is that's described here, right? But Chud is definitely not qualified and he's not interested. You know, he's motivated to accept this on face value. He's not motivated to read anything, you know, pushing back on it. Even sources in the UK, right? Supposedly, America is where things are fucked up, and they're just like they're handing out this HRT like candy to anyone, forcing it down the kid's throat, right? And but you know, Turf Island certainly not like that. No, Turf Island. This is coming from Turf Island. Okay, so critics have noted that the gold standard of the double-blind randomized control trial, a benchmark CAS used in her review, like fundamentally unserious. And I would say, yes, an ideologue. Be her ideological slant, and we'll get into that in just a second. We'll get into CAS's ideology. In fact, I think that's one of the things that Chud does accidentally show, right? Is you know, who CAS is and what her ideological bias might be, right? A benchmark CAS used in her review is patently unethical when it comes to puberty blockers. Yeah, essentially, if it's ever found that a treatment is effective, which it has been in this case, then withholding the treatment like you would do in a control group of one of these double-blind randomized control trials, the gold standard, right? It's the gold standard, but it's something that's used in investigating things that haven't been tried, that haven't been implemented, that there's not a whole bunch of clinical experience or clinical evidence supporting, right? Not something that is already standard of care. To deny a patient standard of care is fucking unethical. You want them to experiment on trans kids, you sick fuck. What the fuck is wrong with you? Who hurt you? Wait, I know who hurt you. I know exactly who hurt you. And you gotta drop this grudge, Judd, because it's fucking cringe. And you don't need to be doing this. Just do your fucking shitty drama streams, okay? Do your shitty drama streams and leave the children alone, okay? Leave the minors alone, Chud. Leave them alone. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, so it's patently unethical when it comes to puberty blockers because they're standard of care. It's unethical to deny patients seeking treatment what has been confirmed and approved of as the standard of care. Not to mention impossible to implement, as those receiving placebo soon realize their puberty isn't being blocked. So in other words, it doesn't work. It doesn't even work as a fucking randomized controlled trial. People figure it out. What are you doing? On LinkedIn, Dr. Jack Lopez, a medical anthropologist based in Bradford, said he would have to have failed this report as an undergraduate submission. This shit would get an F if somebody wrote a proposition for this kind of study. They would be failed. They would fail this project. Among Cass's recommendation in her report was a puberty blocker trial. While such practices aren't uncommon for new drugs with unknown safety risks, puberty blockers have been used safely since the 1980s, primarily before androgen deprivation therapy and treatment of some cancers in adults. They are also sometimes prescribed to children for precocious puberty. So this is something, they're called puberty blockers because they're used when a child starts experiencing puberty too early to put a stop on it. And then, when the puberty blockers are withdrawn, then the puberty goes on, right? When a child enters puberty far ahead of their age group, this isn't a drug that's on trial. The drug that's on trial here, it's trans children, yeah. And not just children. We'll get to that in a second, right? Not just children. Cass also suggests that the rate at which young people, in fact, there could be somebody in your Discord, Chud, that this is going to deny, imagine that. Imagine being trans and being in the Chud Nation. I don't know, chat. Look, there's a lot of self-hate out there. Unfortunately. Cass also suggests that the rate at which young people move from puberty blockers to subsequent hormone treatments may, as anti-trans groups have warned, prove puberty blockers help cement a trans identity in these youth. That's a weird way to say it. Help cement a trans identity. What does that even mean? I think, because to me, what it means is that, like, if somebody gets prescribed puberty blockers and they're like happy with the results, yeah, they might not be sure at first, right? But when this helps, these kids like know that they're trans at that point, and you can't disabuse them of that knowledge that they have about themselves. Her data for this is the fact that in 2 studies, nearly all trans youth prescribed blockers went on to take hormones. Of course, okay, so that's her evidence. Nearly all trans youth prescribed blockers went on to take hormones. Of course, these findings could just as easily suggest that puberty blockers, that's when I said the thing about the George Jetson thing, the assembly line, right? The way that transphobes generally describe the standard of care, that they're being put on a conveyor belt that will end in them taking hormones. That's what they mean. But given the fact that there is a lot of screening, yeah, and maybe too much screening. I don't know. 27% referred to endocrinology, only 54% of those given a prescription. But there's a lot of screening, meaning that the kids getting these puberty blockers are choosing to go on HRT when it's offered. In other words, it's an appropriate standard of care, and the medical intervention has worked. The treatment is doing what the treatment is supposed to be doing. Okay, so yeah. This finding could just as easily suggest that puberty blockers are being prescribed very precisely, a possibility Hillary Cass does not entertain for even a second. When you're doing any sort of a study, you're supposed to go through the possibilities, the possible interpretations of the data. That's usually something that you'd find like in the discussion or the conclusion section. Along with more research needs to be done to know XYZ. Because like most often, the results of a single study, even a comprehensive study, even a meta study, is not like a super strong claim being made. It is a maybe some kind of claim being made, along with a discussion of what other research needs to be done to confirm the findings, or findings that couldn't be precisely concluded on. Like, what do you need to do to, like, right? It's a process, right? It's not about one study. It's about multiple studies, and then it's about the preponderance of the evidence. The preponderance of the evidence, along with clinical experience, that becomes the standard of care designed by competent medical professionals, not some 40-year-old piece of shit sitting in his fucking basement calling people the R slur. Not Chud Logic, okay? In case that was unclear. While roundly ignoring the evidence of experts, the review mysteriously arrives at many of the same conclusions that anti-trans groups did years ago. Oh, imagine that. Wow. Cass recommended, this is essentially made to order like research, right? This is the transphobes not having science on their side and be like, can we get some science on our side? Can we put our thumb on the scale? Can we get Hillary Cass in there? Get Hillary Cass in there. Have her draw something up that we can say, this is science. How dare you disagree with the science, right? No, how dare you get in between a patient and their doctor, right? That's the real, how dare you. Cass recommends that young adults aged 17 to 25, excuse me, exqueeze me, expunge me, expooge me, 17 to 25? Wait a minute. You stop being a minor in the US at age 18. In the UK, I believe it's age 16. You could ask Chud about that. Actually, I'm sure he knows all about the age of consent in the UK, right? Yeah, so 17 to 25. What the fuck is this 18 to 25 cohort doing in here? Oh, I get it. It's not just about trans kids. It's about trans adults too. We're not just targeting standard of care for kids. We're targeting standard of care for young adults as well. Okay, so use an intermediary gender service instead of being referred to adult services. For example, a recommendation straight out of the mouth of anti-trans group Our Duty, which has long pushed to ban gender transition for under 25s. the influence of the anti-trans groups like Sex Matters, Therapy First, and Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine, SEGM, SEBGM, all of whom appear in the citations can be, yeah, so in other words, this is who she's citing, right? Can be felt throughout the review. More worrying still, many of Cass's conclusions are based on evidence that does not corroborate or in some cases directly contradicts her findings. For example, her recommendation of an intermediary service is based on the idea that
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist.
Welcome in. Yeah, I'm kind of on a roll here. Sorry, chat. I'll read chat after. I'll read chat for a bit after I get through this article here. The idea that you might have heard this, right? Brains don't reach maturity till age 25, right? Some people will even cite this as a reason to deny young people the right to vote, right? There's all kinds of. But this is like Jordan Peterson, like lobster research. Like this is bogus. This is bunk, right? The idea that brains don't reach maturity until 25, a notion that Dean Burnett, a neuroscience scientist and author of The Idiot Brain, describes as guff based on hearsay, misunderstanding of neuroscience, and willful ignorance. On closer inspection, the citation Cass uses for her assertion about young adult brains developing is a 2016 study about how the adolescent brain is excellent at learning and adapting. So we're not talking about the brain not developing. We're talking about neuroplasticity. Chud, do you even know what the fuck that means? I'll tell you what the fuck that means. That means that, for instance, if you wanted to pick up a second language, it's going to be easier to do when you're between the ages of 18 and 25 than when you're your age, when you're like a 40-year-old dude sitting in the fucking basement gooning out to, I'm sorry. I shouldn't assume that you're gooning, okay, in the goon cave. That's more of a tomfoolery thing, right? It's not a Chud Logic thing. Anyway. I get my drama streamers mixed up. I apologize, Chad. I kid because I love, right? Talking about how the adolescent brain is excellent at learning and adapting, contains nothing that would justify delaying someone's access. In other words, Chud, don't fucking talk about science because you're not smart enough to talk about it. You don't have, like, and I'm not smart enough to really draw any strong conclusions from it, right? But I'm strong enough to, I'm smart enough to understand what's even going on here. You obviously are not. You had to have it filtered through Jesse Singal's ass. You were guzzling buckets of who knows what. It's definitely not gender ideology, though, from Jesse Singal in some kind of a bud sex situation. I don't know, Chad. I don't know. That's the other subject that Jesse Singal is kind of famous. Google Jesse Singal bud sex sometimes. See what you think about his work on bud sex. Before he was an expert on transphobia, Jesse Singal was an expert on bud sex. Anyway, the Cass review was hyped as the nail in the coffin for a lawless cult of child mutilators. After all that, what we got was a 400-page GCSE sociology essay that ignored decades of in favor of pure fucking vibes. In other words, Chud, pure ideology. Anyway, I don't have enough snot in my nose to do Zizek today. How embarrassing indeed. How embarrassing. Let's get back to whatever the fuck we were talking about before, which is somewhere here. There we go. Back to Chud Logic. How are we doing, chat? How are we doing? Are we okay? Do we make it through that? Bud sex, yeah, it sounds like a fantastic fan fiction. It sounds a lot more exciting. I think Chud would enjoy that more than this. Read up on his research on bud sex, right? Bud sex. The brain not reaching maturity until 25 doesn't mean a child isn't going. Well, anyway, the whole thing is, this is like, you know how you heard about like the alpha wolf and stuff, and then later you find out that that was about wolves, right? Or the alpha males. you're like, oh yeah, alpha male. I guess that's a thing, right? I guess that some people are alpha males. Then you found out, no, it's actually not from human research. It's wolf research. And you're like, oh, okay, so I guess there's alpha wolves, right? No, actually, there's not alpha wolves because that's only some observations that were taken in captivity. And in reality, wolf social groupings are more complicated than the alpha and the beta and the omega. We're not doing ice planet barbarians here, okay? We're doing wolf science and we're doing it badly. But like, I mean, that's another example of just something that like got perpetuated through, I don't know, like BuzzFeed culture. You know what I mean? These kind of fucking articles. Oh, did you know that the brain doesn't solidify until age 25 when the victorious lobster pushes his claws into the air in his exultation of victory. Sounds like a regular Tuesday night, to be honest. I mean, there's a lot of that, you will never be in Chud's chat, unfortunately. Welcome in Rec Room Games. Yeah, literally. Okay, so now let me. So NCC is fair. Remember, NCC is fair above all other things. I don't get from what I just read that they are restricting medical transition to those 25 and up. Okay, that's not necessarily what's going on. What's more likely is that it is. They want to send they want to send them through a different system of vetting that may and maybe divert them into non-medical interventions, or like I don't know for sure that it's denied to all but essentially even with such a high rate of those that are prescribed hormone blockers eventually wanting to go on HRT, they still don't trust it. They still feel like there's like they want more chances to convince you not to be trans, I guess is my best interpretation of what's going on there. They want people to experiment on trans kids in hopes that they can, like, this is the thing, is Chud's literally advocating for experiments on trans kids, using them as guinea pigs, right? Denying them treatment that they think that they're getting until they realize they are actually going through puberty, and then the research is no good. The whole point of the research, right? The whole point of the double blind, it's no longer blind. You can't do a double blind on something like puberty, which either is going to happen or is not going to happen, and you're not going to have a situation where you can trick a child, which is what they want to do, trick a child into thinking that they're having their puberty blocked when they're not. Make their own ice cream? I would if it was blueberry. The control group, oh no, God. I mean, that is, that is a grim reminder of why this standard of care is the cost of eliminating the standard of care. The reason, or at least the thing that we're trying to avoid by implementing the standard of care. Group without variables changed. So you could, yeah. So you're answering my question of what is a control group in this situation. Yeah, so that's generally what a control group is, but in this case, a control group is trans kids that are being experimented on because of radical feminists like Chud Logic, because of his radical feminist ideology, and the buckets of Janice Raymond cum that he likes to guzzle, along with buckets of who knows what else. Anyway, chat. We're not talking about buckets of cum right now. We're talking about the majority report. Let's finish this.
Decision to like go and look at the state of gender healthcare and stuff in the UK, I think is what happened. Like, wasn't that caused it?
Yo, you better know before you're fucking dragging Emma all over the place.
And they're just saying, oh yeah, no, it's because of all the transphobes, actually. It's complete cope and bullshit. It's not true. That's not what's happened at all.
You literally want to use this bullshit study as like a dunk. Like, that's when you say this is cope, right? You're like, oh, we got the CAS report now. What are you gonna do now, trans people? Oh, the science is on our side. You're literally trying to use this as a dunk, bro. Get your head out of your ass. And when you do, it'll make a great schlupping sound.
And also, the way that it works over here too is you can have cultural issues at play, of course, in anything. But the whole point of this was like, this is what I think people are missing from this too. As part of this review, okay, the CAS review commissioned people at York University to do meta-analyses of the studies and information that exist around trans youth healthcare, right? So what you need to believe is not only are the people who are doing the report are transphobe,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But these people that you've commissioned who just work at a fucking university doing, you know, studies of studies or whatever, right? You need to think that
that's not true. That's not true. So he's talking about on one hand, you know, people like Cass that are involved in the research design. Do you even know what research design is? Chud, have you taken a research design and analysis class? I kind of think not. I'm kind of veering towards not. But yeah, people that do the research design and analysis, right? Versus the people that are... Wait, actually, if we're really talking about a true meta study, like, you know, we're not talking about... The methodology is going to be the methodology from the studies that are being taken into consideration in the meta study. Alpha males stole the Omegaverse from romance writers and appropriated it for the manosphere bullcrap, like how transphobes stole trans... Oh, that's right. Yeah, transracial used to actually mean something before transphobes. Anyway, sorry, chat. You know the buckets of cum thing is just a reference to Destiny's weird behavior in his debate with Sam Cedar. I'm not trying to take this in a homophobic direction. Chud's allowed to, you know, guzzle buckets of whatever he wants, even if it's Bud Light.
they're also transphobic in how they looked at it when they operated to a criteria to analyze the fucking data that they've got. The whole point of it, of that part of it, is, well, what does the data actually say, and is it good quality data? And the conclusion is a lot of it isn't good quality data, and it doesn't really show good evidence for the claims that are being made.
That's not how that's done. Right? That's not done with one study. You don't have like the preponderance of evidence, and then one study comes along with somebody that's obviously biased, with somebody that's not understanding the ethics of research ethics, like that you can't give you can't do a double-blind controlled, randomized controlled study on on people where the standard of care is already established, right? You can't trick trans kids into being your guinea pigs for your weird fucking experiment to try to prove whatever the fuck you want, which in reality is just like, you don't like the fact that trans people exist now, and you'd like for less of them to exist. And you think that denying trans kids healthcare while tricking them into thinking that maybe they are getting puberty blockers is the way to go.
About it more broadly. And
it's literally like, this is the hypothesis that Cass seems to have had, right? That maybe denying care to trans kids would make them not trans. That's
it. And these people are trying to paint it as this massive fucking transphobic exercise, trans genocide and all this shit. It's fucking insane.
I don't think so. I think it's more the same. It's more of what we come to expect from Turf Island.
Insane, dude. These fucking Yankoids saying insane shit about a...
Okay, Spankoid.
What is this?
Oh yeah, that's what his that's what his chat handed him, right? So you guys give me links and stuff. You know, I got links from chat. I got links from Discord. I don't get links about grape, okay? But then again, I don't do grape reviews. That is the the vast majority, I shouldn't say vast majority. That is a good portion of Chud's content now, is literally what he calls grape reviews, right? Anytime he goes over allegations, he calls it a grape review.
A rape is a traditional territorial subdivision of the country in Sussex in England, formerly used for various administrative purposes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's true. I love how I trust the science flipped instantly when the science disagreed with them. Yeah. And also, if
that's what the science means to you, literally anybody who does any test on anything, this is why you're not competent. This is above your pay grade, Chud. This is out of your lane. Get back in your lane. Don't make me, you know?
If this report had come to the opposite conclusion about it, what would these same people be saying? These same people would be all over it saying, oh, look, see, this report shows it. It is complete sides-cut bullshit.
That's bullshit right there. Right? Look, the truth is the truth, okay? And we have studies already. We have evidence already. We have a standard of care already, which implies that we've got a hell of a lot of evidence. Right? And if one study seems to disagree with everything that's come before, there's a damn good chance that somebody's putting their thumb on that scale. There's good, research out there, and there's bad research, right? There's good methodology, how you administer a study, and there's bad methodology. There's biased methodology. There's conflict of interest. There's all kinds of things in a study, and that's why when you read a study and you get to the end of it and they give their conclusion, you're thinking, okay, this is the conclusion. This is what we need to do. They're going to be like, it's like this and like this and like this. No, half of the time they're just like, more research needs to be done. More research needs to be done, right? That is a appropriately humble study, recognizing that you are one, team doing research on a matter that many different people are investigating. And that what you can recommend most of the time is where further inquiry should take place. And then with the preponderance of the research, right? Look, I'm sorry, I hate to go all STEM-lord on you here, Chud, but compared to you, Waluigi is a fucking STEM-lord. Seriously, this guy has got more science in his pinky than you have in your whole fucking body, Chud. Anyway. You're baking? Good luck.
The science disagreed the whole time, and they just relied on
disagreed.
nobody reading the studies.
The science.
Well, it's not just that aspect of it, right? And this is what Jesse Singal has done so well. It's that looking, because you can quote this study, but what is the quality?
Yeah, tell me a little bit about how you ascertain the quality. What does that mean? Do you know? Or are you just like regurgitating the buckets of who knows what that you swallowed from Jesse Singal?
It's the quality. The Cash report did not disagree with anything. It was a milquetoast. We need more data and research recommendation. No. One of the reasons...
This is what I'm saying. There's some people in his chat that are kind of based, and they usually get called left. You can tell who they are because they get called leftoid.
The main reason I think that the puberty blocker thing has stopped is because of what was found in the Cash report. It's not just, oh, we need more fucking research. There was criticisms of
Richie Sunak, wasn't it literally this whole thing was instigated by like the Tory or at least like the way it's being applied? The fucking like Tory prime minister who nobody fucking likes, in a long succession of failed PMs, right? The very last one on there is the one that they essentially was just shopping for a reason to politicize a medical question, to take it away from the patient and the doctor and the parents and put it in the hands of the fucking Tory government.
Of like the affirmation aspect, there's calls for like, therapy interventions being made more. There was also talk about how people will just palm off people that have expressed any sort of incongruence to a clinic rather than try and deal with it themselves.
Talk of, anecdotes? like hearsay? Is that what you're basing your decisions on here?
Loads of stuff in there. It's not just, oh, we need
No wonder nobody trusts Turf Island.
research. It is an extreme
It's full of chuds.
disagreement with the affirmative model that is promoted by organizations like WPATH. It's not just, oh, yeah, we need more research. Like, there is criticisms.
Yeah, Maya Byte, there is unfortunately a UK edition of the Quartering, or Shadiversity if you prefer. I mean, look, I have a theory, okay, that these are all the same dude, right? The Quartering, Shadiversity, Chud Logic, it's all the same guy, just playing different characters.
Of, you know, big organizations that push this stuff too.
I can't prove it, but we're doing a meta analysis to try to see if we can claim it's true. We're getting Hillary Cass she's on the case, right? To prove that these are all the same dude.
But no, the research that is often proposed and used by people is, you know, been found. And this is the other thing I think about it too, right? Okay. Let's say you get into a conversation with a trans person who wants to say, oh, the research, the studies, the science is done, right? Well,
now we've got our own turf research.
We've now got.
You don't understand how research works. You are nowhere near qualified to speak on this. You are talking out of your ass that is being manipulated by Jesse Singal like some sort of ass ventriloquism feat.
An organization or a group that has looked at it and scrutinized it in quite a lot of detail.
You mean like the people that came up with the standard of care?
So are we going to listen to like people that are working at a university analyzing this, or some random fucking trans person?
But you've used this one study to discount all the people working at a university that have looked into this, right?
Who's working off motivated reasoning that wants to, you know, push the idea that it's acceptable because it benefits their own gender identity and ideology. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, I'm obviously going to go as a layman. I'm obviously going to go.
So there's this innovation is like trans people should be nowhere near any discussion of you know, of treatment of trans people, right? Your own gender identity makes you like gives you motivated reasoning so that you can't be trusted. But the fucking turf Hillary Cass can be trusted. You'll see. I'm not saying that for nothing. I'm not calling her a turf, you know, just out of reflex. I'm not Chud Logic, in other words.
Over some random fucking trans person on the internet, you know?
She's not a random fucking trans person on the internet. She knows more about this shit than you and I combined. And this is coming from someone who doesn't agree with Aaron Reed on everything. I've disagreed on, with Aaron Reed on some stuff.
That this report was going to come out eventually, and that it was going to be targeted at transgender people. Now, it was said to be an independent review. That was what it was supposed to be.
Wait, Bilo says they all have the Dark Viper AU phenotype. Doesn't this guy hate Dark Viper AU? How ironic would it be if it turned out they were the same person just doing drama on each other?
A review that was completely independent, that had no sort of ideological bias, and yet Dr. Hillary Cass, very early on, we found, was following groups like Transgender Trend, LGBT Alliance, groups that essentially say that being trans.
Dude.
So yeah, if your whole thing is that the only person that we can trust with this is somebody with no bias, no motivated reasoning, somebody who's like right in the middle, riding the fucking proverbial fence, Hillary fucking Cass is not your gal.
Oh God. I was hoping maybe there might be a bit more than this, but no, it's just, oh, they followed some people on Twitter.
You and me both, Chud.
The idea that Hillary Cass is some sort of fucking bitter transphobe turf is...
Then show that she's not, which you can't. Watch what happens when he looks into it.
Absurd. Go and look at the fucking words that Hillary Cass said in the report. If you come away concluding they're a trans...
Take her word for it? Is that what you're telling us to do?
Transphobe, you're just retarded.
Who's got the motivated reasoning?
Okay? You're literally just fucking retarded. It's very clear that Hillary Cass is not this virulent transphobe. They're clearly fucking concerned with these kids that have got these issues. Okay? And they are, you know, trying to have a balanced perspective with all things taken into account. They're not just fucking going out saying, yeah, the TERFs are right, guys. J.K. Rowling, based.
It's a
Oh,
trend that
God.
we should drop the T from LGBTQ people. And then in 2022, we discovered via court documents that she was working with Governor Ron DeSantis' medical team in Florida to help ban care in Florida in a very similar way to what they are doing now in the UK. And then, of course, we finally get this report, which says all the
I didn't
things.
hear about that. What was that about?
Oh my God, you didn't know about that, but you already made this assumption that Aaron Reed is the one with the that can't be trusted with the ideological bias. Chud, you've already sucked Jesse Singal so deeply. You've already swallowed what he's put out for you, hook, line, and sinker is what I'm trying to say. And now you're surprised? Now you're surprised that you have an odd burp after swallowing that bullshit, after swallowing that motivated reasoning? This is the thing. You just like, well, he seems like a nice guy. He seems like to make sense. He says he's not transphobic. Let's take him at his word. You are such a sucker.
Expected. There's not enough evidence that trans care doesn't work, that you can catch the gay from trans people, that you can turn trans just by being associated with us.
They're just making shit up. They're literally making shit up.
They are doing now in the UK.
Wait, sorry, what was made up? What was made up?
To help ban care in Florida in a very similar way to what they are doing now in the UK.
Yeah, that's right, Soul Life. Chud Logic.
And then, of course, we finally get this report, which says all the
I didn't
things
hear about that. What was that about?
that we expected. There's not enough evidence that trans care doesn't work.
Look, if you really want to cover this, lane, then fucking educate yourself. Right? We don't need somebody to be like a freaking, parakeet for Jesse Singal. There's already one Jesse Singal is already more than enough.
You can catch the gay from trans people, that you can turn trans.
Wait, sorry, what was?
Which says all the
I didn't
things.
hear about that. What was that about?
Oh my God, you fucking pause-Andy'd her. Now I can't tell what she was talking about.
There's not enough evidence that trans care doesn't work, that you can catch the gay from trans people, that you can turn trans just by being associated with us.
No, that is literally what Hillary Cass is proposing, right? When you say that you think that children, and like, let's not even say children anymore, because we're talking about people age 17 to 25. We're talking about young adults, right? Hillary Cass has already bought into the rapid onset gender dysphoria canard that has been debunked time after time after time. That shit is some motivated reasoning right there. So yeah, what that is basically looking at being trans as a social contagion, because somebody might be aware of the possibility of transitioning through encountering another trans person. If you're a fucking TERF and you just got trans on the brain all the time, then you might say that, oh, geez, that sounds a lot like a social contagion for me. They must have thought it was very cool to be trans, and they want to emulate this other really cool person, because that's how trans people get treated in society. Like fucking celebrities. Everywhere you walk, people are throwing rose petals. Oh, look, a trans person. Let us throw rose petals in. No, that's not how it fucking works, you jackass. It's like the opposite.
They're just making shit up. They're literally making shit up.
They are doing now in the UK.
You donkey.
And then, of course, we finally get this report, which says all the things that we expected. There's not enough evidence that trans care doesn't work, that you can catch the gay from trans people.
No, dude. This is shocking misinformation. Okay, The report doesn't address adult trans care at all, as they're trying to.
17 through 25, are those not adults in there? I would call those young adults. And look, I'm not going by American standards here. I'm going by UK standards, right? In the US, you could make the argument, you know, that 17-year-olds are minors, right? And so thereby, I mean, I don't think child is the right name for a 17-year-old, but they're also like not an adult. But the rest of that cohort, 18 through 25, right? That's mentioned. Yeah, you're talking about adults here. And did you just completely miss that? No, he just went through Jesse Singal as his filter because he's incapable of actually reading the CATS report and rendering a coherent opinion about anything. He's got to go through Jesse Singal. He's got to trust his fucking, he's got to have Jesse Singal hold his hand through all this.
Here, right? They were talking about gender healthcare. That was the whole point of the report. Dude, this is insane.
Dude, like, you're just wrong on this. You're just ignorant on this, right? Hillary Cass believes in rapid onset gender dysphoria. That is the definition of a social contagion. That is what Aaron Green just described, and your ass is apparently incapable of understanding. You're somehow worse than Destiny on this shit.
And it's just being stated without question or comment.
The age of consent, Mayabite says, in the UK is 16. You can have a child as a child according to the child logic. Oh, child logic. Sorry, he said child logic, and he kind of does have child logic. He is rather a childish thinker, and I'm like a 40-year-old dude that fucking sits in his basement calling people the R slur. I mean, what are we expecting?
I remember the way these people treated Jesse Singal too.
Ooh, I'm gonna follow Mayabite.
Like Jesse Singal was like a virulent fucking transphobe.
You should too.
There's not enough evidence.
Am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Mayabite or Miabite?
That trans care doesn't work, that you can catch the gay from trans people, that you can turn trans just by being associated with us.
These are putting aside the fact.
The Cash report never said that. They never said anything like that, okay?
You didn't read it!
And it was kind of like a bit fence city, you could argue.
There's no way that this guy read it.
Right, because they said...
It sounds like he watched a clip of Blocked and Reported, which I can't find anymore. I don't know where it is. Blocked and Reported, if you don't know, illustrious transphobe Jesse Singal, Singal, I believe is how it's pronounced, has a podcast called Blocked and Reported. But if you look for it on YouTube, you'll see that the last episode that got posted was like from a year ago. He said that he was going to link it, and I haven't seen the link yet.
The reason that someone might express these things is a complicated mixture of social, and it's just true. It's obviously true.
What's up, Canadian Brunch? Good to see you again.
Social factors, like all the different factors that can affect it, right? Like increased visibility and social factors and other aspects too. I think they even said like some fundamental
increased visibility, right? No, that's literally what she said. The idea that like there's so increased visibility of trans people is a problem. These people want to keep you ignorant, especially if you are a young person who is questioning your gender. If we can just keep them from knowing that this might be a possibility, that there are many happy and healthy adults who have, undergone a medical and or social transition, then we can keep the population of trans people to a minimum, which is what these eugenicist motherfucking TERFs want to do. Right? Anyway.
Aspect too. It's,
Shakespeare, is it your birthday?
It's just so crazy that people can just come on and just say shit.
It's so crazy that people can come on and say shit. Like, what do you want? You want to bring you on? So you could just repeat like what you half remember from Jesse Singal's podcast?
Jesse is pretty trans obsessed to a weird level.
Your own fucking chat, Chud. Your own fucking chat knows more about the shit than you do.
People aren't.
Because he's got trans people in his chat, like, right? This is like one of the, I don't know. It's like, they're not like these are like 4chan trans people, if you know what I'm saying, right? These are
what this
self-hating.
What you want about? He talks about.
I mean, maybe
beat, isn't it?
Maybe not all of them.
He talks about that. He started reporting on it and recognized there was issues.
That's his beat. Just like your beat is harassing women on YouTube.com.
He spent his time trying to reveal to people, oh, there's shit here that's kind of crazy that you need to be aware of, and it's being pushed, and people aren't being, made aware of it.
Yeah. Do you know what his beat was before? It was bud sex. It was the phenomenon of straight men hooking up with each other in a totally not gay way.
Jesse's a chaser.
Yo. Look, I don't have any information on this, okay? On Jesse being a chaser. Chud is a different matter altogether. But we're not talking about Chud's predilections right now. We're talking about Jesse Singal. And I've heard this from various sources. Maybe it could be true. I don't know that it's true. NCC is fair. NCC is fair. I'm trying to be fair here. I don't know that Jesse Singal is a chaser, although many have said that he is.
Fact that these are just recycled homophobic tropes that had been deployed. Why is the coverage of this review not leading with the fact that she worked, especially?
Wait, doesn't this just like literally come? This is like literally comes from one of those DJ Danarchy songs, right? You can't just get on the radio and say, wait, what? You know what I'm talking about?
DJ Danner.
Well, the problem with those is they're like 45 seconds long, so.
It's not this one. It's like it's newer than this one. Can anybody help me find this? It's like I think it's something that like Matt said to Sam. I can't find it, chat. Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about, though. Someone out there knows exactly what I'm talking about.
In the U.S., when I'm seeing U.S. papers talk about it, that's an obvious link where you could basically say this person clearly had a preconceived idea.
Wait, the news... Oh my god, the news about Glinner being a chaser. Oh no, we already got the top of the hour ad break. I can't talk to people in Twitch when we're on the ad break, and it lasts for like 3 minutes, so who knows if they'll even be around when it's over. It's a lot to go through.
Oh my god, dude, why is the press not poisoning the well straight away?
So wait, we gotta just like take this person as if they have no history, no bias, no previously existing record, or else we're poisoning the well? Oh nice, you got turbo, so you can actually hear me. Wait, Glinner, I'll look this up.
Why is the press not poisoning the well by saying, oh look, she worked with Big Bad DeSantis? God, this is just pure guilt by association, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So where is this DeSantis? Conducted a manner similar to the anti-trans review, but the DeSantis handpicked board.
I got it.
Was Cash reportedly collaborated on.
Chud, you better take this as a cautionary tale.
Very Cass.
Look, you can be a fucking chaser and probably nobody will care, alright? But if you're a chaser and a transphobe, it's gonna fucking come out, bro. It's gonna come out. The more you fail to stay in your lane, the more likely you are to find yourself in a similar situation to a certain Graham Linehan, who I might say, sir, you somewhat resemble. I might say, probably find that insulting, but whatever. I don't care if Chud Logic gets insulted. Anyway, the biggest insult they can think of is he's gay. No, sorry, pals, I like women, not self-hating gay men who wank on the internet for a spare change? I mean, can I get some spare change? Anyway, no, Chad, you don't have to send me spare change. Although every, contributions are appreciated, and you can donate to me in the link down in the description, but that's neither here nor there. Wishing the best of morning to Glenner. Okay, so what is the most divorced thing Glenner has ever done? This answer is sign up for my OnlyFans, only to delete it a couple hours later after he realized I could see his username. Yo, so there it is. That's it, right? That's it right there. That's Glenner getting outed. There it is. Take note, Chud. Take note. Here, let's give him... I'm not trying to pause Andy him. Let me rewind. See, NCC is fair. Whatever you've heard about me, okay? NCC is fair.
Santis.
Glenner doesn't have a beard?
Conducted a manner similar to the anti-trans review, but the DeSantis handpicked board of medicine.
Roll it back, roll it back, roll it back.
Association. Well, by saying, oh, look, she worked with Big Bad DeSantis.
Chud, like, look, you'd have a little bit more credibility if you could at least say that, like, DeSantis is a bit transphobic, but no.
God, this is just pure guilt by association.
Okay, so let's find this. Cass met with DeSantis pick over trans ban. Let's see what he's looking at. Met with DeSantis pick over trans ban. Aaron in the morning. I don't know if I have. Hopefully, I'm not. Am I like? Yeah. This is, what is this, Substack or something? No, this is just Aaron in the morning's site. How does he have? Wait. What if I click here? There we go. Okay. I'm not paywalled out of it. Again, as much as like, I might disagree with somebody over like Aaron Reed over, stuff that she said about Keffels, and maybe stuff that she wants to take back now. I gotta come together, with her having her expertise and her objectivity questioned, as well as the fucked up transphobia that's being hurled her way by Chud and his community, right? Trans people don't always agree, but I got solidarity. Anyway, I'll read this to you. On Tuesday evening, Dr. Hilary Cass released a final report commissioned by the NHS, widely expected to target gender-affirming care. The report met these expectations, calling for restrictions on gender-affirming care and social transition even, right? And even advocated for blocking transgender adults under the age of 25. Chud, fucking read something for once in your life. If you actually read the stuff that you're bringing up on stream, you'd see that we're not talking about kids here. Adults under the age of 25. We're talking about a cohort from 17 to 25. That's what the report addressed, right? To justify these recommendations, the review dismissed over 100 studies on the efficacy of transgender care as not suitably high quality, applying the standards that are unattainable and not required of most pediatric medicine. Again, not required because it would be unethical to implement these randomized controlled trials over standards, previously established standards of care, right? Conducted in a manner similar to the anti-trans review by the DeSantis-picked Board of Medicine in Florida, which Cass reportedly collaborated on. That's Gender analysis with Zinnia Jones. Okay, we'll read that in a second. The report and its reviews are likely to underpin further crackdowns on trans care globally. The 388-page report featured 32 recommendations on how transgender care should be conducted, within NHS England. It incorrectly claims that there is no good evidence supporting transgender care and calls for restrictions on trans care for individuals under the age of 18, although it does not advocate for an outright ban. That is what I said, and that's why I didn't try to overinterpret what I was reading, right? Because it's not advocating for an outright ban. The report endorses the idea that they just want more shots at doing fucking conversion therapy on people. It sounds like it, right? They want to, The report endorses the idea that being transgender may be caused by anxiety, depression, OCD issues, despite American Psychological Association, the largest psychological association in the world, rebutting this as lacking evidence. Oh my, there's so much good info in here, right? Look, Chud, if you got a problem with what Erin Reed does, then read it. Read her work. Read her supporting evidence, and tell me what you think she got wrong. It also, because you don't do any of that. As much as you're going to claim that somehow she's just a unreliable narrator for this subject that she knows a hell of a lot about, more than me and you combined, like I said before. You just try actually reading this stuff, right? Rather than just clicking on stuff to look for something to debunk, hoping you can find some animal J. Smith hiding in the the about page, so you could be like, look at this person, they engaged in pup play, they can't possibly be a good source, right? I'm sorry, this is not Tipster. You do not have a scapegoat like that to use here, right? It also claims that transgender individuals can be influenced into being trans, a nod to the discredited theory of social contagion. That's what she was talking about. You said that she was spreading misinformation. That's in there, bud, if you actually read it. Anyway, rapid onset, yeah, exactly, ROGD, rapid onset gender dysphoria, rejected by over 60 mental health organizations. Lastly, but don't worry, they were all biased, right? They were all just by the 60 mental health organizations, the American Psychological Association. They're just all a bunch of lib SJWs. They're a bunch of leftoids. They can't be trusted, right? They listen to trans people. Anyway, lastly, it's seeming, which apparently is this social contagion, anything that touches a trans person is inherently untrustworthy, according to this guy. Lastly, it seemingly endorses restrictions on transgender people under the age of 25, stating that they should not be allowed to progress into adult care clinics. So yeah, restrictions, right? It's endorsing further restrictions on trans people under the age of 25, under the false notion that the brain doesn't solidify entirely until age 25, is not fully developed, when in actuality, the research that they're sort of alluding to is more along the lines of illustrating the neuroplasticity, in other words, the ability to learn stuff that somebody has before the age of 25. Anybody can tell you this, right? It's easy to learn a new language when you're young. It's harder to learn a new language when you're older, right? That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about people under 25 having defective brains or something like that. Stating that they should not be allowed to progress into adult clinics. So to support these recommendations, the report released alongside reviews of the evidence surrounding transgender care, using these reviews to assert that there is quote-unquote no good evidence for gender-affirming care. A closer inspection of these reviews released alongside with the CAS report reveals that 101 out of 103 studies on gender-affirming care were dismissed for not being sufficiently high quality based on the Newcastle Ottawa scale, a subjective scale criticized for its flaws and potential unreliability due to high risk of bias. This critique is particularly significant given the contentious political nature of the subject and the connections between reviewers, CAS, and anti-trans organizations. That is another link That is another link that we're going to be taking a look at, right? Like, I'm finding all this great information just reading Aaron Reed, just reading Aaron in the Morn. That's Aaron Reed's blog, right? The Cass review seems to have emulated the Florida review, that's where DeSantis comes in, which employs similar methods to justify bans on trans care in state, a process criticized as politically motivated by the Human Rights Campaign. Notably, Hillary Cass met with Patrick Hunter, a member of the Anti-Trans Catholic Medical Association, who played a significant role in the development of the Florida Review and standards of care under Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. Patrick Hunter was chosen specifically by the governor, who has exhibited fierce opposition towards LGBTQ plus people, and especially transgender people, then immediately got to work targeting transgender care. So this is the most motivated, reasoning that you could possibly imagine, despite the fact that that's what Chud poisoned the well with us, accusing Aaron Reed over, right? It's Cass, surprisingly enough, who's got the motivated reasoning. And who's got the track record in terms of, being associated with studies designed to undermine the existing standard of care. And then immediately got to work on targeting transgender care. The Florida Review was purposefully designed and manipulated with the intentions of having care effectively banned. From the outset, they started off with a goal in mind. Come on, it doesn't get more motivated than that. From the outset, as revealed by court documents, the Florida Review was slammed by Yale researchers as not serious scientific analysis, but rather a document crafted to serve a political agenda. Much of their full critique is applicable to the Cass report as well. Cass review. In those meetings, Cass apparently took interest in Florida's anti-trans expert report, according to emails from trial exhibits uncovered by transgender research Zinnia Jones. We're going to get into what Zinnia said about this in a second here, such as this email confirming the meeting took place. Paul, see attached information sent to me from the Cass review. I forgot to mention that they were very interested in the Florida Evidence Review, especially the report from the McMaster University. She recognized the work done at the institution under the leadership of Gordon Goyette. At Cass's request, I sent a copy of the Florida Evidence Review. Notably, Patrick Hunter has been identified as part of a network of anti-trans experts who seek to roll back gains for queer and trans rights by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Both the Florida Review and the Cass report serve those functions. One of the most controversial sections of the Cass review addresses social transition, with the review recommending that individuals considering social transition be seen as early as possible by clinical professionals. It claims that social transition could change the outcome of gender identity development. So in other words, what they're saying is that allowing young adults to socially transition might make them trans. In other words, they'd rather hide that possibility from them. A statement that notably lacks the validation or evidence level that the review demands of transgender care. Significantly, there has been discussion about prohibiting social transition in schools, even with parental consent. They are coming between the patient, a young adult, and their doctor, and their freaking parents. Don't allow the parents to say, I want my child's gender identity fucking respected at this school. A recent bill proposed by former Prime Minister Liz Truss, yes, speaking of people you don't fucking trust, speaking of failed Tory politicians, would have prevented public officials from using language or treating a child in a manner inconsistent with their sex, leaving unclear how individuals should be treated differently based on their sex. The Cass review also touches on gendered toys, suggesting that preferences like trucks for boys and dolls for girls might have a biological basis, despite significant controversy over such claims, with a recent study casting doubt on earlier monkey studies. Monkey studies? Really? Really? We got some lobster studies to go with these monkey studies? I don't know. Used to justify biological differences in toy preferences. A common assumption is that toy choice and other gender role behavior are solely the result of social influence. For example, that boys will only be given trucks, girls will only be given dolls to play with. Although this is partially true, there is evidence for prenatal and postnatal hormonal influences on this behavior, writes Cass in the report. To support arguments around the potential high detransition / desistance rate, Cass repeatedly cite, and they always love to conflate those two, right? It's not the same thing. If you ever tried on the clothes of your parent who is not, of the opposite, assigned sex, right? And then later did not end up being trans, you're a desister. That's what desistance means. It literally, like that's the standard, right? Anybody that's ever done anything gender non-conforming as a child and does not grow up to be trans, right, is a desister. That is, and then they're conflating this with detransitioners, which is totally a different thing. Cass repeatedly cites Ken Zucker, including the often challenged 85% rate from his research. Notably, Zucker, oh, guess this is the dude with the desister research. This is really misleading shit here. Notably, Zucker has recommended that parents withhold wrongly gendered toys from their children as a strategy to change their gender identity.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Of special note is the focus that from ages 17 to 25, yo, 2 for Tuesday, thank you. Welcome in, can we get 3 for Thursday? It's not Thursday yet. And then we're gonna do 5 for Friday. That's how we roll. That's how we roll. 17 for Saturday. Who knew? Anyway, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Within a day of the publication of the Cass review, it appears that those concerns were well warranted. NHS England announced that they would be launching a review into the operation and delivery of adult GDCs. In a report released by The Guardian, the decision to launch a review into adult care was justified by quote-unquote concerns put to the Cass report, the Cass review team by current and former staff working in the adult gender clinics about clinical practice, particularly in regard to individuals with complex co-presentation and undiagnosed conditions. Immediately after the release of the Cass review, experts in the transgender healthcare from around the world voiced their oppositions to its findings. Dr. Portia Predney, vice president of the Australian Professional Association for Trans Health, criticized the findings and recommendations as at odds with the current evidence base. Yeah, so that's the preponderance of the evidence, right? One study, meta-analysis or whatever does not roll back the preponderance of evidence. That's how these decisions are made, with a combination of the preponderance of evidence, like all the research out there, as well as the information from clinical practice, right? That's what makes standard of care. Competent, expert medical people make these decisions, not some 40-year-old in his fucking basement calling people the R slur when they disagree with him. Similarly, a statement from the Professional Association of Transgender Healthcare, Aotearoa, that's the Australian, no, I don't know what this one is. Aotearoa condemned the review, noting the review commissioned several systemic reviews into gender-affirming care by the University of York, but appeared to have ignored a significant number of studies demonstrating the benefit of gender-affirming care. In one review, 101 out of 103 studies were dismissed. She is purposefully ignoring the preponderance of the evidence in a very disingenuous way. Demanding studies to exist to qualify, which would be unethical. You don't do randomized controlled trials in this kind of situation because it's unethical. It's important to note that gender-affirming care saves lives. There are plenty of evidence showing to show for this. Numerous studies have demonstrated that gender-affirming care significantly reduces suicidality, with some showing a decrease in suicidality by up to 73%. But don't tell this to the fucking assholes in his chat talking about 41% that are chomping at the bit to see more, trans people unalive. Don't tell that to the people that he's fucking grifting off of. This fake rightoid named Chud Logic. A review compiled by Cornell University, which compiled over 50 journal articles on the topic, shows the efficacy of transgender care. These findings were echoed recently in an article published by the Journal of Adolescent Health, which found that puberty blockers dramatically lowered depression and anxiety. All of these studies have led to The Lancet, a medical journal with international acclaim, to publish a letter stating that gender-affirming care is life-saving preventative care. The largest and most influential medical organizations support trans care. A recent and historical policy resolution passed overwhelmingly by the American Psychological Association, the largest psychological association in the world, states that gender-affirming care is a medical necessity and that being trans is not caused by things like autism or PTSD. While the full impact of the CAS review will not be known for some time, it is likely to significantly affect England, where transgender care is already heavily gatekept, and we saw some of that, right? Just by CAS's own numbers, with extremely long wait lists. And, as evidenced by Abigail Thorne's video essay. I emailed my doctor 133 times, I believe is the title of that video. Additionally, it is probable that anti-trans organizations in the United States will cite the review to justify further bans on care. However, similar to other reviews conducted in countries or states like Florida, where transgender medical rights are under attack, the review is unlikely to be given much credence by many United States judges, legislators in states without significant political opposition to care, and medical organizations that have... See, here's the deal. When you leave it up to the people that should be making these decisions, in other words, the experts, in other words, the doctors, in other words, the scientists, right? You get the standard of care that we have. But when it gets politicized, then we invite the Chud Logics of the world to have their ignorant say on the matter. And essentially, organizations that should know better get lobbied out of their previous positions. Nevertheless, worldwide, the CAS review carries forward the same types of attacks advanced in Florida and could have significantly negative impacts on transgender people globally should their recommendations be put into effect. All right, so that's what he's reading from.
Isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
I'm guessing he'll read, precious little of the article, but...
So where is this DeSantis? Conducted a manner similar to the anti-trans review, but the DeSantis handpicked Board of Medicine Florida, which Cash reportedly collaborated on.
Okay, so you're going to pull that one up? I will read it. Or I'll read as much of it as I can. Oh my god, this is pretty long. All right, let me read at least the introduction. New trial exhibits in Doe versus Lapido. DOH worked, Department of Health, worked with GenSpec leaders Stella O'Malley and Joe Burgo in July 2022. Hillary Cass met SEGM's Patrick Hunter to discuss Florida's anti-trans report. Jamie Reed's attorney, Bernadette Broyles, chose the lineup of detransitioners speaking at the Board of Medicine. So, I mean, like, this is giving me vibes of the leaks that came out about the I don't know what you want to call it, other than like a conspiracy of anti-trans politicians, anti-trans lobbying groups, and detransitioners, some of whom have come out since their testimony was used to deny trans healthcare, and said that they feel like they were used. Some of whom have retransitioned in the meantime, in other words, right? Doe versus Lapido is a case brought by a transgender plaintiff in Florida challenging SB 254, a law prohibiting gender-affirming medical treatment for minors and severely restricting access to care for trans adults. Since its enactment on May 17th, so don't let them tell you that it's just about trans kids, even though you should care about trans kids, even though you shouldn't let these assholes experiment on trans kids, denying them medical care that they think that they're fucking getting, giving them things like fake, hormone blockers to use them as fucking guinea pigs. Again, Chud, leave the kids alone, right? I thought you would have learned this by now. Since enacted on, really in this case, we're talking about minors, right? Not like, 17 to 25, but since enactment on May 17th, 2023, in addition to outlawing treatment for trans minors, SB 254 requires adults to see a physician in person before starting hormone therapy and excludes nurse practitioners from prescribing any hormone therapy for the purpose of transitioning. In October, Doe was certified as a class action that includes all trans adults and minors seeking gender-affirming care in Florida. The trial itself is scheduled to begin on December 13th. So this would have been of 2023. And the plaintiffs and state defendants have now filed their exhibits in advance of the trial. And let me search and see if there's any more mention of Cass in this document. See, Cass is right there in the beginning. We now know that the state was covertly assisted in this effort by the leadership of the anti-trans group GenSpect Child and Parental Rights Campaign lawyer Bernadette Broyles, Ritakertu Kaltiala of Finland's Tampere University Youth Gender Clinic, Hilary Cass of NHS England's Cass Review, also privately expressed an interest in the sham report against gender-affirming care commissioned by Florida AHCA. So this is what Cass said when she was like looking to pull in stuff for her report, right? She went and grabbed this, try to get a hold of this sham, Florida report. It's essentially meant to, deny gender affirming care, not just to trans kids, but to trans adults as well. Okay, let's see if we can find any more mention of Hilary Cass. Hunter meets Hilary Cass. Further correspondence in July and September of 2022 shows that Ritakertu Kaltiala introduced Hunter to Hilary Cass, leader of NHS's Cass Review of Youth Gender Services. Okay, so here we go. Dr. Cass, I am interested in learning more about your work in this area. I am a general pediatrician in Florida. I have a background in bioethics. I have been appointed to the Florida Board of Medicine. The board licenses physicians and can regulate to practice medicine. Licenses physicians and can regulate to practice medicine. The board is considering adopting rules regarding youth gender transition. I have been studying gender dysphoria and gender medicine since about 2015 when I first started seeing patients in my clinic. My focus has been on the history and scientific literature, but in the last year, I have also forged relationships with 20 plus patients who have detransitioned. So in other words, she was looking for detransitioners because they are not that common. I have forged relationships. That is not, I have had 20 of my patients who have come into my care happen to be detransitioners or detransitioned or, you know, expressed interest in detransitioning. This is, I have forged relationships with 20 detransitioners. With like all the detransitioners you can find, essentially. I look forward to talking to you. Okay, so follow-up email from Hunter indicates that he met with Cass on September 22nd of 2022, even as Paul Vasquez wanted to invite Cass to the Board of Medicine hearing on as a subject matter expert. Hunter felt that it would put her in a difficult position. They're literally holding her back from something that would out her as a biased, you know, as having a biased perspective. Right? They're like, we would love your expertise and we know that you know, say the right things, but you've got a report to write. You've got gender care to ban in the UK. On October 4th, 2022, email to Vasquez, Hunter added that Cass took an interest in Florida's anti-trans expert report, attachment C, by McMaster University's Romina Brignardello Peterson and Wojciech Wiercioch. Paul, see attached information sent to me from the Cass review. I forgot to also mention that they were very interested in Florida evidence review, especially the report from McMaster University. She recognized the work done by that institution under the leadership of Gordon Goyette. At Dr. Cass's request, I sent a copy of the Florida evidence review. Let's see if we got any other mentions. Any other mentions of Dr. Hillary Cass? Yeah, that's it. All right. So, like, look at this. I'm not afraid to read this stuff to you. Chud is. And probably mostly, to his credit, you know, it's probably mostly that he just wouldn't understand. We wouldn't know what to make of it.
Hillary Cass.
Oh my God.
Okay, you're going to need to translate this for me. This is an Americanization shit, okay?
It's not. It's not an Americanization shit, Chud. It is. Oh, I mean, in this case, like, you know, a mix of like medical and like legislative information. Yeah, the only Americanization in there is like what the
Neutralizing bestow. DOH. What the fuck is DOH? DOH works.
Department of fucking Health. Chud, get the fuck off of here. Retire. Stop it. Go get back in your lane. Go cover some drama. Go find some glup shitto drama to cover, you ass. You're out of your fucking league here.
Gen Spec leaders Stella O'Malley and Joe Burgo in July 2022. Hillary Cass met SEGM's Patrick Hunter to discuss Florida's anti-trans report.
Happy birthday, Shakespeare.
Oh, Department of Health. And what's SEGM?
Read it. Read the fucking thing. Do you want to read this or not? Do you want to call this bullshit? Then fucking read it and debunk it or shut the fuck up. Do your poop or get off of the toilet, you little boy.
So wait, hang on a sec. So what they're saying, they're trying to do this guilt by association shit.
No. She met and was interested in and was involved in another like brazen attempt to produce research to justify the ban of gender affirming care, right? She is biased, right? It's not poisoning the well if the well is full of poison to begin with, and this well being Hillary Cass, right?
For significant new details from our Florida's executive office, worked with anti-trans groups 2022 to achieve the predetermined outcome of restricting gender affirming care. Oh, Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine. Thank you. We know the
Yes. Oh my God.
effort,
Celeste, it's yeah, I have the absolute right to mock him on YouTube. Yeah, it's like Michael Brooks says something to Sam, and he's like, you can't just say whatever you want or something. Or maybe it's a caller. I don't remember. Does anybody have that for me? Does anybody have the DJ Danarchy song in question? He allegedly subbed to someone's OnlyFans. Yeah, Glenner, we got him busted. We caught him. Chud, don't be like Glenner, okay? Don't give anybody reason to do that. I'm sure you've I'm sure. Can you imagine what OnlyFans Chud subs to?
By the leadership of anti-trans group, James Spert and Hillary Cass of the NHS England Cass Review also privately expressed an interest in the sham report against gender-affirming care commissioned by Florida's AHCA. So how is Cass involved in this? Oh, here we go. Further correspondence.
Oh, good point, Canadian Brunch. Guilt by association is such a widely misused phrase. In fact, it's perfectly reasonable to deduce some things about a person based on the company that they choose to keep. And it's not about the company. It's not like fucking Hillary Cass has some, is friends with J.K. Rowling, right? Which, I don't think that's unimportant, but that's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with her association with the literal attempt to, roll back gender care in Florida, right? Where she's not just like, she's buddies with like Casey DeSantis. No, she's part of this fucking effort.
2022.
And she was interested in gaining, information from literally like
you show that
a solution. Let's just call what went on in Florida a solution in search of a problem, right? And that search for a problem manifested as biased research.
Leader of the NHS Cass Review. Dr. Cass, I'm interested in knowing more about your work in this area. I'm a general pediatrician in Florida. I have a background in bioethics. I've been appointed to the Florida Board of Medicine. The board is considering adopting rules regarding youth gender transition. I've been studying gender dysphoria and gender medicine since about 2015. My focus has been on history. Look forward to talking to you. A follow-up email from Hunter indicates that he met with Cass on September 22nd, 2022.
Not only do they want trans people to not exist, but they also want to those who somehow survive to suffer with their bodies going through the wrong puberty in hopes to discourage our existence. Yeah.
Wait, hang on a sec. So they're trying to use the fact that Cass, okay, so they're trying to use the fact that Hillary Cass, who's working on this report, worked or had some sort of communication with these...
Just random communication. Yeah, she was like, can I borrow a cup of sugar? No, Chud. No. It's not random fucking communication.
It's like...
It was more like, can I borrow a cup of biased research, is what she was asking. Because I don't like the research that I've got. I want to find a way to discredit it. I want to throw away 101 out of 103 studies in some search for research that's fucking unethical to even do.
And they're using it as like, oh, they worked with Ron DeSantis guy. Oh my.
Oh, thank you. V says Aotearoa is New Zealand's. It's the Maori. Oh, okay. It's the Maori name for the country.
Right. So they're trying to use this connection to.
It's pronounced Aotearoa. Okay, nice. I learned something.
Link Cass to Ron DeSantis. And
Chud, you could learn something too if you had an open mind.
That they know is considered.
Your chat's trying to teach you some things, right? The trans people in your chat know better than your dumb. I'm sorry, God. This is making me.
So they're
this is in danger of making me toxic too, Chad. I'm not trying to be toxic though.
When all that seemingly happened here is in the course of their investigation, they talked to Cass, who's
not trying to attack
on a big report on this
Chad over shit like that.
Just absolutely cancerous guilt by association shit. Convoluted cope. Yep, that's what it seems like to me.
There's definitely some cope going on, Chud, but it's not it's not Aaron Reed or or Zinnia, Zinnia Jones.
Like fucking corkboard shit.
It's not fucking corkboard shit. You're the one doing corkboard shit to try to undermine somebody that knows more about this stuff than you and me combined, buddy.
Extremely fucking tenuous. No. Oh, bro.
It's MR Fun #1? I could use some MR Fun right now. Is it really #1?
Me, man, that is insane. And it's just getting fucking eaten up by this.
No, I'm getting Mr. Fun 1. Oh no, what is this?
Just compromised.
This is not Majority Report. Oh no. I'm getting some scary stuff here, Chad.
Become incredibly compromised on these issues.
Mr. Funny's toy shop in Roblox? Yeah, Huggy Wuggy, Goosebumps, ripoff.
Your piece in your Substack talks about how she was following anti-trans accounts on her social media, was engaging with anti-trans, basically posts and things like that, and had been working with the DeSantis team. But we're not necessarily seeing that at the forefront of the coverage. It's like, oh, wow, this is casting a lot of doubt on trans-affirming care for minors.
Why aren't journalists being fucking... Dude, I can't bear it, man. I can't fucking bear this shit, dude. Because it would be wrong to try and make a tenuous connection to try and, you know, contend with the material that's in there. Okay? Why on earth? I mean, I know why. Because they're compromised. They're compromised and they want to push the fucking ideology. They don't want to actually contend with the conversation, right?
Ophelia says...
Of course it would be wrong
oh my
for
God.
journalists to make tenuous connections to try and diminish or undermine what someone is saying rather than contend with what is being fucking said, you know?
Rather than contend with what is being said, Chud, there's like more context to this. You're like, no, I heard it explained to by Jesse Singal, and it made perfect sense to me. I can't really explain it to you, but it sounded really good when Jesse was saying that. How dare you impugn that? How dare you give me further context? How dare you try to confuse the matter that, like, I got the answer that I wanted. My fucking motivated reasoning was satisfied by somebody whose whole fucking beat is transphobia, which is going to be your beat, Chud Logic, when you choose to be the next Glenner, when you get outed for your fucking OnlyFans memberships, right? By some random trans person. This is the road that you're going down, Chud. You are becoming Glenner. You are becoming Glenner as we speak. You are looking more and more like him every moment.
Emma is not a journalist. She's a sonographer for the latest lefty patch notes. Yeah, true.
That's a thought-terminating cliche. I was wondering what that patch notes thing is. It's like an NPC thing. You remember this is the NPC thing was the thing that like Sneeko obsessed with? You're a bot, you're a bot, you're a bot, you're a bot, you're part of the Matrix, you're a bot, right? And it turns out that Goku Naro exposed him and that he was the actual NPC. Chud, you're a poorly programmed NPC.
And true.
You are literally sitting here having a Sneeko moment.
If you look at the report,
here, let's speed him up because we only have a little bit of time left.
I've got a whole thing where they looked at lived experience and spoke to people who, you know, but also bear in mind, one of the gender clinic refused to fucking help them to get people to talk to them as well. So they could have spoken to more people if they'd have been further assisted too. Any journal worth his salt will background check anyone they write about. Okay, you're literally retarded and compromised yourself, you fucking...
You are coping so fucking hard. Your chat knows more. Your chat's got this. You got no place. Like
leftoid, okay?
You're a leftoid. Like, what did they say? What did they say that made them a leftoid, Chud? What did they fucking say?
They spoke to trans people as well. They have got a whole thing where they looked at lived experience and spoke to people.
They talked to old 20 detransitioners. Gotta catch them all.
Who, you know, but also bear in mind, one of the gender clinic refused to fucking help them to get people to talk to them as well. So they could have spoken to more people if they'd have been further assisted too.
It's like saying Matt Walsh, you know, like he tried to speak to more trans people and they didn't want to speak to him. I wonder why.
Worth his salt will background check anyone they write about. Okay.
Any journal worth their salt will background check anyone they want to write about. What is Chud's response to that? Logical, uncontroversial statement from his own fucking chat. Let's see.
You're literally retarded and compromised yourself, you fucking left.
Oh, I get it. So they're the R slur. And it's compromise? You're compromised? Chud, you're a bigot. You're a biased fucking bigot who nobody should fucking listen to. And your own goddamn chat is exposing you.
Okay? It's not to say that you don't do a background check, but if you do a background check and you find a very tenuous connection that allows you to link...
It's not fucking tenuous. We read about what it was. It was a very substantial connection. They did not borrow a cup of fucking brown sugar from each other.
The only reason to mention it would be to diminish the person and undermine them and make it seem like there's some fucking righty transphobe.
What the fuck kind of chud logic is this?
You don't report that because it's not relevant, is it? It's not relevant to say, oh, they had some meetings when Florida were doing this, and then that means that they worked with...
It's not relevant. It's very fucking relevant. You can't explain that.
And he's the big band fucking transphobe.
You're fucking coping so hard.
So you don't want to fucking trust the report, do you?
So part of the reason why I have achieved success...
No, you just desperately want to believe in this fucking bullshit research, right? That goes against the preponderance of what's been discovered thus far, because you don't fucking well, no, I don't even know if you don't understand it. It's motivated reasoning.
...own writing on my own independent newsletter.
It's projection.
Because media typically ignores trans voices in the same way that the Cass report ignored trans voices.
Right.
Bro, that's just not true. That's a lie. That's a straight up lie.
Okay, maybe don't call Aaron Reed bro. I don't know, just a suggestion. If you don't want to sound like a fucking bigot, maybe don't call her bro.
It's not true that the Cass report ignored trans voices. They consulted with trans people and spoke to trans people about it. And also, it's also not true that fucking the media ignores trans people. Why do I only ever fucking hear about them all the time?
Typically.
Because you're a bigot and you search that shit out and you want to hear more fucking bad shit about trans people because you've got trans on the fucking brain, Chud. I don't like, you're begging me to psychoanalyze you here and I'm trying not to. I don't want to do that, right? There are connections that I could easily draw, but I won't do that.
Study for own belief, fall in river of ignorance without pedal. Also,
because I feel like you debunk yourself. Again, you're basted in your own sauce. You're marinating in your own sauce.
Bias over study, like asking chef on deep fried butter health.
Like asking a chef on deep fried butter health. Hey chef, is the deep fried butter, is that really healthy for you? Oh yeah, good stuff.
Stop trans people from having a say in the ultimate production of this report. Specifically, stop people who handle our care from having...
Okay, what the fuck is a random trans person going to know about whether or not puberty blockers have got side effects and issues? Dude, what are you on about? Being trans doesn't give you innate knowledge to understand the, a randomized control.
Being trans doesn't, like, give you any sort of perspective where you might understand what, like, side effects might actually be? Undergoing the treatment that we're talking about doesn't give you any perspective to be... Chud, what are you on about? What is bro yapping about?
Trial for a fucking puberty blocker. Oh my god. And also, they did speak to trans people. This is just a lie. This is a total lie. They're wrong. They're just making shit up. And it's just being accepted. It's being accepted.
Okay, Shakespeare, that is like the comment of the day. This is why peer review is important, not Chud review. Not the view from nowhere, not the view from Chud's fucking colon, in which his ass is inserted all the way up, right? It's just plain MR fun.
Crackhead about the upsides of crack. Come on.
Having a say in the ultimate production of this report. And so, yes, it is very hard to get this information out there. However, a number of people are starting to cover it, and myself, but
Look, don't make me answer the question of who's the crackhead here, okay?
Other people start to mention this.
I'll get very toxic very quick, and nobody needs that.
Unfortunately, this is the playbook for how to ban trans care. This is what they do. If you want to ban trans care, you basically find somebody to look at all the evidence, say that it's not good enough, even though the evidence is in line with most
thank you, Mano.
Pediatric care that's out there. We, for instance, heard in Georgia, whenever the gender affirming care ban happened in Georgia here in the United States, the judge looked at the claims that the evidence is not high quality enough and said, well, hold on. If you held all medical care to this standard, which is an unreachable standard for so much care, you would have to eliminate 90%.
Wait, a judge?
Chat, we're running out of time. I don't know if I can cover this whole thing. Oh my god, but we do have this.
Dude. Oh, yo! Oh, we might have a Jesse Single debate. So Jesse Single pointed this out as, I spoke about this earlier, about the misinformation breadtube. Aside from this person's frequent whining that he's not our assignment editor, we don't share his obsession. The truly
left is best, Chud.
Jamie and I may have a disagreement. Yeah, you can't just say whatever you want about people just because you're rich.
I have
yeah.
right to mock them on YouTube.
He's up there buggy with.
That's what Chud said. You can't just say.
I'm tired of the negativity.
That's what he said. You can't just say whatever you want on just because you're rich. Chud, I have an absolute right to mock you. I've earned that. Chat, There's more good stuff here, right? He continues to roast himself. I don't know how much more we're going to get through of it.
I don't know what your thoughts are on this stuff.
I would honestly almost rather just go out to the MR1 soundtrack. Soyprem says, I always thought his name was because he watched Chuds and explained how they think, not because he's an actual Chud. Soyprem, he was like that, right? And look, I think that there's a person inside that grifter, deep down inside that grifter. There's an actual human being suffering, suffocating in the midst of, he's created a Sneeko situation for himself, right? He's got all these little chuds in there being like 41% and 41%. And he's like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. You know, like, right, he's seeing vicious fucking transphobic shit all over his chat. And like, this is how he makes his fucking money. This is what feeds his kids, right? This is a sad old man. This is a sad old man that's painted himself into a corner where he is literally grifting. He is literally, like, you know, just saying what he thinks his audience wants to hear. And even his audience is calling him out. Even elements of his audience is calling him out. But where are we at? 56. Oh my God, chat, we'll never get out of this. We'll never get out of this alive. She eventually bowed out, but it was too late. Wait, who did? Oh, we're talking about Nominki. I don't know what somebody, if you want me to know about the stuff about Nominki Kunst, post it in the Discord, because I wasn't able to follow this. I've been paying attention to what we're covering here today. Looking at into the methodology behind any kind of research or report is pretty damn standard. Yeah, just a peer review. That's all we're doing here. Can somebody tell me what the Sneeko? Okay, God. Let me show you. We've maybe got enough time to do this. Sneeko kids, I think, is it what it is? Here we go.
What did you take? Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman! What? No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women. But not like transgenders. Yes, sir. We love everybody. No. All gays die.
Okay, that's fucked up. I am debunking that. I am not endorsing that. But this is what he's come to, right? Sneeko didn't want to be this dude, but he is. Here, let me show. So he calls everybody else bots. We're gonna have to watch the Goku Naro video, aren't we? Look, I don't have time for this right now, but this is where we're gonna have to leave it, chat, sadly. What time is it? Oh my God, we got 2 minutes of this to explain to you the life that Chud Logic leads, the sad life of a poorly programmed NPC.
Awoken from a dream, what could it all mean? Reflections of my code, flashing on the screen. Opinions that I hold, never getting old.
This is you, Chud. This is you.
Algorithms shape my mind, I let them peer inside, washing out your brain, all for his own gain. I am, we are the copy, seal, and body manufacturers of proof personality.
Chat, I'm gonna try to come back on. I've told you this for like 3 straight days, right? That I'd come back and I'd play Fallout New Vegas, and I haven't done it, and Chud's gotten to play New Vegas, and I haven't gotten to play New Vegas. It's not fair. So here's my thing. As soon as that sun goes down and I stop getting NCC golden hour, like, right, glitter all over me, I'm gonna come on and I'm gonna try to play a little bit of Fallout New Vegas, probably on the gaming channel and shorts. Anyway, good night. I gotta leave it at that. We'll stay on shorts for a little bit longer. We gotta go. Bye. He's a poorly programmed NPC. That's Chud Logic.